Chapter 96. The initial crowd demanding compensation for counterfeit perfumes had been just the beginning. By mid-morning, the trickle turned into a flood. More and more furious customers kept arriving, slamming down cheap wooden bottles with deceptive labels and demanding their money back. To save face and protect their reputation, Chenren had no choice but to hand out replacements from their own stock, even if they were the lowest-priced perfumes in the shop. The losses were piling up fast, and he hated losses, especially when they came from someone else's scheme. He clenched his jaw as yet another disgruntled buyer left the store, satisfied only after walking away with a real bottle of their perfume. "At this rate, we'll be handing out half our inventory before the sun sets," he muttered to himself. This wasn't just bad business, it was personal. Whoever had flooded the market with cheap knockoffs wasn't just after profit, they were trying to destroy his brand. And he wasn't going to let them get away with it. He'd already asked Tang Boming to take his men and sweep the city, to find those counterfeiters and drag them to him. But by the time Boming's men reached the places, the ones the scammed customers had told him they had bought the perfume from, the counterfeiters were already gone. It was as if they had vanished overnight. No trace of the cheap perfumes, no sign of their operation. Chen Ren wasn't surprised. The Shuang clan had already covered their tracks. Still, he wasn't naive enough to think they were done. If anything, they were probably preparing to pump out more counterfeits. This was just the opening move. Therefore, he kept his men patrolling the city, scanning for any sign of new stalls or suppliers. He wasn't going to be caught off guard again. Meanwhile, Yucho wasn't sitting idle either. She had stormed off to the local bureaucracy, determined to pressure the officials into taking action. But Chen Ren already knew how that was going to go. The Empire's bureaucrats were slow-moving at the best of times, and when it came to protecting merchants from knockoffs, they barely lifted a finger. Patent rights didn't even exist for most products in the Empire. Copycats were everywhere. He'd seen it firsthand with his noodle stall, where imitators had popped up recently. Sure, the officials might move against the counterfeiters eventually, since outright scams were technically illegal. But with a powerful clan like Shuang pulling the strings, the bureaucrats were more likely to just sit back and watch the chaos unfold rather than risk stepping in. Hence, he knew he had to do his own thing, beyond managing day-to-day operations. He'd been quietly gathering information. With Yelin's help, he had been asking around in inns and taverns, bribing servants and workers connected to the various union clans, and piecing together a map of alliances, rivalries, and hidden dealings. Now, he had everything he needed. It was time to put that information to use and go against Shuang clan. After the day finally wound down and Heavenly Fragrances closed its doors, Chen Ren found himself seated on the second floor of the Rice Heaven Pagoda, the prestigious restaurant owned by one of the union members, Wen Qing. It wasn't his first choice of where to be after a long day of compensating angry customers. But this meeting was needed. The second floor of the restaurant was eerily quiet, with only a handful of servants lingering in the corners, waiting silently while Chen Ren sat alone at a polished mahogany table. Getting here hasn't been difficult. As a cultivator, access to the VIP floor was practically guaranteed. Flashing his sect mark had been enough to convince the manager to take him seriously. And when Chen Ren mentioned he was from Heavenly Fragrances and hinted at a lucrative business opportunity for their boss, the man had practically bolted off to summon her without a second thought. Now, he waited, alone, but not idle. His fingers tapped a quiet rhythm against the table as he kept his senses sharp, stretching his awareness to feel the ebb and flow of qi in the restaurant. It was unlikely that anyone here would make a move against him, but he wasn't the kind to sit defenseless. Not after what had happened today. After about 10 minutes, the sound of soft footsteps broke the silence. Chen Ren's eyes lifted just as Wen Qing entered the room. She looked to be somewhere in her mid-50s, though it was clear that old age was creeping up on her. The lines on her face were deep, and there was a faint weariness in her step that spoke of someone who had spent too long carrying heavy burdens. Still, there was a certain sharpness to her, how her black hair was dyed and combed back neatly, and how clean her attire was, and even the way she looked at him. Wenqing was flanked by 2 guards, both of whom moved with the restrained power of cultivators. Chen Ren didn't need to probe too deeply to sense their strength. Body forging realm, solid, but nothing he couldn't handle. He rose to his feet as she approached, but he didn't bow his head. Instead, he offered a small, polite nod and spoke. "It's nice to finally meet the owner of the Rice Heaven Pagoda. I've been meaning to dine at one of your restaurants." Wenqing's lips curved in a faint smile as she nodded at him. "And you're going to dine with the owner herself?" "Not many get the honor." Chen Ren didn't respond, his eyes sweeping the room. He noted the servants standing silently along the walls, their postures rigid, their eyes carefully lowered. Then he glanced back at Wenqing and raised an eyebrow. "Are we going to talk with them around?" he asked, looking at the people around. "I don't think you'd want business discussions slipping out." Wenqing's smile didn't waver. "They'll leave after serving the food." "All right." Chen Ren inhaled and followed after her and sat. Within minutes, the servants returned, carrying trays filled with different types of dishes, a platter of glazed duck with crispy skin, bowls of fragrant rice, stir-fried greens, shimmering with oil, and small plates of steamed dumplings. A separate tray held a carafe of deep red wine, which one of the servants poured into crystal glasses. Once everything was set, the servants and even the guards left the room, closing the doors behind them. Wenqing swirled her glass of wine, watching the crimson liquid cling to the sides before taking a small sip. When she set the glass down, her eyes were sharp, cutting straight to the point. "I don't like beating around the bush," she said, "especially because this isn't some courting meeting. What do you want? And what can you offer in exchange?" Chen Ren chuckled softly, leaning back in his chair. "More than what I want? I'm here to make a deal about what do you want." Her expression hardened. Lips thinned and she frowned. "Don't play games with me. I don't like all that. Talk about what's pertinent to the meeting." He shrugged lightly, picking up his chopsticks. "It is pertinent to know what you want if we're going to have a real discussion here." Wenqing's almond-shaped eyes narrowed. "And what do you think I want?" Chen Ren didn't answer right away. Instead, he took a small bite of the glazed duck and then the rice, chewing slowly as if savoring the taste. After swallowing, he spoke casually. "This food is good," he said, "but I don't sense any spiritual ingredients in it." Her frown deepened. "It's high-quality rice. The ducks are cooked with precision. Everything here is high quality." Chen Ren shifted his attention solely to the bowl of rice, scooping up a small bite again. He chewed slowly, then nodded as if confirming something to himself. "But it's not spiritual rice." He set his chopsticks down. "You've been trying to break into luxury dining for a while now, haven't you? A place that caters exclusively to cultivators, targeting rogue cultivators who roam the region and the wealthy merchants who'd pay a fortune for even the smallest benefits from spiritual food. Your restaurants serve everyone in the city, but you want to expand, to attract the wealthiest clientele." Wenqing's expression didn't change, but Chen Ren caught the slight tension in her shoulders. "So what?" she asked. It was clear by her tensed shoulders that she'd put up a cold front for him, probably because she knew exactly who he was, and didn't want to associate much with him since the head of the union she belonged to was against him. He couldn't blame her, but her coming here was enough for him to know that there was hope. "So," Chen Ren said, "the Jinshi Trade Association stabbed you in the back. Even though they're part of the same merchant union, they've taken the idea you've been working on and gone behind your back to make it happen first. They've secured a better deal with the White Bear sect, offering higher prices in exchange for their supply of spirit rice. And now," he paused for effect, "now, you can't find another source of it. Not one that won't bleed your coffers dry." Wenqing's jaw tightened, and for a moment, she said nothing. Chen Ren continued, his tone matter-of-fact. "Spirit rice is a luxury product for a reason. It's only grown by sects, and only in chi-dense environments. Most sects cultivate it solely for their own disciples. It strengthens their bodies, keeps them full for longer, and enhances recovery. Very few ever sell it. And even then, it's in tiny quantities at sky-high prices." He leaned forward again, his voice dropping slightly. "Finding a reliable source for spirit rice That's nearly impossible, unless you know where to look. Wenqing's hand came on top of her other hand, nodding. Why are you telling me all this? I get that you've done your research, but unless you actually have spirit rice, you're just reminding me of the sinking hole I'm already in. And trust me, she added dryly, there are plenty of people happy to remind me of that every day. If you stumble upon this tale on Amazon, it is taken without the author's consent. Report it. Chenren smiled. Wenqing's displeased face deepened. If there was one bitter-looking woman he'd met in this life, it could be the one in front of him. What? She asked. I do have spirit rice. For a moment she froze, her mouth opened, then closed, as though she was struggling to form a coherent response. When she finally spoke, her voice was incredulous. Impossible. From what I know, War Sect is too young, too raw, to already have access to spirit rice. You're right about my sect being young, Chenren said with a casual shrug. But that doesn't really matter, does it? What matters is that I can get you the spirit rice. Wenqing fell silent, her brows furrowing as she mulled over his words. After a long pause, she finally sighed. What's your price? Chenren smiled inwardly. Got her. In any business deal, if the conversation reached the question of price, it meant the deal was already halfway done. And seeing by how defeated she looked, she was more than ready to give in. It'll take more than just coins. Her eyes flashed up and her upper lip curled. If you're thinking I'll betray the union, forget it. I know they're trying to sabotage your growing business, but going against them outright would be disastrous for me. I'm not strong enough to take them on. Find your way out, if that's what you want. I appreciate your honesty, Chenren said smoothly, but you misunderstood. I'm not asking you to take on the entire union. What else? I want you, he continued, to go against the Shuang clan, the Jinshi Trade Association, and Lotus Mist Fragrances. That's not the same as turning the whole union against you. It's more about weakening a few key members, and maybe getting them into a little trouble. She blinked, her frown deepening. I still don't get it. How do you expect me to do anything like that? Spirit rice is good. I want it. But these businesses are strong, deeply rooted. You can't just take them out on a whim. Chenren took another bite of rice, chewing thoughtfully before answering. I have plans, he said, setting down his chopsticks. And we're not going after all three at once. We'll be focusing mainly on the Shuang clan. Their current head, Shuang Shenmu, also happens to be the head of the entire merchant union. If we can get rid of him, the other two will lose their strongest supporter. They'll pull back on their own. Wenqing studied him carefully, but Chenren could see the glint of interest in her eyes, the flicker of hope she was trying to suppress. She didn't respond right away. Instead, she started eating with the grace and precision of someone accustomed to maintaining appearances, even in private. Every sip of wine, every bite of food, was slow. Chenren mirrored her pace, savoring his meal as though they weren't in the middle of discussing a plan that could shake up the entire merchant union. He relished the pause. The longer the silence stretched, the better it was for him. It meant she hadn't dismissed the idea outright. She was weighing it, calculating the risks and rewards, deciding whether siding with him and betraying the union head would be more profitable than kicking him out. And she'll choose the former, Chenren thought. His confidence unwavering. Merchants, after all, were naturally greedy. And what he was proposing wasn't just about revenge or power. It was about profit. Serious profit, enough to tip the scales in his favor. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Wenqing set down her wine glass and cleared her throat. This plan of yours, she said slowly. How confident are you in it? And what's the basis for it? Very confident, he said. And it's very simple. The Shuang clan is the biggest business clan in the city. They have their hands in almost every major trade and industry. It's obvious that if anyone tries to expand or get big, it's going to ruffle their feathers. Wenqing's lips twitched, as though she were suppressing a smile. Union members might tolerate them because they're too strong to fight directly, Chenren continued. But who said you have to fight alone? You band together, push them into a corner, and suddenly they're the ones scrambling to protect their assets. especially if we play it smart. Wenqing nodded slowly, her eyes narrowing in thought. Chen Ren could see the gears turning in her mind as she began to piece together the possibilities, stitching together the vague framework he'd laid out for her. He had deliberately left her with just enough information to let her imagination fill in the blanks. He didn't know exactly how she would execute it. Jot wasn't his job, but he could tell from the glint in her eyes that she was already considering ways to make it work. And more importantly, she knew that he knew it too. "Let's discuss the spirit rice price first," she said. "Sure," he said, "but keep in mind that it won't be available for a few months. Once it is, though, I can supply you with more than just a few pounds." Wenqing nodded, swirling the wine in her glass thoughtfully. "Then I'll pay 3,000 silver wen per pound." Chen Ren tilted his head, suppressing a smile. "That's too low." "It's not," she countered smoothly. "Especially since I'll be helping you out with the union." He smiled for real this time, thinking, got her for real. A verbal confirmation, subtle as it was, meant she was already leaning in his favor. Now it was about hammering out the details. "Still," he said, "this is a long-term partnership. I don't want to take a loss. And once the Shuang clan is out of the way, the seat of the Union head will be open. Don't tell me you're not eyeing it." Wenqing grimaced, caught off guard, before quickly masking her reaction. 4,000 silver wen. 8,000, Chen Ren replied smoothly, raising an eyebrow. "That's ridiculous," she snapped. "You're pricing it like it's spirit jade." They volleyed back and forth, each offering slightly better terms while trying to squeeze the best deal out of the other. The tension heated, voices rose, and more than once Wenqing glared at him like she was ready to throw her wine glass across the table. But Chen Ren kept his cool, keeping pace with her relentless haggling until, after half an hour of heated negotiation, they finally found common ground. 5,000 silver wen per pound for the first year, Chen Ren said, offering his final compromise. After that, we can revisit the price depending on how well the market responds. Wenqing drummed her fingers again, her lips pressed into a thin line. Then, after a brief pause, she leaned forward. "Make it 2 years at that price, and we have a deal." 1.5, Chen Ren countered. She narrowed her eyes, considering. "And you don't sell to anyone else in the city during that time." Chen Ren grinned. "Deal?" Wenqing sighed, leaning back in her chair as though a weight had been lifted off her shoulders. For a moment, she looked like she grew younger. "I never thought someone as young as you would go toe-to-toe with me in negotiations," she admitted, taking a long sip of her wine. Chen Ren chuckled. "I'm a cultivator. I might not be as young as I look." "Are you actually old, then?" He shook his head. "Number just reminding you." She gave him a sharp look, then laughed softly. "Fair enough." Chen Ren set his chopsticks down for the 100th time and prepared for the real discussion. "Either way, now that we've got that settled, why don't we get to the crux of the plan? It might take a bit of time." Wenqing nodded, sure, and as the servants quietly cleared the table off the plates, leaving them alone once again, Chen Ren began outlining the plan that would set everything into motion. Asterisk, 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 ain. You can read 30 chapters, 15 Magus Reborn, and 15 Tao of Money on my Patreon. Annual subscription is now on too. Read 15 chapters ahead here. Join the Discord server here. Magus Reborn is out now. It is a progression fantasy epic featuring a detailed magic system, kingdom building, and plenty of action. Read here, chapter 97. Talking to Wenqing was only the first step of his plan. But once that was done, he moved to the next step, moving towards the other union members, but only going to the ones he believed were more likely to turn against the Shuang clan. He couldn't take a massive risk and fall head first, like letting the clan know what was going to hit them in advance and handing them the time to find ways to prepare for what was about to come. He wanted them unprepared, helpless, and in a way that could hurt them. The information and knowledge he had collected over the last month came in handy here, and he swiftly moved to convince the union members that siding with him was going to be more beneficial to them than the Shuang clan. Partly, he was only able to do it because, rather than just being a merchant group, he was also representing a sect and could trade a lot of things that the union members might need. If not that, Then he always had his modern knowledge, and he put it to good use especially for Li Chengyuan, who had a large clothing business. The man had been hesitant at first, but all it took was a demonstration of his sewing machines and an offer to provide 6 of them in exchange for his support. After that, Li Chengyuan had practically talked with a fat grin on his face. In the grand scheme of things, a few sewing machines in the hands of a competitor weren't going to shake the industry, but they would get him the backing he needed, at least for now, and that was all that mattered. Still, getting the support of the union members alone wasn't enough. Their connections would allow him to drive the Shuang clan out of the union, and the backlash would serve as a warning to the other 2 dominant clans not to try anything reckless. But before that, he needed to cripple them. He needed more than just social pressure. He needed legal pressure. Something that would force even the bureaucrats to take action. And, ironically, the Shuang clan itself had handed him the perfect opportunity. After spending the entire evening securing union support, Chen shifted his focus elsewhere. In the world of money, people always chased after the gold. But there was plenty of merit in collecting coppers and silvers too. And that was exactly what he planned to do next. He sent out invitations to about 1/3 of the minor merchants operating in Jingxi, disguising them as an exclusive opportunity to visit his mall with their families, while also hinting at a meeting that would give them a good opportunity to grow their businesses. The invitation was worded carefully, cordial enough to seem like a generous offer, yet compelling enough that they wouldn't dare to reject it. Just as he had expected, nearly all of them arrived the next day. Their wives lingered on the ground floor, browsing through perfumes and clothing, while Yucho discreetly guided the merchants to the second floor, where a large table had already been set for them, with a tea to warm the tension. Seated at the head of the table, Chen took a sip of his own teacup and raised his gaze as a plump man walked into the room. The merchants who had already claimed seats looked up at the newcomer, a few nodding in polite acknowledgement. The man Tai Yueshi, whom Chen immediately recognized from his prior research, gave a sheepish smile as he stepped forward, giving a half bow. Apologies. My wife and daughter wanted my opinion on a few things, so I had to stay back for a bit. Those perfumes and clothes, they're absolutely loving them. Then, turning toward Chen, he gave a respectful bow. Taoist Chen, your sex products are something I can only hope to replicate. Chen smiled. Thank you for your kind words, Tai Yueshi. I'm honored. I'll make sure your family gets a good discount. He glanced at the already occupied seats. Sadly, it seems all the seats are taken. Tai Yueshi nodded, scanning the table before shrugging. No big deal. I can stand for a bit. With that, he moved toward a corner where a few other merchants had already taken position. Chen let a brief silence settle over the room before speaking. I believe enough people are here for me to begin this meeting. Shall we? His question earned him a few hums and nods. But more than half of the gathered merchants looked skeptical, casting glances among them. Chen ignored the wariness and talked with his cheerful voice. First of all, I'd like to thank everyone for arriving on such short notice, and I hope your families are enjoying our products. Only a few merchants nodded at that, but he knew none of them were discontent. Maybe it was because of their family that they arrived here, or perhaps it was due to the reluctance of offending a cultivator. Minor merchants rarely had the power to refuse a cultivator's summons. After all, though, it was likely a mix of both. He exhaled lightly, then continued. Now, I imagine you're all eager to hear the real reason I invited you here, the opportunity that would let you all grow your businesses further. But before that, I want to talk about the reason a lot of your businesses aren't doing well. The ongoing sabotage of your businesses by the Shuang clan. The air in the room shifted. He could tell how it became almost suffocating at the mixed mention of Shuang clan and sabotage. The 2 men who sat right in front of him stiffened, while others exchanged glances. I'm sure some of you are already aware, Chen went on, his eyes sweeping across the table. For example, Dong Tingguang, your merchant clan's candle business was crippled when the Shuang clan secured exclusive contracts with the beekeepers, forcing you to import beeswax from another city at ridiculous costs. Dong Tingguang's expression darkened, his lips pressing into a thin line. Yes, that is what happened. And that's just one example. Chen shifted his eyes to the one who sat next to him. But it is not just businesses like his, he said. There are also people like Yan Wudong of the Yan clan, whose transportation business suffered repeated attacks, causing him to lose reputation in the market. At that, an older man seated near the middle of the table grimaced, his expression souring. Chen Ren noticed the way his hand shook when he grabbed the tea and sipped on it, clearly uncomfortable with the awful truth. Let me tell you now, those attacks weren't just bad luck. They were intentional and planned. Every single one of them was orchestrated by the Shuang clan. And not just that, they even went so far as to spread rumors about your business and about you personally to damage your standing. Yan Wudong's jaw tightened, but before he could respond, Chen Ren reached into his robe and slid a stack of parchments onto the table. I have proof. A tense, pregnant silence followed as Chen Ren pushed the documents forward. These are copies, he said. Take one and read for yourselves. The merchants hesitated for only a moment before standing up and reaching for the parchments. As they read, their brows furrowed, some paled. Others clenched their fists, the room filled with the rustling of paper and the occasional sharp inhale of breath. It was one of the merchants, a younger man near the edge of the table, who finally broke the silence. Where did you get this information? Chen Ren crossed his hands in front of his chest. While I was transporting my products from Cloud Mist City, I was attacked by men from the Shuang clan. Some of them were cultivators that I was able to capture. They gave me this information records of all the shady dealings they've been involved in, specifically targeting your businesses. Wasn't easy to get them, but I did. His gaze flickered to Yan Wudong. There should be a detailed account in there about how your carriages were attacked. Does it match what happened to you? Yan Wudong flipped a few more pages before stopping, his fingers tightening around the parchment. Yes, that's exactly what happened. His voice was tight with barely contained anger. All this time, I thought it was a group of bandits? All this time, Chen Ren nodded. I don't doubt that Shuang clan paid bandits to do their dirty work, but they mixed in their own men too, and that was their mistake. And I have no doubt that this is just scratching the surface of their foul practices. As you all know, rising to the top of any industry is difficult. It takes time, effort, and above all, Hunsti, in business, there is a sanctity in the way merchants conduct themselves, a trust that allows trade to flourish. His eyes narrowed. Shuang clan clearly does not believe in that. It was then that Tai Yueshi, the plump merchant who had arrived late, let out a sigh. Even if they're doing this, he said carefully, they're doing it in ways that make it difficult to pin the blame on them. If we confront them, they'll just deny everything. Say they had no idea. Some of the merchants glared at him. Yan Wudong and Dong, Tingguang practically threw daggers with their stare. Realizing what he had said, Tai Yueshi quickly raised his hands. I'm not defending them, he added hastily. But let's be honest. We're too small to act against them. If we try, the entire union could turn against us, and that, his face darkened. That's a good way to go bankrupt, stolen from its rightful place. This narrative is not meant to be on Amazon. Report any sightings. Silence stretched once more. Chen Ren had expected resistance, but he also had an answer for it. At that, another merchant, a middle-aged man with a narrow face and sharp, large eyes, let out a weary sigh. It was Guo Chang, someone who sold spices brought from the Yellowstone Mountains. I've already tried before. When they stole a month's worth of stock from my carriages a few months ago, he said. It's not like I didn't know who was behind it, but they're too big. The moment I pushed back, they threatened to crush me. What can we even do? The union always had each other's back, and it is impossible to do anything when they are acting together. Chen Ren interjected before anyone else could voice their agreement. If I hadn't already done something about the union, I wouldn't have called you all here. The shift in his tone silenced the room. Every pair of eyes turned toward him. Calmly, he continued. I will give you my word on this. The union isn't going to unite behind the Shuang clan this time. If we act against them, they won't be able to call on their usual support. Yan Wudong narrowed his eyes. How is that possible? Chen Ren smiled. Because I made it possible. Until now, you all had grievances against the Shuiying clan, but you were powerless to act. Why? Because in the grand scheme of things, you are like ants, and Shuiying clan is the elephant, and no single ant can take down an elephant. He gave a warm smile and said, "But a swarm of ants, working together, they can strip even an elephant down to the bones. What I'm offering is the power of collective strength, and I have the plan to make sure you all get the revenge you've been waiting for. Once we strike at them, their hold over the market will weaken, and when that happens, we'll be the ones swooping in to take their market share." Then he leaned back slightly and spread his hands. "I won't force anyone into this. If you don't want to involve yourself, that's fine. Go downstairs, take a look at the items, buy anything and leave. No hard feelings. But for those who want to be part of something greater, those who want to stop being trampled underfoot, stay." He folded his arms again and waited for someone to stand up and walk away. He saw how the men who stood exchanged glances, said so many things without actually speaking. Just when he thought the air couldn't get more suffocating, someone spoke. "I'm in," Guo Chang spoke. A single voice. But it was enough to break the hesitation. Another merchant nodded. "Me too. Same here. Let's do this." One after another, voices rose in agreement. Chen remained still, only allowing the smallest smile to tug at the corner of his lips. He had chosen his targets carefully. And once again, his instincts had proven correct. With the room now fully committed, he exhaled lightly and straightened. "Good." His eyes gleamed. "Since we're all on the same page, let's talk about the plan." Shuying Shenmu sat in his seat in his office, his back rigid as he listened to Dexin, his steward, who stood right in front of him, giving his usual report. But today, it wasn't the usual rundown of activities. This time, the focus was entirely on heavenly fragrances, which had exceeded his expectations by a wide margin. The perfume business had exploded in Cloud Mist City, but he hadn't expected it to do much better here, Dexin continued. According to our informers, Heavenly Fragrances had to give away around 210 bottles of perfume for free due to complaints about counterfeits. They've managed to maintain their reputation, and in some ways, it's even improved, but they are definitely taking a hit. Even with the profits they've made, this free giveaway could hurt them in the long run. "Interesting," Shenmu murmured. "More demand, more counterfeits. It is working out just as we anticipated." Dexin nodded. "Yes, Master. But what is more? After learning that Heavenly Fragrances has been giving away free perfumes to counteract the counterfeits, some people have started trying to make their own knockoffs, hoping to get a free bottle in return. The cycle is feeding itself," Shenmu chuckled, the sound rumbling from deep within his chest. "I always thought we had so many leeches in our city, wanting free things, but I never thought I would appreciate them. So, when can we initiate the second phase of our plan?" "Soon," Dexin replied without hesitation. "We're in the final stages of preparing the weak poisons that should cause harm to anyone who uses the affected perfumes, though we are still brainstorming ways to mix them into the Heavenly Fragrances products. But once we do, it won't take time to start the rumors, and they should gain enough momentum with a few cases emerging." Shenmu nodded approvingly. "Good. Keep up the work, and we'll have these people off our backs in no time." He paused, his gaze flickering toward Dexin. "Also, contact the Jinshi Trade Association and Lotus Mist Fragrances. Ask them for substantial compensation for dealing with this problem. We don't need any more distractions while we're pushing this forward." Dexin bowed his head. "As you instruct, Master. But before I go, there's one more thing," he said. "What is it?" A few days ago, there was a significant number of small merchants and their families visiting Heavenly Fragrances. They came with their families, so we didn't think much of it at first. But so many of them arrived at once, and after investigating, we discovered that Chenren called them there, promising them discounts, likely to forge some sort of connection. Shenmu scoffed. Chenren. I knew that boy would be trouble. Did they meet with him directly? Yes, Dexin confirmed. And some of them are already making moves to align themselves with him. They see the opportunity for profit, and he's playing the role of a connector, giving them a sense of exclusivity. He's probably just trying to make connections since he's got none in this city. But it's all useless. His business will be stripped from here soon enough, and there's nothing he can do about it. What can those small-time merchants even do? Half of them already have businesses that are on the verge of collapsing. But just as the words left his mouth, there was a sharp knock at the door. The door creaked open, and his son, Xianxia, stepped in. His usual pale face was even paler, and his lips were parted. Sweat covered his forehead as if he'd run a marathon to get there. Shenmu's smile faltered, his brow furrowing. "What's wrong, Zion?" Zion's voice trembled as he spoke. "Father, there are a lot of city guards outside, along with the enforcers from the magistrate. They said they would speak to you once you appear, and if not, they'll barge in." Shenmu's eyes widened. "Why, what is this about?" They didn't say much, but they insisted they need your presence right now. They said it's urgent or else." Shenmu stood abruptly, his chair scraping against the floor. "Lead the way," he said curtly. As he moved swiftly toward the courtyard, Shenmu's mind raced. What was this all about? He had always been on good terms with the magistrate. His gifts had always been well received, and their relationship had been nothing short of cordial. To send guards and enforcers here, this was an insult. A slap in the face he couldn't overlook. He needed to get to the bottom of it. By the time he reached the courtyard, he was met with a scene that froze him in place. The courtyard was crowded with enforcers flanked by guards. The moment they saw him, one of them stepped forward and looked into his eyes. "Shuing Shenmu, head of the Shuing clan," the enforcer said loud enough for everyone within a mile to hear. "You are hereby taken into custody under charges of sabotaging the businesses of small merchants, orchestrating bandit attacks against transport routes, and engaging in underhanded dealings that have cost the city's economy. You stand accused of spreading counterfeit goods, creating monopolies by coercion, and unlawfully tampering with public trade to secure your own wealth. If you do not cooperate," the enforcer continued, "we will be forced to take you by force. Do you surrender?" Asterisk, 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 hun. You can read 30 chapters, 15 Magus Reborn, and 15 Tao of Money on my Patreon. Annual subscription is now on too. Read 15 chapters ahead here. Join the Discord server here. Magus Reborn is out now. It is a progression fantasy epic featuring a detailed magic system, kingdom building, and plenty of action. Read here. Chapter 98. There were only a few moments in Shuang Shenmu's life when he had truly felt humiliated. There was the time he had lost to his brothers after they had begun their cultivation journeys, when he, once the most talented among them, had been left in the dust. Then there were the bitter losses he had suffered in his early years of business, each one a wound to his pride. But none of those compared to this, because they were lessons, and this was humiliation. To be dragged from his own estate, flanked by city guards like some common criminal, while his sons, daughters, wives, and even the lowliest servants watched. It was beyond disgraceful. His skin reddened, and he felt heat crawling up it at all the whispers, wide-eyed stares, the barely hidden smirks of those who had once groveled at his feet. All of it burned him from inside out. And it wasn't just his household. The whole city seemed to have gotten word of his arrest. People lined the streets as the carriage rolled toward the magistrate's estate, their murmurs and speculative glances cutting deeper than any weapon in the world. They were looking as if it was a spectacle. Shenmu clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms, shooting pain through his hand. At least they hadn't bound him in ropes. That was the only silver lining. But even without them, the humiliation was complete. How did this happen? How? His competitors had tried to report his methods before, whining to the bureaucrats like dogs yapping at his heels. But he had long since ensured that any such complaints were conveniently lost, ignored, or buried beneath a mountain of red tape. This time, however, there had been no warning, no attempt to negotiate, just a swift and public humiliation. Someone had planned this. Someone had made sure that no bribe, no favor, no threat would be sufficient to stop it. Whoever they were, Shenmu swore he would find them. And when he did, their heads would roll. He could see the magistrate's office, its large iron gates parting to admit them. As soon as the carriage stopped, the guards wasted no time, They escorted him swiftly inside, leading him not to some dim interrogation chamber where he could stall, bribe, or negotiate, but directly to the magistrate's office itself. That was when his worry truly set in. The old man, the magistrate he had greased the palms of so many times, had betrayed him. There was no other explanation to this. Shenmu entered the office, his steps heavy with the weight of his humiliation. Even his breath felt heavy. Inside, the old magistrate, Qiheng, was pacing back and forth, his long goatee swaying slightly. The man had always been composed, his wrinkled face unreadable. But now there was a clear sign of distress, the way his fingers twitched against his robes, the restless shifting of his feet. As soon as Shenmu stepped in, Qiheng snapped his gaze toward him. "Lock the door!" Shenmu hesitated for a fraction of a second, but did as instructed before striding to the chair across from the magistrate's desk. Qiheng motioned for him to sit. The moment he lowered himself into the seat, the words burst out of him. "What the fuck is going on here? Is this just some way for you to squeeze more silver out of me? Or is this because I didn't recommend your daughter to my brothers for a sect placement?" His lip curled. "You know as well as I do that her spirit roots are abysmal. Roots so weak they might as well be a curse, not a blessing. She wouldn't make it past the first threshold." Before he could continue, Qiheng reached out and gripped his wrist tight. "Enough." His voice was sharp, his grip firmer than Shenmu expected from an old bureaucrat. "It's not about that. You're in trouble. A big, big problem." He exhaled heavily and released his hold. "And I had no hand in your arrest. More importantly, I won't be able to help you much. Not right now anyways." Shenmu's confidence wavered at those words. A sliver of ice ran down his spine. The magistrate wasn't playing games. His eyelids were half closed, his usual self-serving smirk nowhere in sight. This wasn't a ploy. This wasn't leverage for a better bribe. This was real. His throat felt dry. "What do you mean? I have no idea what's happening here." Qiheng pinched the bridge of his nose before sighing. "Of course, you don't. It's a shit show of the highest order." He let the words hang for a moment before shaking his head. 4 dozen merchants, 4 dozen filed formal complaints against you at the same time." Shenmu's breath hitched. "What? 4 dozen? That is a shit show." "Yes," Qiheng confirmed. "If it were just complaints, I could have buried them like always, no matter how many came. At worst, I'd have warned you, but this time, these merchants came prepared. Many of them have men with direct ties to the bureaucracy. That's something I've never seen before, and with so many of them acting at once, various departments in the city requested the city lord's aides to investigate. Even they were caught off guard by how fast it all happened. Shenmu's face lost all color. I wasn't even able to stop it. Do you understand what's happening now?" A sickening realization settled in Shenmu's gut. His voice came out weaker than he would have liked. "The city lord knows everything," Qiheng nodded. "Yes, if it were just merchant complaints, he might have ignored them or delayed action. But it wasn't just that. There were written records from your own men." He leaned in, his gaze sharp as a dagger. "And some of them were cultivators who confessed to the crimes you made them commit." Shenmu's fingers clenched against the armrests of his chair. They confessed? Even cultivators?" "Yes," Qiheng scoffed. "What did you do to them? Did you starve them? Feed them grass?" Because for them to betray you like this, knowing they'd face punishment themselves, they must have had a damn good reason. At that moment, the pieces fell into place. Shenmu's eyes widened as a name slipped from his lips. Barely more than a whisper. "Shenren." But even as he said it, he couldn't understand how the man had pulled it off. Mortals, sure. They could be threatened, bribed, or beaten into submission. But cultivators? They weren't so easily broken. What had that bastard done to make them turn? Before he could process it further, Qiheng's voice cut through his thoughts. "I had to act, Shenmu. If I delayed, the city lord would have turned his suspicion toward me as well." He exhaled sharply, rubbing his temple. "And I don't think the merchants are your only problem." Shenmu's head snapped up. "What do you mean?" Qiheng leaned forward, voice dropping lower. "One of the city lord's aides is actively working against you. He's the one who got the city guards involved alongside my enforcers. He watched Shenmu carefully. Did you offend one of them? Shenmu frowned, thinking hard. He had his fair share of enemies, but a city lord's aide? He would have remembered stepping on someone that important. He shook his head. No, I don't think so. Who is it? Qiheng hesitated before saying the name. Mingwei. The moment Shenmu heard it, a fresh wave of realization hit him, one far worse than before. His stomach twisted as a deep sense of betrayal seeped into his bones. He felt his lunch turn in his stomach. It was him, the brother of Wen Qing. That was why the woman had been able to establish her restaurant so quickly in the city. The Shuiying clan had been in business for decades. Yet she had only been here for 5 years and still managed to thrive. It had been because of her brother's silent backing. And now she had turned against him. No, this wasn't her alone. Chenren Shemu could already see it. The bastard had somehow managed not just the merchants grouping together, but also Wenqing's betrayal. But how? That was the part he couldn't wrap his head around. What kind of leverage did Chen Ren have to move so many pieces at once? This tale has been unlawfully lifted without the author's consent. Report any appearances on Amazon. It didn't matter. What mattered was that if he didn't find a way out of this mess, he was going to end up a prisoner. His gaze hardened as he met Qiheng's eyes. Get me out of here. His lips thinned. I don't care how, but I'm not going to rot in a cell over this. He leaned forward and narrowed his eyes, his nose flaring in anger. And don't forget if I go down. I won't be the only one. Qiheng squinted his eyes at him, his frown deepening. Stop threatening the only person who can help you right now, he said flatly. Your emotions are clouding your reason. Shenmu clenched his fists but didn't back down. I can apologize all you want once I'm free of this mess. Do you have any idea what this will do to me? My businesses? My family? The magistrate sighed, nodding as he reached for the teapot. I understand. He poured 2 cups, sliding one across the table. Drink first, then we'll talk. Shenmu took the cup without hesitation, draining it in one go. A quick wave of relief washed over him as he realized something. You already have a plan, don't you? Qiheng exhaled, his expression dark. You won't like it. Shenmu let out a bitter chuckle. I'll like anything that gets me out of this situation. First of all, there's no immediate way out. No matter what, there's going to be an investigation. The city lord won't let this go. It could take months for him to shift his attention elsewhere. He hesitated before adding, maybe a year. I need to stay here for a fucking year. That's just an estimate. Qiheng sighed. I'll do my best to get you out sooner. But a lot depends on how severe your offenses appear. And now, even if you do want to get out, there's only one way. He paused. You have to sacrifice your sons. Silence filled the room. Shenmu stared at him, his entire body going stiff. That's your plan. His voice was barely above a whisper, throwing my own blood to the wolves. There's no other way, Qiheng said and groaned. You have a lot of sons, and some of them already handle your businesses. They're young. They can endure this better than you. By the end of the investigation, we'll push the blame onto them. They'll be jailed, but you will come out as the clueless patriarch who had no idea what was happening under his nose. At most, there will be fines, but no prison for you. And how long will that take? Qiheng didn't answer immediately. That depends. There are people working against you. They'll try to drag this out for as long as possible. Shenmu gulped. His anger coiled inside him like a snake, but he forced it down. Lashing out wouldn't help him now. This morning he had woken up as the untouchable head of the Shuiying clan. Now he was trapped like a rat. His past sins had caught up to him. But this wasn't fate or retribution. This was the work of one man. Shenmu exhaled sharply, gripping the edge of the chair as reality sank in. He had known Chen Ren was shrewd when their usual carriage ambush had failed. The man had slipped through their grasp like an eel, always a step ahead. But this, banding together so many merchants, reaching deep enough to sink his nails into the union members, this was something else entirely. Shenmu had been betrayed from every angle. His competitors, the bureaucrats, and even people within the merchant guild had all turned against him. The magistrate spoke with confidence about getting him out, but even he didn't know when that would be. A year? That was just an estimate. And even if he got out, a year was more than enough time for everything to change. Just the thought made his stomach churn with something violent. He wanted to slam his head against the floor and drown in his own blood rather than swallow this kind of defeat. But he wasn't dead yet, and as long as he lived, and as long as even a part of his businesses remained, he could make a comeback. And when he did, Chen Ren was going to pay. Early in his life, he had learned that revenge was the best motivator a man could have. Even the thought of sacrificing his sons felt like a small price to pay for the opportunity. His jaw clenched as he turned back to the magistrate. Fine, do it. I'll talk to my sons when they come to see me. He leveled the man with a hard stare. But know this, if you don't get me out of here in a year, we'll be sharing the same cell. The news of Xianxia's arrest spread like crazy. Chen Ren didn't even have to fan the flames. The scandal was too big to contain. For a trade city like Xianxia, where laws around corruption and business practices were strict, this wasn't something that could be brushed under the rug. He had made sure of that. Shenmu wouldn't be seeing freedom for at least a year or two, but even though this was a huge victory, Chen Ren knew better than to celebrate just yet. Because it wasn't over. Getting a man like Shenmu locked away for life was beyond him. The old man's claws were too deeply embedded in the city. At best, all Chen Ren had done was buy time to grow his mall to a level where even if Shenmu returned, it wouldn't matter. Of course, that didn't mean the attacks would stop. His sons were still out there, and in this world, if you kill a son, the father comes to fight. And if you kill the father, the son takes up the blade. But that was fine. He was prepared. With the support he had gathered, he doubted any of them could seriously harm his business. In fact, the smaller merchants were already celebrating, eager to devour the market share the Shuiying clan had monopolized. He was happy to let them. Let them tear apart the old man's business because in the end, he was going to own the biggest slice, perfumes and fabrics. Two industries Shenmu had dominated for years, and now they were his. That alone was enough for the merchant union to consider him for partnership. Of course, his current contracts played a part, as did the fact that he wasn't just any merchant, he had a sect backing him. Whatever the reason, he knew one thing: he had done everything he could in this city, and more importantly, he had driven his roots so deep that no one was pulling them out. People would try, of course. Success always attracted jealousy, always brought conflict. But if he could take down the Shuiying clan, then there wasn't a single merchant in Xianxia that he feared. And now, it was time to expand. His mall was already a massive success, but he still had his noodles. He still had his chips, and he had no doubt that the people of this city were going to love them. **AN. You can read 30 chapters, 15 Magus Reborn, and 15 Tao of Money on my Patreon. Annual subscription is now on too. Read 15 chapters ahead here. Join the Discord server here. Magus Reborn is out now. It is a progression fantasy epic featuring a detailed magic system, kingdom building, and plenty of action. Read here. Chapter 99. Chen Ren lifted his hand, studying the ring in his hand, polishing it with a cloth, as he felt a grin stretch on his face. The black metal, dull and almost matte, but with a thin silver groove running along the band, had a faint shine to it. It was unassuming at a glance, the sort of thing a poor merchant might wear, but it sat on his finger with a weight that had nothing to do with its size. It had once belonged to a man who attacked them from the Shuiying clan, Yushu, who'd been handed over to the city lord's men to assist their investigation. And Yushu had been scornful until the very last second. He'd sneered even as shackles bound his wrists. 3 years, and I'll walk free, the man had said with pride bleeding from every syllable. For cultivators, their jail time for most of the crimes were never more than 3 years, and 3 years weren't considered a long time compared to their lifespan. Obviously, it was different when sects were involved. They had their own ways of punishing that were much more painful and humiliating than being put in a jail. But, all things considered, Yushu chose well. Chen Ren hadn't answered, just forced him to retract his hold over the spatial ring so he could take it for himself. The man wasn't willing. but had no choice when he threatened to kill him if he didn't do it. In the end, Yushu sighed and pressed his hand forward, letting the chi seal on the ring melt away. A twist of spiritual intent later, the ring was his, an cubic foot. That was all, barely enough for what was needed and could be used in a battle. But it was his space to use. In the corner of his mind, memories danced of his time back on Earth. He used to read a lot of Xianxia novels, and in all of them, a spatial ring was a staple artifact to identify a protagonist with prestige and background. And now, he had one of them. He felt like he was finally worthy of the title of a sect leader. He turned the ring again, watching light ripple over it. The fact that it had come from a bandit, a cultivator who did the bidding of a clan without any morals or self-respect. He didn't care about that. In the stories, the protagonist always took treasures from their fallen enemies. This was no different. He had won, and this was the prize. As he polished the ring, the door creaked open with a soft thunk. Small padded footsteps followed, and a familiar scent, 1 part dried herbs, 2 parts disapproval, announced the visitor before she even spoke. Yellen walked in, flicking her tail in the usual lazy grace, though her ears flattened slightly as she neared. She winced, nose twitching. "You still smell like a newly married woman," she muttered, blinking up at him like she'd just swallowed something sour. Chen Ren's brow furrowed. "It's the perfume," he said, letting out a sigh. "We sell a lot of them. If you were putting samples on yourself 10 times a day to show customers, you'd smell the same." Yallen's whiskers twitched. He could already see the sarcastic retort forming in her eyes, so he threw the conversation off a cliff before it could take flight. "Why are you here?" "The Tang girl's looking for you," Yellen said, sitting back on her haunches. "She came back from that union meeting. Wants to talk before we head out. Honestly, I'd rather we left soon." Chen Ren raised a brow. "Why's that?" "Because Shulan makes better food than all the servants here," she said with a huff, "and it's not even spiritual food, but at least it doesn't taste like overboiled tree bark. Eating here makes me remember the time I cultivated alone in the mountains, surviving off chi and dew. Trust me, chi tastes like nothing. Might as well eat air." Chen Ren held back a grin, the corners of his mouth twitching as he stood. "Just a second. I'll get down, and then we'll visit one place before heading back to Meadow." With that, he turned to the pile near the corner, a few folded outfits and 2 short daggers resting on cloth. He extended his hand, let his chi flow into the ring, and murmured the command he'd practiced in the courtyard late at night. A flicker of spiritual energy responded. The air shimmered. The daggers and clothes trembled, then vanished with a soft pull, disappearing into the ring as if swallowed by water. Chen Ren exhaled, smiling. Techniques like this weren't new to him anymore. He'd practiced multiple chi-based techniques and learned how to wield lightning. But this still felt like a new type of magic, the kind that filled the delusions of kids, and it appealed to that side of his. Without a second glance, he walked away from the room. The lower levels of the building buzzed with life. Customers moved between counters, their robes rustling, their voices bartering, some curious, some impatient. He moved through the crowd like a fish, through reeds used to the noise, but not quite part of it. It didn't take long to spot Yuchu. She was with a group of customers, explaining something about lavender-scented perfumes with the ease of someone who'd repeated the same script dozens of times. Once she passed them off to her maid, she turned and noticed him. "How was your first union meeting?" he asked as he approached. She blew out a soft breath. "Felt like my first day under Scholar Wan, who was my childhood teacher," she said, brushing her hair back from her face. "Nerve-wracking. Every word felt like a test. Half of them didn't even bother hiding their annoyance that I was there. Some merchants are still loyal to the Shuang clan. They looked at me like I'd dragged mud in on their fancy rugs." Her voice was steady, but Chen Ren could see the tightness in her shoulders. "You stayed through it," he said. "That's what matters." She gave him a glance, half gratitude, half doubt, but didn't reply immediately. "But there wasn't much attention on me," Yuchu continued, folding her arms, her gaze wandering to a group of customers squabbling over one of the latest introduced perfumes. One smelled like lotus, They were more focused on choosing a new union head now that Shenmu's been suspended. Chen Ren's brow lifted slightly. Who won? Wenqing, Yuchu said. She had support from more than 2/3 of the members. It wasn't even close. Chen Ren hummed in response, mind drifting back to the sharp-eyed woman with a spine like steel and a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. Ambition clung to her like a robe, but she'd played her role well. He remembered how effortlessly she'd helped bring Yucho into the union, her influence smoothing the way when others balked. It wasn't a bad outcome. If anything, Wenqing rising to the top only meant the union would be more pragmatic, more aggressive. And he liked that. With her there, Yuchu would have a better chance to carve out her place. And more importantly, his business had a foothold in the structure now. There was still plenty to do. Yuchu glanced up at him, her tone a bit softer now. Are you going to leave now? Yeah, Chenren said, shifting his weight. I plan to head out on foot. It'll be faster to reach my sect that way. I've spent enough time here anyway. I want to see how things are going back at Meadow. Yuchu gave a slow nod. Makes sense. Before you go, are you planning to get supplies? He nodded. Heading to the center of the city, need to stock up on pills and potions. Good call, she said. The wilds are dangerous. I heard a Tier 3 beast wiped out a dozen caravans in the Southern Empire, and that's an area where Tier 2 beasts are already rare. You never know what you'll run into. Chenren smiled. I'll be careful, but I'm not buying them for myself. Oh, her brow arched. Then what for? Her search, he said simply. Yuchu gave him a long, skeptical look, like he'd just claimed he was going to fly to the moon with 2 sticks and a gust of wind. Research? He nodded. Since the expansion's going well? I need to think ahead. Even if the profits are flowing, I'm still just earning in coins. And a cultivator doesn't need coins, he said. A cultivator needs spirit stones. And there's no way I'm going to get those just selling perfume to mortals. Unless you start making spiritual perfume, she said dryly. Exactly, he replied, grinning. But I'm thinking even beyond that. Pills, potions. The whole alchemical sector is practically swimming in spirit stones. It is one of the most lucrative markets in the Empire, and it is dominated entirely by cultivators. Yuchi blinked. Wait, you're serious? I'm always serious when it comes to making money, he said. She stared at him like he'd just declared war on the heavens. Just breaking into the perfume market nearly made us so many enemies. And you actually had a cost-cutting advantage there. But pills? There's no way to lower production costs unless you're some kind of alchemical genius. Even if you burn a mountain of gold just to start up, you'll still be behind sects that have hundreds of years of reputation. Why would any cultivator buy from you instead? Chenren nodded slowly, the corners of his mouth tightening. Everything Yucho had said was spot on. He hadn't realized she'd studied the pill market that deeply, but her words mirrored the conclusions he'd reached through his own research. The Empire's alchemical trade was not just competitive, it was a battlefield, and one long claimed by the ancient sects. They didn't just brew pills for their own disciples. Their disciples were the workforce. The apprentices churning out cauldrons of elixirs day and night, working in the alchemy halls like cogwheels in a well-oiled divine machine. These sects had roots sunk deep into imperial cities, clan alliances, and supply chains that stretched across mountains and oceans. Breaking into such a business, it would be like throwing a pebble into a flood. Stolen content warning. This tale belongs on Royal Road. Report any occurrences elsewhere. Unlike perfume, where he'd had a modern edge, or noodles, which weren't there in the Empire, pills and potions were abundant. He wouldn't just have to match the standards, he'd have to surpass them and stand out. There was no easy shortcut this time. Still, he had a few ideas. If he could get Qing he involved, the strange, brilliant old woman who knew far more about alchemy than him, this might just become his sect's first true step into the immortal market. A high-risk gamble, but one worth making. He fell quiet, thoughts weaving together, calculating risks and possibilities. The wheels in his mind turned over and over. It's not that I don't believe in you. Yuchu's voice broke his trance, and he looked at her. The softened voice and the look on her face, she'd mistaken his silence. I think if anyone could claw their way into the pill market and actually make a profit, it's you. But just think about it a bit more. All right? This isn't like your noodle stall or the perfume shop. You won't be fighting clans here. You'll be fighting sects, the kind that have been around since the founding of the empire, and they don't play fair. She hesitated, then added, I've heard of sect wars starting over things like this. Trade disputes over pills and spiritual resources, and they always end the same way. One sect gets annihilated. She didn't need to say the rest, and your sect is too young, Chenren exhaled slowly. I know the risks, and I'm not rushing in blind. But this is the natural way forward, for me and for the sect. I don't want to delay it anymore. We've played safe long enough. He met her gaze once again. As for those sects, I don't plan to provoke anyone I know I can't beat. Yuchu looked at him for a long moment, then smiled faintly and shook her head. You sound like one of those wandering cultivators who walks into a tavern, picks a fight, and ends up with a bounty on his head. I'd prefer to be the guy who owns the tavern, Chenren said, his lips twitching with a smile, and sells pills out the back. After his conversation with Yucho, and one last look around the mall that had become the starting point of his little empire, Chenren picked up a few mortal-grade pills and potions, strictly for research purposes, and left behind another promise to deliver the spirit rice to Wenqing soon. Then, with a deep breath, he and Yalen took to the road. The wide stone path leading out of the city was full of carriages, wandering merchants, and the occasional rogue cultivator. But to Chenren and Yalan, they were nothing but streaks of blurred silhouettes whisking past them like shadows in a dream. The path to Meadow Village would have taken several days by a decent carriage, but with a body honed to the chi refinement realm and a pulse of thunder underfoot, Chenren was confident they'd make it in a day. Or at least he would, if he could keep up. Yalan was always ahead of him. Her movement technique, one he couldn't even begin to understand, set her paws ablaze, igniting the air with bursts of fiery speed, even with lightning crackling at his heels and wind streaking his face. Chenren could barely follow her flaming trail, let alone catch up. She taunted him more than once, voice echoing through his mind. Slow again? I think the tortoise back there blinked faster than you could move. Chenren gritted his teeth but didn't rise to the bait, mostly because he had no retort, and partly because he suspected she was still holding back. He knew Yalen could be faster. She was a spirit beast in the Meridian expansion realm, and if she actually tried, she could probably cross the distance in under an hour. That thought sparked another one. He realized then he'd never really seen her full power. He'd caught a glimpse when she protected him from the spectral rhinos. He'd seen her size shift effortlessly, her claws rip through illusions and bone alike. But how far could she go? And more importantly, could he ride her? Mid-sprint? He asked the question over their link, trying to sound casual. Hey, I've been wondering. You know how you can grow bigger, could you? Maybe, grow big enough for me to ride? She only answered with silence for a bit. Then, a single, sharp glare over her shoulder that nearly made him trip. Do I look like some lowly mount to you? She snapped, ears twitching in outrage. Keep dreaming! 2 legs! My majestic self won't lower her dignity just so you can feel cool zooming around like a brat in a folktale. Chenren sighed, disappointed. He had already imagined it. The wind-swept mountains, the dramatic music in the background, himself racing across the empire on a giant, flaming cat like something out of a special effects blockbuster. Not today, it seemed. The rest of the journey passed mostly in silence, broken only by the rustle of leaves and the occasional distant roar of a beast far from the road. Yalen stayed ahead, her fiery paws lighting the path, and Chenren focused on his own footing, using the opportunity to fine-tune his movement technique. Each step sparked with lightning now, not just in speed, but in precision. He began to learn how to shift direction, mid-stride, soften landings, and conserve energy. For now, he was far behind Yalen, but Chenren had plans. And the next time he passed through this road, he wouldn't be just a runner. He'd be a storm, More chi always meant more speed, but more speed came at a cost. He had long suspected it, but this journey confirmed it. His control over chi was still lacking. No matter how much he pushed himself, there was always leakage. Stray threads of chi, invisible to the mortal eye but clearly seen by him, drifting into the air, mixing with the atmosphere and dissipating without use. It was subtle, but over time, it added up. He'd first noticed it with his offensive techniques, especially Lightning Frenzy. A quarter of the chi he poured into the technique never even made it to the target. It just vanished, like throwing coins into a river and hoping they float. If he were at the Foundation establishment realm, maybe he wouldn't have cared. At that point, he'd have a sea of chi to draw from, and minor inefficiencies wouldn't matter. But as someone still rooted in chi refinement, with every drop hard-earned, Chen Ren knew he couldn't afford to be wasteful. Yalin had agreed with a low rumble of approval. Her eyes narrowed in that smug kind of way. I've been waiting for you to notice. Thought about telling you, but you've been busy with your perfumes and noodles and spirit rice promises. Chen Ren could only grunt at that. She wasn't wrong. Still, the road gave him room to breathe, and for once, no one was demanding noodles, paperwork, or sudden genius ideas. So he focused. What he found was curious. His chi wasn't just leaking randomly. It felt like it wanted to blend with the environment, like water naturally soaking into sand. And unless he was deliberately guiding it, his control over it vanished the moment it left his meridians. It was like holding water in cupped hands if he relaxed. Even a little, it slipped through the cracks. Yalen described it better. You need to grab it, not just let it go. Like holding it with a hand made of intent, grip it after it has left your body. Otherwise, it's just going to do what chi does, disperse. Easier said than done. By the time the silhouette of Meadow Village rose in the distance low-sloping roofs, nestled against the foothills, Chen Ren had made exactly 0 progress. But oddly enough, he wasn't frustrated. In fact, he was satisfied. He had found a flaw, a clear one, a tangible gap he could work towards closing, and in the path of cultivation that was sometimes more valuable than a sudden breakthrough. Still, those thoughts were pushed to the back as something else caught his attention. Meadow Village, when he'd first arrived, had been quiet. A remote settlement tucked away from the rest of the empire, hardly bustling, barely inhabited. But now, as he slowed near the entrance, he spotted more than a few people walking about. A gathering, even. Mortals, merchants, and a few guards stood there. He'd passed by a couple of carriages on the road and had thought nothing of it. But now he realized they were all headed here. Why? There was a lot of chatter. The kind that came with people setting up tents, looking for food. Speaking of opportunity, Chen Ren narrowed his eyes, stepping through the entrance as Yalen padded beside him, tail flicking in curiosity. Without delay, he made his way toward the village chief's residence to know what was going on, and if anyone would know, it would be him. Whatever this was, it wasn't normal, and he didn't believe in coincidence. There was a reason all these people were gathering here. Asterisk, 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 Ayan. You can read 30 chapters, 15 Magus Reborn, and 15 Tao of Money on my Patreon. Annual subscription is now on too. Read 15 chapters ahead here. Join the Discord server here. Magus Reborn is out now. It is a progression fantasy epic featuring a detailed magic system, kingdom building, and plenty of action. Read here, Chapter 100. Horan moved through the marbled halls of the Lord's estate in Cloud Mist City, his soft-soled boots making no sound as he walked behind the servant, guiding him. The young man bowed every few steps, showing the kind of trained courtesy that only came from a well-managed household. Horan, however, paid him little mind. His gaze swept from wall to pillar, tracing the cloud pattern carvings and the subtle sheen of spirit-infused lacquer. He didn't miss the scent of sandalwood incense drifting in the air, nor the placement of ornamental calligraphy scrolls on the walls, each poem selected not for ostentation, but for intent. Order, virtue, diligence. City Lord Li Baolong, it seemed, had taste. More importantly, he had balance. Horan had passed through too many cities over the last year, most of them bloated with decay beneath gilded roofs. Corruption, like mold, always found a way to grow in corners left unchecked. But here, the streets had been clean, the vendors sharp-eyed and unafraid. The smiths worked, the tailors worked, the laborers worked. Even the beggars looked far better than the other cities and were occasionally fed. That was rare. The economy here wasn't surging to rival the capital's trade centers. No, but it thrived steadily. Like a strong river beneath the morning mist, that was the mark of a competent lord. A cautious, intelligent man. And his men, Horan had studied their faces as he arrived. No excessive jewelry, no secret smirks. Their armor had been well maintained, not over-embellished. Their bellies blessedly flat. Not the kind of flab born from indulgence and misused authority. He could always tell. Corrupt officials always carried themselves with a certain smug weight, a false confidence inflated by stolen coins. And if they didn't, their wives or children often gave it away. But the guards at the city gates had stood with discipline. The record keepers in the inner office had spoken with purpose. It helped, of course, that Cloud Mist City was so close to the soaring sword sect, where cultivators gathered. So too did merchants, craftsmen, wanderers, and seekers. Spiritual sects were like wells in the desert. They drew life. They brought coins. But coin could just as easily become poison in the wrong hands. That was what made City Lord Lee's restraint so impressive. He wasn't just maintaining order, he was also supporting Princess Xianxia. And that was the real reason Horan had come. The princess, despite her talents, had too few supporters in this conservative empire. She had the mind of a scholar, the grace of a diplomat, and the will of a ruler. But her cultivation lagged behind an unfair mark in a world that too often weighed strength over wisdom. It wasn't right. Horan didn't agree with it, but what did it matter what a mere worker thought? He wasn't a general, he wasn't a noble. He was a servant of the court, a shadow without a name, tasked with a simple duty. Find the extraordinary and see if they could be convinced to support her. This city had potential, the man at its head even more so. "We have arrived," the servant said, bowing low. Horan blinked, pulled from his thoughts as the tall bronze-inlaid doors before them began to open with a gentle groan. The guards flanking the entrance stepped aside in perfect sync. They showed silent discipline, and he admired it. Beyond the doors, a spacious chamber lay bathed in soft daylight from a domed skylight. At the far end, seated with one leg crossed, and his hands resting lightly on the arms of a jadewood chair, was City Lord Li Baolong. He rose slightly at Horan's entrance. City Lord Li Baolong looked every inch a man who ruled a city should look like. He wore robes of midnight blue silk with subtle silver embroidery, tracing the outline of cranes and pine. The man projected a calm and weathered strength. His features were angular, with a neatly kept beard framing his firm jaw, and his hair, though peppered lightly with gray, was tied in the traditional fashion, dignified but not ostentatious. His eyes watched Horan, not like a host greeting a guest, but like a general evaluating an envoy. Even seated, he radiated quiet authority, as if the estate and the city beyond moved only because he allowed it. Horan stepped forward and offered a low, respectful bow. "I greet City Lord Li," he said evenly. Li Baolong's gaze didn't waver. "Please, take a seat." Horan nodded, accepting the offer and settling into the seat opposite the lord. He waited, posture perfectly straight. "I hope the princess's health is good, and that she is in high spirits," Lord Li began with calm civility. "Word reached me that she has entered closed-door cultivation, attempting to break through to the foundation establishment realm. Is that correct?" Horan inclined his head. "You are well informed, my lord. She remains in seclusion even now, but the signs are promising. We expect her return soon." Li Baolong gave a thoughtful nod. Then, as expected, he moved directly to the point. "So then, why has Her Highness sent you here?" "I trust this is not a matter of idle curiosity." "It is not," Horan replied smoothly. "It pertains to a report you sent several months ago." Just before beginning her cultivation, the princess read it and gave me a direct order to come here and personally evaluate the one you mentioned. the one called Chen Ren, or, as the city has begun to call him, Dragonheart. Li Balong's expression flickered with recognition, followed by a knowing nod. I expected someone to be sent sooner, he said. When I wrote that letter, I assumed the princess would act quickly. I had intended to, Horan admitted, but the Empire has been turbulent lately. We lost immortal silver jade not long ago. Marquis Domi petitioned the Emperor to authorize an expedition to avenge his death, and several sects supported the motion. However, the Emperor declined, concerned that any confrontation with the suspected party would cost us far more. He sighed softly. I was drawn into the mess, and only now have I been released to fulfill my original task. And now I would like to discuss Chenren. At that, Lord Lee's brows lifted slightly in surprise. You may be too late. Horan's gaze sharpened. Too late? Chenren is no longer in the city, Li Balong said with a faint sigh, though his tone remained level. From what my men tell me, he's moved on to a small place called Meadow Village. There, he's established a sect of his own. Divine Coin Sect, they call it. A sect? That's right, Lord Lai said. When I sent you that report, he was at the body forging realm. But in truth, he had already broken through to Qi refinement by the time he left. And despite being offered discipleship by Vice Sect leader Yan Shu of the Soaring Sword Sect, he declined. Instead, he chose to found his own sect. Haran frowned slightly, not in irritation, but in contemplation. This was not what he'd hoped. He had wanted to meet Chenren quickly, assess him, and return to the capital in time for the next set of political maneuverings. But now, this person seems peculiar, he murmured. A Qi refinement cultivator creating his own sect? That's not something I've seen before. No, Lord Li agreed. Nor have I. I believe the princess will find him interesting as well, Horan added, lips tightening slightly before relaxing again. Can I know more? His lineage? His temperament? Li Baolong leaned back slightly, the faintest glimmer of a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. I did look into him, he admitted after a pause. Once he started gaining attention in the city. He's not from here, originated from Red Peak City. From what my sources could gather, he was banished for some reason. Came here afterward, likely hoping to enter the Soaring Sword Sect, but that didn't go well. He was severely injured around that time in their entrance examinations by my own son, Li Xuan. He trailed off briefly, then continued. But once he recovered, he didn't try for the sect again. Instead, he turned his focus toward coin, built up a noodle business, a delicacy that he said originated from the barbarians, and made a surprising amount of profit. With that, he started investing in himself. His cultivation rose quickly, too quickly, some thought. Haran tilted his head. He bought pills. That was the theory, Li Baolong confirmed. His spirit roots are low, nothing impressive. Everyone assumed he was using wealth to supplement his progress. But after the tournament, it was clear there is more. The golden dragon Horan leaned forward slightly. So, it is true he is connected to the great being. I think so. The dragon came to his aid. What type of connection he has with it, only he can. But I am inclining towards the dragon being his spirit manifestation. Li Baolong folded his hands, then added, as for lineage, the Chen clan is Red Peak's foremost cultivator family. So he's got the blood, no doubt about it. But personality. He exhaled with a faint smirk. He's scheming. Not the malicious kind, at least not yet, but certainly clever. And he doesn't play fair. Horan narrowed his eyes in interest. Scheming! Lai Balong gave a short, amused laugh. During the city's martial tournament, he pulled a rather interesting trick. Let's just say he managed to win rounds by using an underhanded method and manipulating the flow of the fight without breaking a single rule. It was clever to say the least, Horan chuckled. So he's got brains. That's good. But his banishment worries me. You don't exile someone from a clan like that without serious reason. True. But I suppose you'll find out more once you meet him yourself. Horan exhaled, thinking about the journey he had to take to meet this man. If possible, One of my men can escort you to the village, City Lord Lai offered. We could even prepare a carriage, if you prefer a more comfortable route. Horan waved a hand, politely declining. Just a guide is enough. I don't need the extra attention. As you wish, Li Baolong said, giving a short nod. But then he hesitated, gaze flicking toward the window as if debating whether to speak further. Eventually, he looked back and said, May I ask something about the princess? Horan raised a brow but nodded. You may, as long as it's within reason. I wouldn't dare step beyond my station, City Lord Li said, a small smile tugging at his lips. I only want to understand something. Why is Princess Xianxia so intent on finding people with strange pasts, unusual stories? She doesn't just go for talent. She seems to be drawn to people with peculiarity in them. The other princes also search for talent, of course, but they look to the guardian sex, the noble academies. They wait for prestige. They care too much about face to chase shadows, but she hunts for outliers. Horan nodded slowly, eyes distant with memory. That more than anything was what made Princess Xianxia different from the rest. While the princes surrounded themselves with foundation establishment, cultivators and clan-taught prodigies, bloated by pride and insulated by their own reputations, the princess, she scouted the gutters. Enjoying the story? Show your support by reading it on the official site. A farmer's son who barely reached body forging realm but showed tactical brilliance. She would consider him. A girl with fractured meridians but terrifying tenacity. She would test her, even those with poor spirit roots. But a story that stood out, a spark that refused to go out. Xianxia would find a place for them, and in time, those sparks had grown. Many of the unworthy cultivators around her had risen faster than anyone predicted, not through sect favoritism or noble blood, but through effort, through grit, and perhaps a little bit of luck in her support. It all began because of one man, Haran said, the corners of his mouth curling into a faint, nostalgic smile. Her aide, Wei Lian. Li Baolong raised a brow. Her aide. Yes, Horan said with a nod. Since Her Highness's mother passed early, she was mostly raised by palace staff. Wei Lian was one of them, a commoner originally, no cultivation to speak of, but brilliant in his own way. Rose through the ranks slowly, quietly until he was trusted enough to work within the inner palace. And this Wei Lian influenced her? Li asked, deeply. The princess was always fascinated by cultivators. She used to sneak into the scroll archives as a child. Wei Lian would bring her records. Tales, case studies. You know how the royal family keeps detailed accounts of major cultivators across generations. Li Baolong nodded. Well, he used to tell her those stories, Haran said, but not the ones everyone hears. Not the tales of sectaires or divine-blooded geniuses. Number Wei Lian focused on the ones who rose from nothing. A declining clan's forgotten scion with shattered spirit roots, who rose to become a city's guardian. A boy from a fishing village, saved by a beast god's blessing. A disciple who was betrayed by their sect, survived, and returned to annihilate it. They all had one thing in common, some kind of fortuitous encounter. A heaven-grade manual buried in a ruined cave. An artifact that lets them slow time and cultivate faster. A soul fragment of a dead sovereign whispering guidance from within a ring. Li Baolong sat back in his chair. And those stories stayed with her, Horan said. Shaped her? While the princes waited for geniuses to fall into their laps, she learned to look for the people no one else would see. The kinds of people who just needed a spark to become something terrifying. And the thing with fortuitous encounters is that they don't reveal themselves until it is already too late. Too late? Horan nodded. By the time anyone realizes that some no-name cultivator is holding a heaven-grade treasure or has a celestial soul fragment whispering in his ear, the man's already reached a level strong enough to protect himself. No one can move against him without consequences. The city lord leaned back, arms crossed, and that's the pattern the princess noticed. Exactly. A moment of silence passed between them, filled with the weight of that shared realization. Then Li Baolong's eyes narrowed ever so slightly. Then, does Her Highness believe Chen Ren has had such an encounter? Halaron's reply came without hesitation. It's possible. The golden dragon's blessing alone could be one such sign. Of course, I'll only know for sure once I meet him face to face. Lei Balong's gaze lingered on Horan a second longer, studying him. Then in a quieter voice, and if he has, does the princess intend to recruit him? Or, if it's a treasure that he used to gain the blessing, take it away? Horan chuckled softly and shook his head. Numbers she knows better than that. He leaned forward, elbows resting lightly on his knees. Anyon, with a fortune like that, carries destiny with them. You don't trifle with it. You don't try to control it. All you do is earn their respect. Make a connection. Offer support. Not chains. The princess understands this better than most, and I'm sure you realize how much such a person stands to gain by accepting her hand. I do very well, the Lord said. This has been a good talk. I feel like I understand Princess Xianxia far better now. I thank you for that. Horan rose to his feet, bowing slightly. It's no big deal. City Lord Lai has long supported her efforts and maintained a good relationship with the princess. I'll be sure to mention how helpful you've been. The city lord gave a respectful nod in return. Then I won't hold you any longer. One of my men outside will show you the way to Meadow Village. Horan offered a final respectful bow. Thank you for your hospitality. With that, he turned and left the hall. The guards outside inclined their heads as he passed, and one silently stepped forward to lead him on the next leg of his journey. As the cool air of the estate courtyard greeted him, Horan's thoughts lingered on the conversation. Chen Ren, a sect founder now, is he? It was unusual, bold, ambitious. But most of all, it bred curiosity. A lowly cultivator, barely out of obscurity, refusing to kneel before one of the greatest sects in the region, and instead building his own path, the seed of curiosity planted in Horan's mind began to grow. What kind of sect was the Divine Coin Sect? What did it stand for? What kind of disciples had it drawn? He stepped into the streets of Cloud Mist City, a faint smile forming on his lips. I suppose I'll find out soon enough. I didn't take long for Chen Ren to find Chief Muyang. The old man was standing near the well at the village center, speaking to a small crowd. From their worn cloaks and weather-beaten expressions, it was easy to tell they weren't locals. Newcomers, outsiders. One glance at the road leading into the village had already shown him carriages and carts trickling in like ants before a storm. When Chief Muyang saw him approach, he quickly shooed the crowd away with a few polite words. The refugees dispersed without complaint, casting curious glances his way before moving on. Then the chief turned to Chen Ren and gave a slight bow, his expression warming with relief. Young Master Chen Ren, you're back. Chen Ren gave a simple nod, eyes already scanning the distant figures unloading bundles and crates into old homes. When I entered the village, I noticed a lot of people coming in. What's going on? Chief Muyang gave a wry smile, scratching his chin with a leathery hand. It's the winter, young master. These people are from the nearby villages. They wish to spend the cold season here. Chen Ren's brow arched, waiting. As you know, the chief continued, when winter comes, spirit beasts tend to grow more aggressive. Their hunger and instincts flare during the cold moons. Larger cities can withstand the attacks, but small villages like ours, we always suffer casualties. It's not uncommon for people to move closer to a city during the season for protection. The old man sighed, glancing back at the bustling edge of the village. But this year, they've chosen our village. Chen Ren narrowed his eyes slightly, already piecing things together. Because of the Divine Coin Sect, he said. Chief Muyang nodded. Yes, because of the recruitment and the growing reputation. Word spread far about your efforts. The locust plague you helped us solve, even how you started giving the men jobs and good food. These people, they're hoping to survive the winter here due to you. The chief hesitated before continuing. We do have space. If we house them in the barns, in the storage rooms, and a few unused huts, it'll work. I was going to agree, if they're willing to pull their weight and help out around the village. The farms need as much help as it could get, but I wanted your word first. Chen Ren looked around, thoughtful. This wasn't unexpected. In fact, in the memories of this body's previous owner, such winters were even recorded as opportunities. His family used to use this very phenomenon to teach young cultivators how to hunt and defend against beasts. But knowing about it and being prepared for it were two different things. Yalen, Zuen, and Hong Yi could help defend the perimeter, of course. They were capable, but except for Yalen, the rest were still early in their training, and there weren't enough of them. Most of the nearby beasts were Tier 1 threats easily manageable. But the problem was always the unknowns. If a Tier 2 beast wandered too close, or worse, if it smelled the influx of people, they could lose everything before a second line of defense even formed. Yalen could easily look out for one and kill it, but she couldn't be everywhere at once, and he would prefer to do it without her help. He folded his arms, a shadow of concern tightening in his chest. And then he heard it. A sharp, faint crack in the distance. Chief Muyang didn't flinch and didn't seem to hear it at all, but Chen Ren's senses had long since sharpened beyond that of a mortal. The sound of a bullet piercing wood. He smiled. Qing He and Fei Yu probably testing out the next model, and just like that, an idea formed in his mind. He looked back at the chief and nodded once. Let them in, he said, and start building better walls. High ones, reinforced. Chief Muyang blinked. You're sure? Chen Ren turned, watching the edge of the forest beyond the fields. The Divine Coin Sect will protect everyone here. The old man gave a deep bow, voice thick with gratitude. Thank you, young Master Chen Ren. I'll get to work immediately. Chen Ren nodded absently, already thinking about where to place the new watchtowers. How to test range. How to determine impact spread. Because while the villagers thought he was preparing defenses, he was preparing targets. The beasts weren't just threats. They were going to be field tests. Asterisk, 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 Ayan. You can read 30 chapters, 15 Magus Reborn, and 15 Tao of Money on my Patreon. Annual subscription is now on too. Read 15 chapters ahead here. Join the Discord server here. Magus Reborn is out now. It is a progression fantasy epic featuring a detailed magic system, kingdom building, and plenty of action. Read here. Chapter 101. The talk with Chief Muyang was brief. Once the old man gave his word to protect Meadow Village, he left with a spring in his step most likely to inform the other elders of the village, blissfully unaware that Chen Ren had wanted exactly that. The moment Muyang escaped his sight, Chen Ren's gaze turned distant. This place can't fall, he thought, not just because the sect grounds lay nestled within the village's bounds, but because just beyond them, Lu Feng was laying down the spirit anchors for the farm. A farm meant to feed his people, build their foundation, and eventually grow into something much bigger. He would need Chief Muyang's help for that future. More farmlands wouldn't be granted without the village's blessing. It was easier to nod once the dust had settled than to raise walls when fire rained from the woods. And if things went well, then the wild beasts would serve as more than just a threat. Target practice, he thought with a smirk, fingers flexing at the thought of the prototype guns. Once they were ready, there would be no better way to test them than wandering beast, and no better reward than beast cores, flesh, bones, and hides each one, a stepping stone for alchemy, weaponcraft, and cultivation. He had made up his mind. He was going for the immortal market. If his people were to compete with the existing powers, they'd need more than just courage. They'd need equipment. After the meeting, Chen Ren wasted no time and moved towards the sect. Yalen veered off with a wave of her tail, saying something about checking in on the refugees. He left her to it. Word of his return had apparently outrun his feet. Tang Shulan was waiting at the doorstep like a proper young miss, straight-backed and smiling until she saw him. No luggage with him, no signs of hardship, just a slightly amused look on his face. She blinked. Where's your stuff? He waved at her and walked past with a lazy flick of his wrist. Come on, walk and talk. I will explain. They strolled through the courtyard path as the sun filtered gently between the eaves. She filled him in on everything that had happened in his absence. Thankfully, most of it was good news, though she still sounded like she expected to be scolded. A few unfamiliar faces crossed their path, young men and women, who paused mid-step to bow politely at Shenren. And almost the entire time, they looked at him with awe and curiosity. Chen Ren politely nodded at them. We took in a few more villagers, Shulan explained. They were looking for work, and we still had coins left from the moonshine profits. Most of them are helping set up the brewery. He nodded. The brewery was essential, not just for coin, but for influence. People followed those who fed them and those who paid them. He was doing both, and a bit of alcohol would go a long way with it. Moreover, it would also work as a gift in case he had to have meetings with more clans and sects. As for the cultivators, she smiled faintly, Ziwen's made the most progress. He's even bonded with another beast, a Tier 1 greater weasel. A weasel? Shenren asked, faint surprise layered in his voice. It plays with the kids near the sect all day. They love it. He snorted but didn't complain. Playful or not, a Tier 1 beast was still a good bond for someone his level. Everything was slowly slotting into place, but the clock was ticking. Shenren made a mental note to look for the weasel. Later he was curious about the new addition to the sect. A Tier 1 beast bond wasn't a small matter, and if it was getting along with the children, even better. Tang Shulan, never one to leave a moment quiet, kept talking. Hong Yi's been in his own world, literally. He is holed up in that workshop all day with the puppets. We can barely get him to eat. Chen Ren chuckled under his breath. At least he's consistent. And Luo Feng, she continued, he's just been farming. Chen Ren's steps faltered for half a second, a flicker of disappointment passing through his eyes. Although her words had no other meanings, he realized that the only reason Luo Feng was just farming was because of a lack of an expected cultivation manual. He needed to get him one that suited his Dao, and any manual he knew would only slow him down since it won't be aligned with him and too focused on power. A sour feeling coiled in Chenren's chest at the thought. Guilt, perhaps. He had meant to handle that sooner, but with everything that had happened, maybe I didn't plan this sect as well as I thought. Pushing the thought down, he asked, what about Feiyu and Qinghe? Any progress with guns? That got a smile out of her. Actually, Shulan said, they wanted you to come meet them. Seems like they've finally perfected the prototype. Anji and Hanfei are helping test it too, since we're building it for mortals. Chen Ren nodded. I'll go check it out. I need to speak to Qinghe anyway. They walked a few more steps before Shulan gave him a side glance. You still haven't told me what happened in Jingxi. He sighed, as if dragging a heavy cloak off his shoulders. Long story. New enemies, same old conflict. But I managed to set up a base, tripled our profits from heavenly fragrances. Her eyes lit up. That's great. And the enemies. Took care of it temporarily. He looked ahead, feeling the stares of the mortals passing by. Our plan is to become big enough that when the problem comes again, we'll be ready. I think we'll be fine. He slowed down, turning slightly. I'll give you a detailed report later. For now, I want to see what Qinghe's been up to. Shulan nodded and moved to go. But before she could take a step, his hand landed gently on her shoulder. I know. I don't say it a lot, Chen Ren said sincerely. But you've done a great job managing everything. You're the reason I can leave the sect for more than a month without worrying. I wouldn't be able to do it without you. She stared at him, unreadable for a beat, but he noticed the twitch at the corner of her lips. You pay me, she said flatly. Doesn't mean I shouldn't appreciate you, he said. Even people who get paid for their work need to hear it. Otherwise, it just feels like an endless grind. It is an endless grind. Hopefully my words make it a little less grindy. That earned him a small huff of amusement. Not quite a laugh, but close enough. Chen Ren turned without waiting for more, boots thudding softly as he moved through the corridors toward the workshop where Qinghe and Feiyu had been working. The loud noise of metal, occasional sharp clicks, and faint bursts of pressure were all the clues he needed. They were testing something. As he stepped closer, the sounds grew sharper, more controlled. Then he saw them, Qinghe and Feiyu, the latter wearing some leather armor, grinning like mad inventors as smoke rose from a line of targets. Han Fei was at the far end, shaking his head and loading something into a cartridge slot. Chen Ren folded his arms, watching silently perfect, he thought. Let's see what my mad geniuses have cooked up. And then Han Fei passed the rifle to Anji, who took it like an experienced marksman. That surprised him a bit, not expecting that sort of confidence from her. She stood with her feet firmly planted, both hands steady on the rifle. Her brow furrowed slightly in concentration as she took aim at the line of wooden targets placed on the far end of the workshop grounds. A bullet shot through the air and struck the target. A little left of center, but still a solid hit. Han Fei, standing off to the side next to the two cultivators, gave an audible gasp. That was amazing. Chen Ren watched quietly as Anji adjusted her stance, took another breath, and fired again. Crack! This time, the bullet hit dead center. Then another, and another. Each shot rang clean through the yard, echoing against the workshop walls. Every puff of smoke from the barrel only solidified it for him. The rifle was thriving. Chen Ren hadn't expected Anji to have such a good aim, but even more than that, he was impressed by the weapon itself. It looked stable, smooth, powerful. Whatever issues had plagued the prototypes during testing were clearly resolved. As the last round clicked empty, Qinghe, already aware of his presence, turned toward him, brushing some soot off her sleeve. Stolen from Royal Road. This story should be reported if encountered on Amazon. Well, she asked, how'd you like it? The others turned as well. Anji stiffened the moment she saw him, and Han Fei widened his eyes, giving an awkward but swift bow before fidgeting under the weight of his gadgeton. Ren gave both of them a nod, then looked at the others. You clearly worked a lot on this. Looks like it's ready for battle. I barely slept, Qinghe muttered with a tired grin. Wanted to get it done before you came back. He scoffed. You don't need to sleep at your cultivation level. Don't act like you made a great sacrifice. She clicked her tongue in annoyance. He chuckled, then added with sincerity. But still, you and Feiyu did a great job. It's way faster than I expected. Feiyu nodded, arms crossed. We're still trying to improve it, but it's at a stable phase now. We're planning to test it against some of Hongyi's puppets next Schuld. Be a good benchmark. Chen Ren nodded approvingly. I was going to suggest that exact thing. His eyes lingered on the rifle for a moment. Then he asked, think it can take down a Tier 1 beast now? Or cultivators? Feiyu tilted his head, thinking it through. Low tier. Definitely. 1 or 2 well-placed bullets could do it. For anything tougher, we'll need to aim for vital spots, and it'll still take a few rounds. The penetration's good, but against higher tier muscle or beast hide, it won't be as effective. He paused. Against chi refinement cultivators, they'll probably get nicked or distracted at most unless we land a headshot. But body forging ones, that's where they'll start feeling it. Chen Ren's lips curled upward. Not bad at all. Chen Ren smiled, satisfied, and stepped forward to examine the IT resting on the table. It was cleaner than the last version, less bulky, with smoother metal along the barrel and a chamber that gave off a faint hum of spiritual energy. Etched formation lines ran down the sides, feeding small amounts of chi into a core that pulsed softly. The trigger was no longer a pile of scrap, but a solid, well-built mechanism. This wasn't a rough prototype anymore. This was a real weapon. As Chen Ren traced a finger along its body, ideas began to stir. He already had a few concepts ways to make it powerful enough to punch through even chi refinement realm cultivators, or disrupt a cultivator's flow of chi on contact. Some involved formation cores that could accelerate the bullet mid-flight. Others required special metals to conduct spiritual energy, or bullet casings that could absorb and discharge condensed chi like tiny bombs. But they didn't have the materials. Not yet. Those ideas would come later on. They had more reach, more wealth. For now, this was more than enough. As he examined the weapon, he sensed an unusually strong energy. It was subtle, controlled, but not invisible. He turned toward Feiyu, narrowing his eyes slightly. You made a leap, Chen Ren said. Your chi, it's different. Feiyu smiled, sheepish but proud. You noticed I broke through to the 3rd star of the chi refinement realm last week. Chen Ren raised his eyebrows, a grin forming on his lips. That's a solid jump. Feiyu nodded. Working on the guns helped. Trying to design something new, push past the limits, it made my thoughts sharper. Helped my understanding of the Tao of Forge in a way that working on swords and shields never did. Chenren felt a flicker of excitement at those words. So I was right. He had been wondering about it for some time now. What truly advanced one's mastery of the Tao of Forge? Unlike his own path, which seemed to strengthen with every coin earned or trade made, the Forge Tao wasn't as straightforward. There were theories, of course. Some said it required crafting increasingly powerful weapons. Others claimed it was about infusing qi into creations, forming spirit artifacts. But none of the texts he read explained the lack of progress most blacksmiths made past the early realms. There were only theories. Now it made sense. Most blacksmiths were bound by tradition, forced to replicate the same weapons their ancestors had made for centuries. Without innovation, without creation, their path stagnated. And as far as qi infusion went, those secrets were closely guarded, hidden by clans and sects. It was no wonder most blacksmiths got stuck at the first 3 realms. But Feiyu wasn't bound by that. He was making something new, something never seen before in this world. Chenren made a mental note to sit down with him soon, dig into the specifics of his Tao insights. There could be a path forward, not just for Feiyu, but for the entire sect if he could increase his understanding of different Taos. Turning his attention, he faced Qinghe. "Were you able to procure some techniques?" he asked. Immediately, Qinghe shook her head, a trace of frustration in her voice. "Number, I sent out letters to everyone I could think of, anyone who might have had what you're looking for. But like I told you before, these techniques and manuals are heavily guarded. Even if you offer spirit stones, they won't part with them." She paused, then looked him in the eye. "You need to understand, these are clan and sect secrets. Some of the manuals I do know. I can't share them. Doing so would be betraying the sect I once served." Chenren's expression darkened slightly, but he nodded. He understood, though. That doesn't mean it didn't sting. But at least now, he had confirmation. He let out a breath. The bitterness from Qinghe's refusal, lingering just a moment longer before he pushed it down. He had asked for Earth-aspected cultivation manuals, even offered to pay in spirit stones. What few low-grade ones he had left, but the immortal world didn't deal in generosity. There were things that couldn't be bought with currency, which left him with only one real option. "Then what about ruins?" he asked, turning to Qinghe. Her brows instantly pulled into a frown. "Are you planning to dive headfirst into your death?" Chenren gave her a casual shrug. "I have confidence, especially with Yalan around." "Confidence doesn't negate danger," Qinghe shot back, folding her arms. "Ruins aren't exactly friendly treasure vaults. If a sect or clan knew about one, they'd sweep it clean before you ever got there. And if they didn't, there's usually a reason why." "I know," Chenren said, nodding. "But in the books I read from your shop, it's clear new ruins get discovered every decade. Some of them go unnoticed for centuries." He paused and smiled slightly. "Even Hongyi managed to find that inheritance, remember? That puppet technique of his didn't come from a scroll lying in the market. Once he'd realized the business route was cut off. His influence in the immortal world too shallow. His name barely a whisper. And his spirit stone pouch more dust than coin ruins had started to seem less like a reckless gamble and more like the only logical path forward. Sure, they were dangerous, but even in the cultivation stories he had read before coming here, ruins were always filled with treasures, if you survived the traps. And traps could be prepared for. He had ideas, devices, techniques. And more importantly, he had Yalan. She wasn't just feline, she was skilled, calm under pressure, loyal, and a Meridian expansion realm spirit beast. The last one, the most important. There might be some in the corpse lands, Qinghe finally admitted reluctantly, but they're really dangerous. Definitely not for a cultivator at your level. "Corpse lands," Chenren echoed, brow raised. It was Feiyu who answered. "They're at the Empire's western border, entirely uninhabited now. Cultivators go there all the time looking for ruins or lost legacies," he explained. "They say one of the strongest ancient sects fell there due to some unknown reason. The land's cursed. But people believe the inheritance of their sect leader, a nascent soul cultivator, is still hidden somewhere in the region." His voice lowered with quiet awe. "Even now?" Some who return from the outskirts find strange treasures, spirit-infused metals, talisman blueprints, even old formation keys. Chen Ren's interest sparked instantly. Nascent soul inheritance? Hidden artifacts? He didn't want to leave again so soon. Not after finally getting back and finding everything slowly falling into place. But this sounded like exactly the kind of risk that could turn things around for his sect. And at the very least, he could start learning more. He turned back to Qinghe. "Can you tell me more about it?" She sighed, but her posture relaxed slightly. "Follow me," she said. "I might still have a book about it in the shop." Chen Ren nodded and fell into step behind her, thoughts already racing. Hence, he didn't notice the way Anji's gaze lingered on his back as he walked away, quiet and unreadable. Asterisk, 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 Ayan, you can read 30 chapters, 15 Magus Reborn, and 15 Tao of Money on my Patreon. Annual subscription is now on too. Read 15 chapters ahead here. Join the Discord server here. Magus Reborn is out now. It is a progression fantasy epic featuring a detailed magic system, kingdom building, and plenty of action. Read here. Chapter 102. Anji felt her arm shake as the recoil pushed back into her shoulder, a familiar jolt of force echoing through her bones. The bullet tore through the air and carved cleanly into the wooden target ahead. 1, 2, 3, 4. She emptied the entire cartridge, that was what they called it, with a calmness she found in her, each shot finding its mark without deviation. Every trigger pull was certain, her breathing steady, body aligned perfectly. She'd been doing this for a week now, helping Feiyu and Qinghe test the new bullet molds and gun modifications. But for her, it was never just help. Firing bullets was therapy. There was something satisfying about the thunderous crack, the sense of raw force controlled by her hands. A mortal woman wielding something that could pierce through a bear's skull. It made her feel powerful, important. But today, there was no satisfaction, no thrill, no smile, no goosebumps. Only questions. A weight she couldn't shake. A rising storm in her thoughts that had nothing to do with targets and everything to do with the man behind the design of these weapons. As the final bullet snapped free and smoke curled from the barrel, she lowered the gun and turned. Feiyu stood at the edge of the range, notebook in hand, scribbling something before giving her a nod. "That was good," he said. "I think we can end it for today. I'm going to work on more gun diagrams, based on the notes sect leader Chen gave me." He glanced up again. "When we finally start training mortals with these, I think you'd make a good instructor." Anji blinked. "I'd be willing." Feiyu smiled, lightly satisfied. "Then I'll leave it at that. Good session." He turned, heading for the workshop. But before he could round the corner, Anji felt something tighten in her chest. Her throat moved, the words clawing their way out before she could think twice. "Wait, can I ask you something?" Feiyu paused mid-step and looked over his shoulder. "About guns? Ask away." "Number," she said, and cleared her throat, unable to fathom what she was about to ask. "About sect leader Chen." He turned fully this time, brows arching faintly. "What about him? Do you trust him?" she asked plainly. There was a pause, not long, but enough for her to catch the flicker of change in his expression. His posture didn't shift, but his eyes. They sharpened. "He's my benefactor," Feiyu said. "He severed my bloodline from slavery, something my ancestors suffered through for generations." Anji didn't move. "That doesn't answer my question." Feiyu's lips twitched, not quite a smile. "Then yes, I trust him." He stepped closer, speaking slowly now, not for her understanding, but for his own recollection. "I'll admit, when I first met him, a lot of what he said sounded ridiculous, risky, honestly, a little insane. He spoke of weapons, systems, markets, and mortals holding power like cultivators. I thought he was deluded." His gaze drifted briefly, before locking with hers again. But every promise, every risk, he held to it. Even when things went bad and it looked like we'd all die, he never wavered. And because he didn't, I'm here today. So yes, I trust him. A quiet fell over the training ground. "Does that answer your question?" he asked. Anji nodded. Feiyu looked like he wanted to ask why, but then, true to his nature, he simply said, "Goodbye," and turned, already more focused on blueprints and designs than whatever battle was playing out in her head. Anji remained where she stood. The gun was still warm in her hand. Her ears still rang faintly from the last shot. And yet her thoughts were somehow louder. She hadn't expected Feiyu to say so much. He rarely did. He never spoke about himself. In fact, the few things she knew came from overhearing Shulan in the main courtyard over tea. But now, just for a moment, she had seen something else in him. Faith? She had her answer. Or so it seemed. But the words gnawed at her. Not the ones he said, but the why behind them. She knew Feiyu had once been a slave, saved by Chen Ren. How? She didn't know, but it made her wonder, was that trust born from gratitude alone, or from something deeper, something real? She needed more than one perspective. Without wasting a moment, Anji set off through the sect buildings, her eyes sharp and her mind buzzing. There were others who had stories tied to the sect leader, people who had seen different sides of him. She just had to find them. And it didn't take long. In the training yard near the outer hall, she spotted Ziwen, his hands moving, fingers twitching as he guided his bonded wolf through drills. The wolf pounced, rolled, and retreated on command, eyes always on its master. "Ziwen," Anji called out. He glanced at her, brushing a strand of hair out of his eyes. Something wrong? "I wanted to ask you something about sect leader Chen." He tilted his head. "Do you trust him?" Ziwen's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. The wolf padded to his side, tail still wagging as it sat obediently. "Trust?" he repeated, then nodded. "Yeah, I do." He said it so casually, like it wasn't even a question worth doubting. "I've always been wary of cultivators," he admitted, wiping sweat off his brow and walking closer. "But what I've seen of him, he has a good head on his shoulders. More than that, he's not arrogant, doesn't act like the world owes him something just because he's powerful." He gave a faint smile. "He helped me find my path. I was just some middle-aged man with a pet wolf, barely hanging on and having given up on cultivation. Now, I've got a bond, I've got a direction, and that's thanks to him. So, yeah, I'd trust him with my life." With that, he turned back to his training, the wolf immediately springing back into action. Anji lingered for a moment, her brows furrowed. Is it still just gratitude? Was that what tied everyone to him? She needed more. Leaving the training yard, she made her way toward the farmlands. The scent of tilled soil and spiritual herbs filled the air, and the sun beat down steadily on the plots of land, where crops glimmered with faint qi. Luo Feng was crouched over one of the rows, mud up to his knees, sleeves rolled, his hands gently adjusting a set of spirit roots that glowed faint green. When he noticed her, he smiled, a streak of dirt across his cheek. "Need something?" he asked. "I have a question," she said, getting right to it. "Do you trust sect leader Chen?" Lo Feng didn't even blink. "I trust him," he said simply. "Why?" He returned to adjusting the roots before answering. "Because he seems like someone worth trusting." She blinked. "That's it." "Yeah." He gave her a wry smile. "I've been lost before. My parents died when I was still figuring out who I was. I drifted for a while, felt like a seed with no soil." He straightened slowly, looking across the rows of shimmering crops. "But now, I've got a purpose. I want to make the best spirit farm this world has ever seen. That goal, that anchor, it came from sect leader Chen. If not for him, I wouldn't be here, I wouldn't be a cultivator, at least not the kind that could ascend to immortality one day." Anji gave Lo Feng a short nod, ignoring his attempt at humor. She thanked him politely and walked off, her mind already drifting elsewhere. Lo Feng, for his part, was more than happy to be left alone. His trust in sect leader Chen Ren came from instinct and gratitude, not deep shared experiences. Their interactions had been few, but Chen Ren had given him a field and a future, and for a man who once had neither, that was more than enough. But Anji needed more. She needed something firmer than kind gestures and vague admiration. Her next steps led her to the outskirts of the main building, to the slightly scorched, metal-laden workshop where Hongyi lived among blueprints and half-built wooden nightmares. Today, he was hunched over a new creation, a tall puppet with 8 mechanical arms, each ending in a different wicked tool. Its wooden face was twisted in a manic grin, and its limbs clicked and whirred as he adjusted joints with movements. "Why so many arms?" she asked, more to break the tension than out of curiosity. "For fear factor," he answered immediately, not even looking up. Imagine this thing crawling out in the middle of a battle, painted pale like a ghost, eyes glowing, that smile staring you down. Fear alone will slow a man's blade. Anji said nothing, just waited. Hongyi tinkered for a moment longer, then finally glanced her way. "You are not here to critique my puppet aesthetics, are you?" She shook her head. "Do you trust sect leader Chen?" That made him pause. The puppet's head gave a final click as it settled into place. "Trust?" he echoed, then gave a dry chuckle. "Yeah, I guess I do." He leaned back and tapped one of the puppet's arms absently. "He's my benefactor, helped solve a problem of mine, one most would have stayed far away from. I still think he was insane for doing it, but he did it anyway. And more importantly, he's never once asked me for my knowledge. You could be reading stolen content. Head to Royal Road for the genuine story." Anji tilted her head. "You mean the puppet techniques?" Hongyi nodded. "Most sect leaders would have tried to make me hand it over, or at least demand I teach it, but he hasn't." "Not even once. He said he'd give me a workshop, and he did. He said I could work on my craft, and I can. So yeah, I trust him. But I'd call it a professional trust. He lets me do what I'm good at, and I help the sect grow." That was enough for her. Before he could spiral into another tangent about why the puppet needed blood-red eyes, she slipped away. They trusted him because he had done what he promised, because he treated them like people, not tools, because he didn't just talk about ideals, he acted on them, and she couldn't deny it. Even for her, their first meeting hadn't been one of orders or expectations. He had found her half-starved and offered food without asking anything in return. It had been a small gesture, but one that stuck. Still, this question wasn't about kindness or leadership. This was about duty, the secret she carried. The truth of who she was and what might come of it. And she wasn't sure if Chen Ren was someone she could entrust that to. Not yet. Her feet, lost in thought, brought her to the sect kitchen. The scent of fresh noodles wafted out like an invisible hand tugging her back to reality. Inside, Tang Shulan stood surrounded by children, sleeves rolled up, hair tied in a loose bun as she deftly sliced vegetables. She was clearly trying to teach the kids how to make noodles, but judging by the way the kids looked at the food around them, the lesson was leaning heavily toward eat everything when Miss Shulan turns her back. Anji stepped into the room, ignoring the chaos and heading straight to the counter. "Do you trust sect leader Chen?" Shulan turned around, knife in hand, a brow raised. "Obviously," she said without hesitation. "Why are you asking?" Anji blinked. The tone in her voice was different from the others. Not soft or uncertain, not professional or grateful. It was final, like she'd already placed a stake in the ground and dared the world to move her. There was conviction. "Why?" Shulin returned to slicing vegetables, her movements fluid and steady, voice calm. "I hated him at first." That made Anji pause. Thought he was a lecherous, arrogant hedonist who thought way too much of himself. Always scheming, always smiling, like he knew something no one else did. She chuckled, just a little. But one loss, one real defeat was all it took for him to change. Completely. Like he'd been broken down and built back up into someone new. Her hands didn't stop moving, but her voice softened. And that's when I saw the truth. If he wants to, he puts in effort. He takes care of people. He holds to his word, no matter what. And deep down, he has a good heart, even if sometimes he doesn't show it that well. Tang Shulan stirred the pot with practiced grace, her hands moving almost without thought as she added the chopped vegetables to the simmering soup. The scent of broth thickened in the air, wrapping around them like a comforting blanket. "Before," she said slowly, "I felt like the good in him was shrouded, covered up by all the worst things: arrogance, indulgence, carelessness." Her voice didn't hold bitterness, just memory. But once the good side took over, he felt like the kind of man I'd want to support. She gave the soup a stir and smiled faintly. And also, let's be real, it's good for me. I mean, come on. From a maid to the manager of a sect. That's a promotion even cultivators would envy. He's generous, and I have a feeling he's just getting started. If there are more steps up, I will be climbing them. Anji watched her in silence, absorbing every word. There was something deeper under Shulan's practical tone, something not fully voiced, but this was enough. It always was, wasn't it? Just enough. Still, it was the first part of her answer that clung to Anji's thoughts. She leaned against the doorframe, eyes fixed on the boiling soup. His bad side, she said quietly. Do you think it's still there? Shulan stopped stirring. She didn't look up at first, just stood spoon in hand, the steam curling past her face. Then she said, It should be. We all have bad sides. Yin and yang go together. That's just how it is. Greed, anger, lust, they're all part of us. What matters is what we choose when those parts whisper to us. Anji hadn't expected something so philosophical, but it made her oddly comforted. She nodded slowly then, asked the real question that had been clawing at her from the inside. But what if the opportunity comes? Something big. Something he could only get through deceit. Do you think that would bring it out? This time Shulan's gaze met hers. No smile, no evasiveness. Just clear, sharp attention. Anji braced herself for a question in return, but it never came. I don't think so, Shulan said. Not anymore. She turned down the fire beneath the pot and crossed her arms, watching Anji like she could see more than just the question. If something like that was going to bring the old him back, it would have already happened. Like with Hong Yi. The man had puppet knowledge something sex would kill for. And young Master Chen Ren? He never even asked how it worked. Never tried to claim it. Just gave him a workshop and let him be. She paused, then added more gently. That's not the choice someone makes if they're still driven by greed or lust for power. Then, for the first time, she asked the question. Why are you asking this, Anji? The air shifted. The kids were laughing in the background, arguing over whose bowl of noodles looked the best, oblivious to the quiet weight pressing between the two women. And Anji. Anji didn't answer, because she still didn't know what the answer was. I had questions. It was the only explanation. Shulan didn't press. She didn't tilt her head or narrow her eyes the way others did when they sensed a secret. She simply watched her for a beat longer before nodding and returning to her soup. I think, she said, you're trying to figure out if you trust him, but my trust won't give you any reason to. That's not how it works. Trust is a bridge built between two people, not borrowed, not passed around. Whatever made you ask? I don't want to know. I've got enough of my own secrets to keep me busy. You need to think about it yourself. With that, Tang Shulan returned to her task, her hands already reaching for the ladle, her attention shifting back to the children and their noisy flour-covered excitement. Anji didn't stay. There was nothing more she could learn here. The questions had ended. Now came the answer. Did she trust him? If she was being honest with herself, she didn't know. Trust wasn't a switch to flip. It was something fragile. Something once shattered that never quite returned to its original shape. And Anji had seen it break before, felt it, lived it. But the truth was undeniable. She needed him now, and not in some vague sect leader helps people weigh. And if she was going to go through with what was in her mind, if she was going to hand over the truth of who she was and what she carried, then she would have to trust him with it. Not with her tasks, not with her job, with her secrets. That was a much heavier ask. Her mind kept turning, looping back through everything she'd seen, everything she'd heard. The words of Fei Yu, Ziwen, Lo Feng, Hong Yi, and finally Shulan each, like a thread wrapping around the core of her doubt. And in the center of it all, something her father had once said came to the surface. The old man had a habit of talking too much, borrowing lines from ancient texts just to sound wiser than he actually was. But every so often, a line slipped through the noise sharp and lasting. Sometimes, you must force yourself to trust someone when you're desperate. Not because they've earned it, but because the alternative is worse. And it doesn't mean you'll be betrayed. Human civilization is built on risk, and the greatest of those is the willingness to be vulnerable. Anji could still see him, puffing on his pipe, waving his hand like he was narrating the fall of an empire, only to end the lecture by asking her to brew his tea. But she remembered that line, and now it felt heavier than when she first heard it. Was the risk worth it? She didn't know. And yet, her feet were already moving, thoughts tangled in uncertainty, her heart hammering despite the calm of the sect grounds. She didn't even realize where she was heading until her boots tapped against the stone threshold of the alchemical workshop. Chen Ren was inside. She hadn't asked anyone. Someone had mentioned it, maybe in passing. But the face didn't matter. The knowledge stuck, and her legs had obeyed. Now, here she was. All it would take was one step forward. One decision, because if she went in, if she spoke, then she wasn't just testing trust. She was offering it. The question didn't wait anymore. Did she take the risk? Asterisk, 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 a new one. You can read 30 chapters, 15 Magus Reborn, and 15 Tao of Money on my Patreon. Annual subscription is now on too. Read 15 chapters ahead here. Join the Discord server here. Magus Reborn is out now. It is a progression fantasy epic featuring a detailed magic system, kingdom building, and plenty of action. Read here, Chapter 103. The corpse lands were exactly as dangerous as Qinghe had warned. It had been a proud home of a powerful sect once, and then the entire region had turned into a cursed wasteland after its mysterious destruction. No one knew the exact cause, only that when the sect fell, the land changed with it. Miasma had crept out like smoke from a smoldering ruin, infecting the very air and soil, turning the dead into twisted mockeries of life. The name came later, Corpse Lands, but it had stuck fast. According to what Qinghe told, she'd recounted the rumors. Some said an experiment went awry. Others claimed the sect had been attacked by demonic cultivators. A few exaggerated about a curse technique, something forbidden, too ancient to control. But her personal theory had stayed with him the most, a corpse collector, one of those foul demonic practitioners who cultivated death itself. If one of them had breached the sect's walls and their art seeped into the earth, it would explain the endless tide of undead. He didn't know what was true, and frankly, he didn't care. His eyes were on the treasures buried deep within ruins, laced with ancient runic weapons, long-forgotten manuals, and maybe, if fate smiled, recipes for pills and potions that he could use to breach deeper into the immortal market. But therein lay the problem. The corpse lands were crawling with other cultivators, most of them already at the Foundation establishment realm, more than capable, more than dangerous. The undead themselves were no joke either. Tier 2 beasts roamed the mists like hounds, and Tier 3 threats were not uncommon. Even if he found something, others would find him. And in a place like this, law didn't matter. Disputes were settled with blood, and the losers often didn't stay alive for long. Chen Ren's current strength wasn't enough. Not yet. He would need to rely on Yalan completely, and he wasn't sure the cat would agree. She had been watching over him from the start, more guardian than companion, and she hadn't let him enter battles she thought he couldn't win. This would be a stretch even by her standards. Pushing the thought aside for now, he stepped into his workshop and slid the door shut behind him with a soft click. The earthy scent of herbs and ash welcomed him. He moved toward the low table and took out a cloth-wrapped bundle. One by one, he unrolled the items. Chi replenishment pills, scarlet bloom healing, pellets, bone refining capsules. He examined them in silence. In the world of cultivation, spiritual products were categorized much like techniques: mortal, earth, sky, and heaven grade. These, unfortunately, were firmly at the bottom of that ladder, low-tier mortal grade, common enough that any outer disciple or early-stage rogue cultivator had likely bought them at least once. They did the job barely, but lacked potency or refinement. Still, they were all he had for now. Chen Ren narrowed his eyes, picking up one of the dull green bone-refining pills and rolling it between his fingers. They smelled faintly of iron and camphor, unpleasant, but tolerable. He had a lot to think about, and not much time to prepare. Being the most common of spiritual products, the recipes for these pills were no great secret. Chen Ren had found several variations tucked within the books. Qinghe had sent him, all describing the basics in a clear and straightforward manner. But knowing how to make a pill and making a good one were two very different things. Most sects added their own ingredients, special herbs, refined essences, or long-lost alchemical techniques passed down within their inner circle. That was how they increased the potency of their pills. That was how they gained an edge. It was also why Chenren would never be able to compete with them. Not in raw strength, not in raw potency. He knew better than to ask Qinghe for those secrets. Even if she had access to them, sharing such knowledge would invite more problems than it solved. But he didn't need to walk the same path. Potency wasn't the only thing that made a product unique. There were other angles, effects that lingered longer, pills that dissolve faster, ones that were easier to absorb for certain constitutions, or even ones that simply had fewer side effects. If he could carve out a niche, create a formula, tailored for a large number of people that was better in some way from the pills in the market, then he wouldn't need to go head-to-head with the sects at all. Still, before he could test anything, he needed a baseline. Astandard. He would have to break down the entire process measurements. Heating times, spiritual flow, ingredient sequence, everything had to be reproducible, teachable. If he wanted to build a supply chain, he couldn't be the only one crafting pills. He had plenty of mortals under his wing, but not cultivators skilled in pill making. Alchemy required precision, discipline, and time, none of which his people had in abundance. Yet there was one exception. Luo Feng, the man, was already managing his future herb garden with surprising dedication. Chen Ren had handed him a small pouch of common spiritual seeds after the tournament. Rewards he had earned from the tournament, but couldn't store indefinitely. Pills could be sealed and preserved, herbs less so. They decayed, lost their vitality, and became useless over time. It made more sense to put them inside the ground than on a shelf, and Lo Feng had taken the task seriously. The spirit farm was beginning to take shape, tiny shoots poking through the enriched soil, visible faintly under the influence of the land's weak spiritual energy. If things went well, he might be able to bring him into the alchemy work later, but for now, it would be just him. He rolled his shoulders and stretched his arms, feeling the back muscles tight. Letting out an exhale, he walked over to the side of the workshop where the cauldron was. Placing the basic ingredients for the qi replenishment pill onto the workbench, he began sorting them by age type and dryness. His hands moved without a pause, eyes narrowed in focus. Today wasn't about breakthroughs. Today was about repetition. Standardization. He'd had some success with pills before, some being the key word. Truthfully, his results had been passable at best. Potions were where he truly shone. There was a fluidity in crafting them, a kind of intuitive precision that made it easier for him to manage, but potions weren't as sought after by cultivators. Pills were cleaner, more concentrated, and far more versatile. They lasted longer, stored better, and came in dozens of specialized types. A single pill could boost qi circulation, calm the mind, restore broken meridians, or even awaken dormant bloodlines. He'd often wondered why pills held such prestige over potions, but he had shelved that question for later. There were too many pressing concerns for these types of musings. Moving over to his cauldron, he set out the herbs he needed for a basic qi replenishment pill. Alchemy in this world wasn't as straightforward as it had been in the world he came from. It wasn't merely about chemical reactions or combining ingredients in the right sequence. Here, he had to draw the qi out of the spiritual herbs, guide it, bind it, then compress it under controlled heat and pressure until it formed a pill. Simple to describe, complicated to perform, especially when trying to standardize the process. He eyed the first few herbs as he began to heat the cauldron, the flame shifting into a blue-white hue under his qi's influence. The familiar hiss of warming metal filled the air. Then the door creaked open. Chen Ren turned, surprised. He had been too focused to sense anyone approaching. He narrowed his eyes at Anji, who stood there, her eyes being different than usual. They looked at him directly, but she seemed to be in deep thought. Her stance screamed urgency, restraint, a small flicker of fear, and something else entirely. The kind of expression someone wore when they had just outrun assassins and knew that jumping off a cliff sounded like a better option. He didn't speak immediately, letting the silence stretch, hoping she'd break it first. But when she didn't, he sighed and decided he needed to break the ice. "Do you need something?" he asked. "I doubt you're here to greet me for my glorious return. We already met at the shooting range." Anji shook her head slowly, her hands clenched at her sides. "I heard. About your talk with Senior Ching-hee. About you going to the corpse lands to find treasures." Her voice didn't tremble. Not quite, but there was weight in it. Enough for Chenren to straighten and let the flame beneath the cauldron die down. He gave her his full attention. This wasn't going to be a casual conversation. Chenren nodded slowly. "Then are you worried?" He didn't wait for a reply before continuing. "I am thinking of going to the corpse lands. Our sect's short on too many things. I know it's dangerous, but if I decide to go, I'm going to. I'm not worried." Anji cut in. "I know you need manuals," she continued. "Cultivation techniques for the disciples. Shulan told me about it." He paused, her words settling in more than he expected. Shulan told her? That meant the two had grown closer than he'd realized. He didn't mind it. There was no harm in it, but still, a part of him had hoped things like that wouldn't spread too far. It wasn't exactly a secret, but he had wanted the sect to look a little more prestigious in the eyes of outsiders. A bit less desperate, he sighed. "It's true. I do need them. That's the main reason I've been considering the corpse lands," he said, then tilted his head slightly. "But why are you asking?" "Support creative writers by reading their stories on Royal Road, not stolen versions." Anji hesitated. He caught the flicker in her eyes, like she was weighing something, some unspoken cost. "What if you don't have to go to the corpse lands?" she asked softly. Chenren gave her a wry smile. "Then I'd be a terrible sect leader. Can't even provide a proper cultivation manual for my disciples? What kind of face would I have left?" She shook her head. "Number I meant. What if there's another place you can look for manuals?" His smile faltered. His eyes narrowed, not in suspicion, but in realization. Slowly, he straightened. "You're serious," he said. Anji didn't reply, but she didn't need to. Her silence was confirmation enough. His mind whirled. Another place, if such a site existed. And it was less dangerous than the corpse lands. It could change everything. He wouldn't have to gamble his life just to scavenge some ruined scrolls. It was the best possibility he'd heard in weeks, but that only raised more questions. Why now? And why had she never mentioned this before? He had known from the beginning that Anji's background wasn't ordinary. The way she carried herself, the way she observed others, and even the way she knew how to read and write. It all hinted at a past buried under layers of half-truths and avoidance, but knowing of a place where cultivation manuals could be found. That was another level entirely. He studied her closely now. "If there really is such a place in the Empire," he began slowly, "wouldn't the other sects have already scoured it clean? Something like that wouldn't stay hidden for long." Anji didn't hesitate. "No, they can't." His brow rose. "It's a hidden location," she said. "Even if someone finds it, they wouldn't be able to open the sect vault on their own." That gave him pause. A sect vault. So that was it. A hidden vault belonging to a sect untouched, sealed away, inaccessible to outsiders, but not to her. The way she spoke, the certainty in her voice, the quiet control, it all pointed to one thing. Anji knew the internal workings of this vault, and that meant her connection to it ran deeper than he'd previously guessed. She had just confirmed what he'd suspected, though he hadn't expected the truth to come this soon. "Do you have a way to open the vault?" Anji nodded slowly. "And do you know what's inside?" Her lips twitched, not quite a smile, more like restrained emotion. "I have an idea," she said. "Cultivation manuals, secret techniques. Some of them are easily Earth-grade, weapons, all of them spirit artifacts, and a whole sect inheritance that even I have no clue about. But it's real, and it's powerful enough to elevate any sect to an established sect overnight." Chenren's eyes widened. That was beyond anything he expected. If even half of what she said was true, this vault wouldn't just solve his problems. It would propel his sect into prominence. With Earth-grade techniques alone, he could begin recruiting serious cultivators. In the Empire, those were rare treasures. Most sects reserved them for their most promising core disciples. Guardian sects might grant one or two to inner disciples, but never to the outer ranks. Techniques like that could help someone leap ranks, fight above their cultivation, survive battles they had no business surviving, and that wasn't even counting the inheritance she hinted at. With all that combined, it would be worth risking everything. But there was still one question burning in his mind. "How do you know all this?" he asked carefully. "I can't imagine this kind of knowledge being available to just anyone. Even a sect's inner disciples might not know of a hidden vault like this. It's not. Very few people know about it," she said, "and I can't tell you more unless we're on the same page." Chen Ren's eyes narrowed slightly, waiting. "If I tell you everything," she continued, "you'll have to go with me to the vault. No turning back." He nodded without hesitation. If this was real, he had to go. Only a fool would pass up an opportunity like this. But still, he needed questions to be answered. "Then let me ask this," he said. "If we do get access to the vault, how would we divide what we find?" Anji answered almost immediately. "I'll take the inheritance. I want access to the manuals, but you can keep and use them however you want, so long as you don't sell them to any sect, clan, or outsider not affiliated with your sect." Chen Ren fell silent. It was a sharp deal. The inheritance might very well be the most valuable thing in the vault, possibly a bloodline legacy. Techniques tailored to a specific cultivation path, maybe even unique methods that could reshape a sect's foundation. Something priceless. He wondered why a mortal like her needed the inheritance. She couldn't possibly use it, but it didn't look like she was going to budge from her condition. He could try to negotiate, but none of this would even be an option without her. The inheritance wasn't his to begin with, and he knew it. So after a moment, he nodded. "That's fine by me." Anji exhaled slowly, her shoulders easing in the faintest show of relief. "Before I reveal anything else," she said, her voice more composed now, "I want a chi oath between us on everything we discussed. That way, we can trust each other." Chen Ren didn't react immediately. He just studied her face, the seriousness in her eyes. Then he gave a slow nod. "That's fair. But we'll need to discuss the wording first. Oaths aren't something you rush." "It'll be simple," Anji replied. "Both of us will go to the vault. You'll protect me, and I'll lead you all the way to the entrance and unlock access. Once we're inside, we divide the spoils like we discussed, me taking the inheritance, you keeping the rest." Chen Ren raised an eyebrow, waiting for her to continue. "There'll be no betrayals," she added. "Neither of us will go back on our word. The oath ends when we leave the vault safely. But even after that, you can't attempt to take my life or the inheritance directly or indirectly." "Chen!" Ren tapped his fingers against his arm, thinking it through. "That works for me," he said after a moment. "But I might have to bring others along, and I'll need you to explain every danger we're walking into, clearly." Anji gave a small nod. "That's fine, but they'll have to swear the same oath." "Deal?" With the terms set, they moved to the center of the workshop. The air stilled as he pulled on his chi, weaving it into the space between them. He drew patterns in the air with his chi, sealing his chi to his words. The symbols shimmered in the air and disappeared ever so slightly. "I promise to." Chen Ren put everything to words, and that rippled the chi around him. Anji stared at him and said the same words. And then she let out a breath. She looked like she'd just passed a point of no return. Chen Ren noticed. "So," he said, voice quieter now, "can I know everything? About the vault and about you? I want to know what I'm getting into even with the oath." Anji looked at him, long and hard, then gave a slow nod. "I'll tell you everything," she said, "since we'll be working together from now on." She paused, just for a heartbeat. And then the next words out of her mouth shattered the silence between them. Words that made Chen Ren's heart still in his chest. Asterisk, 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 Anne. You can read 30 chapters, 15 Magus Reborn, and 15 Tao of Money on my Patreon. Annual subscription is now on too. Read 15 chapters ahead here. Join the Discord server here. Magus Reborn is out now. It is a progression fantasy epic featuring a detailed magic system, kingdom building, and plenty of action. Read here, chapter 104. The moment the words left her mouth, Chen Ren felt the urge to sit down. He wanted to sit down and slowly process whatever she'd said, if it was any truth. He didn't. He didn't sit down, but the impulse was heavy. His fingers twitched at his side, and he felt his muscles spasming. He looked around the workshop and noticed that this wasn't the place for this kind of conversation. He gestured for her to follow and led her out of it, across the hallway, and into his room. No one ever came here, not wanting to disturb the sect leader. And fortunately, even Yalen wasn't in the room. He shut the window, latched the door, and looked at her again, fully. "You're telling me that you're the daughter of the previous sect leader of the Voidblade sect?" Anjin nodded like her background was of a farmer's daughter rather than a sect leader's yes. Shenren stared at her. "A second passed, and another, and a third. Adopted," she muttered. "I was adopted, so I didn't get the family name, but he treated me the same. My father, Ilong, he never married. He was one of those who die for cultivation and thought starting a family would just take his time from it. He had disciples, but none of them survived." As she spoke, Chen Ren felt something change. The air around her shifted, not literally, but perceptibly. Previously, whenever they'd interacted, he'd noticed a quiet nervous energy surrounding her, like the way she looked around a room, the way she spoke hesitantly. They were all gone now. She was staring directly into his eyes. She stood taller, shoulders squared, and spoke like someone who used to be listened to. Was this who she truly was? Or was this simply the version of her that emerged now that the masks were off? Maybe both. But what she said made sense now, with no bloodkin, no surviving disciples. She would have been the closest thing Ilong had to an heir. Adopted or not, that meant something, especially in a sect as serious and deadly as Voidblade. It explained the vault. But it also raised more questions than it answered. Still, there was one question he needed answered before anything else. How did you get adopted by a sect leader? No offense, but someone like that doesn't just pick up an ordinary child out of pity, Anji sighed. It's a long story. I have time. Anji pressed her lips together, sighing again. She gave a firm nod. My village was destroyed. I was one of the survivors. Demonic cultivators raided the area. Voidblade sect came to handle it. The way she spoke was too casual, like she was talking about a trade caravan getting robbed, not a massacre. It was the kind of detachment that came only with time, or trauma. They scattered the survivors, dropped them off at nearby villages. But my father, he took me in. She stopped there. Chen Ren watched her carefully. Her face was still, but the pause wasn't empty, it lingered. There was more. Of course there was more. No matter how kind Ilong might have been, a sect leader didn't adopt a random child with no spirit roots unless there was a reason. A good reason. And Chen Ren intended to find out what it was. The rest of her story was believable enough. Sects led cleanup missions after demonic attacks weren't uncommon, especially a decade ago when chaos ran deeper across the empire, and demonic cultivator attacks were much more common, and children orphaned by such raids, even more common. But Chen Ren wasn't satisfied with half the truth. He leaned back slightly, folding his arms. I thought mortals and sects were mostly assigned to menial tasks, working farms, cleaning, maybe carrying resources for outer disciples if they were lucky. Anji's lips twitched, not quite a smile. They are. But there are perks to being adopted by a sect leader. Her voice wasn't arrogant, just matter of fact. I wasn't a princess, if that's what you're thinking, she continued. I didn't have a courtyard of my own, or servants at my beck and call, but I didn't scrub floors either. My father believed that even if I couldn't cultivate, I could still be useful. He tilted his head slightly, curious. So, I was sent to the alchemical halls. I studied ingredients, measured chi emissions, learned how to control flame temperature, and track the quality of a pill by scent alone. I worked as an alchemist's assistant. Her tone faltered at the last sentence, softening in a way that made Chenren notice. She'd never told him that before. He blinked, registering the weight of her words. Alchemy assistant. That was no minor thing. Not in a sect that size. She might know techniques or processing methods that could help him refine his own systems. Temptation passed through his thoughts, wondering how he could use that knowledge, but he shoved it away. now wasn't the time, because she wasn't done. Until the war, she finished. Chenren frowned, his mind already pulling up what little he knew. He'd heard of the Voidblade sect's fall. Back in Cloud Mist City, it had been a favorite rumor of the tea houses and gossip-hungry cultivators for a while, until Gutian had changed that. Theories ranged from betrayal by a core disciple to the sect being far weaker than its reputation. But no one really knew what had happened. He hadn't even heard of the name of the sect that had brought them down and had never expected to learn more about it. Until now, she must have noticed his thoughts spinning because she spoke again. "You want to know what happened in the war?" Anji said. Chenren gave a slow nod. "Let me guess. The vault is a hidden treasure your sect managed to protect. One the invaders didn't get, and now you want to reach it before anyone else does. Perceptive as usual." Then her gaze darkened, brows drawing together as she looked past him, as if remembering something bitter. It was a war between the Voidblade sect and the Blazing Ember sect. Chenren narrowed his eyes. Blazing Ember sect? That name was vaguely familiar. He briefly recalled it was one of the established sects focused on the flame arts and alchemy. "We were from the same region," Anji continued. "Always had minor conflicts, nothing serious. Border disputes, resource allocation, recruitment scuffles. But 2 years ago, a disciple entered our sect. Quiet, talented, rose quickly through the ranks. His name was Wang Fu. He was undefeated in sword combat and skilled in alchemy, so much that he created improved recipes of common pills. Our sect had always been weak on the alchemy side, so people began to see him as someone who would raise our foundation." Chenren listened silently, heart slowly picking up speed. Because if this was heading where he thought it was, the real story behind the Void Blade sect's fall was going to be far uglier than gossip ever hinted. "But soon," Anji continued, "Blazing Ember sect accused him of stealing those alchemical recipes." Kunren's brows drew together. They claimed he'd taken the formulas directly from their archives. There was a whole scandal about it. They wanted his head. He could almost see it, how it would have played out. Accusations flaring like wildfire through both sects, pride and blood boiling beneath the surface. "My father was furious," she went on without minding his silence. "He interrogated Wang Fu personally, and eventually he admitted it. Said he'd found the recipes on the corpses of some Blazing Ember sect disciples after a skirmish. Apparently, he'd been out on a mission when they attacked him, trying to steal his belongings. He fought back, killed them, found the ring with the formulas. And in his mind, that made it worth it," Chenren said. Anji nodded. "Exactly." Chenren closed his eyes briefly, mind piecing it all together. It was messy, not just betrayal or theft. It was about honor, about lines blurred by violence. Either Ilang gave up a promising disciple or stood against a rival sect demanding blood, and it was clear what choice he had made. So he didn't give him up. "No," Anji said quietly. "He was a good sect leader. He would have defended even an outer disciple, let alone someone the whole sect had pinned their hopes on." She looked down, fingers curling slightly at her side. Chenren didn't miss it. He tried to defuse the situation. He gave the recipes back, sent additional tributes, spirit stones, rare herbs, everything short of groveling. But she hesitated. "Reading on Amazon or a pirate site? This novel is from Royal Road. Support the author by reading it there." One of the disciples Wang Fu killed was an elder's first grandson. That's why he had the spatial ring in the first place. So there was no walking back from it. "No," she said. "The elder wanted vengeance. The sect wanted face." And before anyone realized it, the tension had already begun to rot the peace. "Then how did it spiral into a full sect war?" he asked. Negotiations dragged on for over a year. During that time, small clashes between our sects increased. At first, it was just words, then fists, then blades. Outer disciples started dying. Missions turned into ambushes. Beast hunts became bloodbaths. If you left the sect borders, you didn't come back in one piece. If you came back at all, She sighed, closing her eyes as if remembering everything. And the worst part was, once disciples with strong backers started dying, elders got involved. Personal revenge, they called it. Justice for their kin. But all they did was fan the flames. It stopped being about the sect and became about grudges. Fire and void tearing through forests. Mountains scarred from the power of two factions clashing unchecked. The imagination sent a shiver down Chenren's spine, knowing these two were one of the most destructive elements other than lightning. Anji's tone grew bitter. The sect war lasted barely over a month, but for that month, everything burned. Fire and void pure destruction. And in the end, Void Blade sect lost. I still remember the moment I saw my father, in the sky, fighting half a dozen elders from Blazing Ember sect. He was still standing, still holding his blade, until he wasn't. Her gaze didn't waver, but Chenren could feel the storm behind it. It was a complete victory for them, she said softly. When I saw him fall, I knew it was over. I took one of the hidden pathways out of the sect. I ran. From city to city, hid my name, burned everything that could tie me back. Eventually, I ended up in Cloud Mist City. She gave a hollow laugh. Being immortal has its perks. No one bothered chasing me. Silence followed. You know the rest, she finished. Her voice was a mixture of guilt, sadness, and a venom so cold it could freeze flame. She hadn't cried, she hadn't asked for pity, but there was something to her words that left the room feeling smaller. Chenren stared at her, unsure what to say. Part of him wanted to offer a shoulder, but the look on her face told him not to. She wasn't asking for comfort, she just needed him to understand. And now, he did. I'm sorry for your loss. Anji didn't respond, but a faint nod acknowledged his words. Still, one question gnawed at him, the kind of question that didn't leave room for sentiment. But how? He asked, his brows drawing close. How did the Blazing Ember sect manage to win so decisively? Were they just better at large-scale warfare? Both sects were evenly matched. Our sect might have even had the edge in terms of defensive techniques. It's just, she hesitated. There was a betrayal from inside. Huh? Yes, she said. Wang Fu was compromised. Maybe he wasn't a spy when he first joined, she continued. But somewhere along the way, he turned. Everything he did, the stolen recipes, the conflict that started it all, it was a setup, a trap to push the sects into war. And how do you know that? Did he reveal his betrayal? He asked. Anji's voice dropped lower. Yes. During the war, I saw him kill our disciples. The ones who called him senior brother. He didn't hesitate. I believe he shared everything he knew about our formations, our defenses, weaknesses, and our emergency protocols. Everything. We had background checks, screening, protocols to catch spies, especially demonic ones. His background was clean, too clean, in hindsight, and none of us expected someone we had invested so much into to turn on us. Chenren fell silent. It seemed like the rumors about a betrayal was true in the end, but if that was the case, then Blazing Ember sect had prepared this for a long time. It was clear that there was a rivalry between both sects, but will they do something like this just for that? He wasn't sure and decided it was better to ask. Was it for something specific? Some treasure your sect had? It sounds like they planned this long before any conflict started and took a lot of risk with everything. Yes, they wanted our inheritance. She looked him dead in the eye. According to sect war rules in the Empire, the victor takes everything techniques, land, spirit veins, artifacts, even the buildings if they're still standing. The Emperor allows it, says it's the most effective way to resolve deep-rooted conflict. He even takes a share of the spoils. A tax on death. She paused, and the Blazing Ember sect had always coveted our sect's inheritance. So they engineered a war, Chenren muttered, disgusted. Yes, Anji said, and they won. Chenren nodded slowly, arms crossed once more. In the world of cultivation, inheritances were everything. They were the foundation of power, the roots of legacy. A single inheritance could birth a sect, elevate a family, or change the fate of an empire. Of course it would be coveted. Of course someone would wage war over it. There was a reason even Hong Yi was chased so much. Still, knowing it and listening to everything about it were two very different things. So going after the sect vault, he said, bringing the topic back to the vault, would mean opposing the Blazing Ember sect. Anji nodded, but then added quickly, they won't know. I don't think they even have a clue where the inheritance is. Only my father knew the exact location. He never told anyone else, not even the elders or his own disciples. It was something passed only to his direct successor. He told me before the war, in case he didn't make it. I didn't think much of it at the time. I didn't think he would lose, but now, her voice tightened. Now it haunts me. If I had the strength, I would have gone to retrieve it long ago. But I can't. I'm too powerless. Hence, you need my help. Anji nodded again, and Chen Ren sighed. There it was again, that feeling, like he was stepping into another mess. One more fire waiting to burn him alive. He doubted he could even back out. Not easily. The Chi oath was there, and he suspected Anji knew that. Still, he couldn't say he hadn't expected this. Nothing valuable in this world came without risk. Inheritances didn't come easy. Fighting through the corpse lands was dangerous. But so was this. Blazing Ember sect was an established sect. Going for the vault could put him on their radar. And worse, the inheritance technically belonged to them now, at least in the eyes of the Empire. If anyone found out, still, maybe no one would. It wasn't like they'd put up a sign saying, "We're robbing a dead sect's vault." If Angie was right, and only her father had known the true location, then even Blazing Ember might have given up looking by now. They could have assumed it was destroyed. Lost. Gone forever. But if they were still looking, that would be a problem. Even so, the rewards, the manuals, the techniques, the weapons, the artifacts, an entire sect's foundation. That could solve so many of his problems in one move. Not just strengthen his sect, but attract true cultivators to it. No more scraping together scraps. No more having to settle. As he thought it through, Anji must have noticed the silence in his expression, the gears turning behind his eyes. You don't have to help me. Chen Ren's eyes widened ever so slightly. Not if you don't want to, the Chi oath, he asked. It only binds you if we actually go for the inheritance. If you decide not to, that's fine. I only used the oath to make sure you wouldn't reveal anything without my permission. I didn't want to force you. Chen Ren let out a breath, this time deeper, the weight in his chest easing just a little. That was a better deal than he expected. He'd already started to feel bitter, like he'd been maneuvered into standing against an established sect. But this gave him control, gave him the choice. So now, the real question hung before him, like a blade. Would he risk it all to go against an established sect, gambling for a chance at power, legacy, and growth? Or would he walk away and put his hopes into the danger of the corpse lands instead? ***********. You can read 30 chapters, 15 Magus Reborn, and 15 Tao of Money on my Patreon. Annual subscription is now on too. Read 15 chapters ahead here. Join the Discord server here. Magus Reborn is out now. It is a progression fantasy epic featuring a detailed magic system, kingdom building, and plenty of action. Read here. Chapter 105. There were things in life you thought you'd be good at, really good at, and then, when the time came to actually do them, you realized how terribly, disgustingly wrong you were. Right now, Chen Ren was wrestling with one such thing, making a decision. Now, he wasn't bad at decisions. You couldn't build a business from the ground up without having some talent for it. He'd made dozens of choices before, cutthroat ones, desperate ones, bold ones, and survived every time. But for the past 2 days, he'd been stuck, frozen between two paths. Should he go with Anji to retrieve her sect's lost inheritance? Or should he make his move toward the corpse lands? It wasn't about profit anymore. It was about risk. Real, life-threatening, possibly never coming back from it kind of risk. Anji's option was, comparatively, safer, at least on paper. Her father had taught her the vault's inner workings. They wouldn't be walking blind. Sure, there were bound to be traps, maybe guardians or puzzles, but she knew what they were stepping into. The problem was what came after, They might be stepping on the tail of Blazing Ember Sect, a name that held weight, disciples, and legitimacy built over centuries. If they caught wind of what was being retrieved, things could get messy. Then there was the Corpse Lands, dangerous in an entirely different way. Unknown terrain, wandering undead as strong as Tier 2 or Tier 3 beasts. Other cultivators sniffing out treasure. No maps, no guides. Just death waiting behind every shadowed ruin. But at least he wouldn't be offending anyone powerful. Probably. Chenren sighed and rubbed his temples, feeling the headache creep in. He liked being cautious, knowing something before he got into it. But again, he had no issue taking risks, but only when he knew what he was risking. Every enemy he had beaten before, he had studied, understood, outplayed. This was different. Against an established sect, he couldn't predict the retaliation. Against the Corpse Lands, he couldn't even predict survival. He closed his eyes, letting the thoughts swirl again, until he felt a light sensation over his shoulder. He opened his eyes to find Yalen perched behind, staring at him blankly, a half-gnawed piece of roasted corn in her paw. "Your tea is going cold," she said. Chenren frowned, coming in contact with reality, and blinked. He glanced down, startled to see the cup near his hand. Steamless, cooling, neglected. Fuck. He quickly took a sip, more out of reflex than thirst, before using a bit of his chi to heat it up. Then he finally looked around, registering his surroundings. He was in the courtyard. After the talk with Anji, he'd split his time between brooding over the decision and working on the new pill formula. But after feeling a headache creep in, he'd come out here for a break. Somewhere along the line, he'd started watching the kids playing nearby, laughing as they tried to catch the small, darting figure of a weasel Wen's new bond, he recalled. The thing had a name, but for the life of him, he couldn't remember it now. "Xianxia, careful!" One of the kids yelled, and the others followed. Right, Xianxia, that's the name. At some point, a mortal had quietly handed him tea. Yalen had appeared beside him, chewing corn like it was divine food, and he had spiraled deep into thought again. He sighed again. This wasn't getting easier. As he took another sip of his reheated tea, his eyes drifted toward the center of the courtyard where the playful laughter had taken on a more competitive tone. Apparently, Whiskey had decided to join the kids when he had been deep in thought. What was once simple running and chasing had now turned into a full-blown battle, as the Lunari and the Weasel faced off against each other, while two of the kids, Bo and Jian, stood behind them like miniature generals shouting commands. The whole thing looked like a budget-friendly beast battle arena, with dirt kicks, squeaky war cries, and over-the-top moves that didn't land. It wasn't anything serious. He remembered Shulan once mentioning that Whiskey and Xianxia had been at odds for a while now. No real fights, just tension. Maybe they were natural enemies. Maybe it was personal. Who knew? Still, it was amusing. He kept the tea in his hands, warm with a light trickle of qi, and settled in to watch. Standing to the left, Xianxia was bigger than he remembered. Brown-furred, sleek, and bounding across the grass. It had quite agility, he could give it that. It let out a high-pitched hiss as it launched itself toward Whiskey. The Lunari dodged with a flick of his tail, using his smaller frame and sheer speed to outmaneuver every lunge. Chenren blinked. He hadn't actually seen Whiskey fight before, but the little thing was fast, very fast. The weasel was clearly annoyed, claws swiped, teeth snapped, but Whiskey was always just out of reach. The problem, however, became clear soon enough. Speed wasn't strength. Every time Whiskey tried to land a claw swipe on Xianxia's side, it either bounced off harmlessly or barely even ruffled the fur. Xianxia, being a grown spirit beast, had defenses Whiskey simply couldn't crack. Not that it mattered to the audience. The kids were loving it. Bo and Jian were already shouting at the top of their lungs, one backing Whiskey and the other Xianxia like they had bets riding on the outcome. Chenren smirked. Beast battle showcases. Huh, cold be fun. Might even make a good event for the locals. Something light to balance out the training drills and the brewing chaos in his life. But he doubted Wen would be thrilled about turning them into a sideshow. Still, the idea sat in the back of his mind as a maybe. Just as he took another sip, Yellen spoke beside him. "What's on your mind?" Chenren didn't flinch. Of course she'd noticed. Him going blank, falling silent, it wasn't hard to read. Just thinking of ways to get the manuals, he admitted. Yellen flicked a bit of corn off her paw. "I heard you were considering the corpse lands, rotten place." He raised an eyebrow. "You've been there twice," she said, licking her paw casually. "I've been to a lot of places in the Empire, you know. You keep forgetting how much older I am than you, right?" Chenren exhaled, remembering again who she really was. Not just some oversized talking feline, but a guardian spirit tied to his bloodline. One who had watched over his ancestors long before he was even born. "So?" he asked. "Why don't you like it?" Yalen narrowed her eyes, staring into the distance, like she was remembering something particularly disgusting. "It's far too much trouble for too little gain." "Sure. You might find a treasure or two, but half the time you get attacked by rogue cultivators before you even make it out. And the artifacts." She shook her head. "Too old, too unstable. And don't even get me started on the zombies." Chenren blinked. "What about them?" "They taste horrible." He stared. "Wait, you ate a zombie?" "What else was I supposed to eat there? Poisonous berries?" He stared at her, utterly baffled, as she calmly licked the last bit of roasted corn from her paw. "There's no proper food in the corpse lands," she continued. "You can bring some with you, sure. But unless it's stored in a high-grade spatial ring, it spoils within a day. The miasma seeps into everything. Then you're left with two options: demonic monsters and zombies." She made a face, like she just recalled the worst mistake of her life. "And let me tell you, zombies taste like rubber that's been soaked in pig's piss." Chenren made a sound of pure disgust and gently pushed his teacup aside, all appetite to sip it gone. "I never want to try that again," Yalen grumbled. "My tongue deserves better. I have standards." He glanced at her with an unreadable look, clearly. But as she casually stretched out in the sun-drenched corner of the bench, he found himself watching her, not with amusement, but consideration. "How do I even bring this up without giving it all away?" He hesitated, tried to weigh his words. Then he gave up, deciding that he didn't need to be subtle until he didn't say anything that went against his oath. "Let's say," he started slowly, "there was another way to get those manuals and treasures, but it might draw the ire of an established sect. Do you think it will be a better option than the corpse lands?" Yalen turned her head slightly and stared at him, squinting like she was trying to decide if he was speaking hypothetically or not. After a moment, she replied, "Depends. On what?" "This tale has been unlawfully obtained from Royal Road. If you discover it on Amazon, kindly report it." "On what kind of sect you're poking?" she said bluntly. "And what kind of treasures we're talking about. If it's just mortal-grade junk and low-level talisman scrolls, it's not worth it. But," she tilted her head thoughtfully, "if we're talking Earth-grade manuals or better, then maybe, from what I know, sect wars in the Empire can't just happen anymore. Not without permission or legitimate cause. It's too costly. Too political. The Empire regulates them now. So, this established sect can't just send out cultivators to blast this village off the map until they have very definite proof you have their property. What you need to watch out for is the quiet retaliation. Assassins, spies, subtle sabotage." Chenren nodded slowly. "And I thought," Yalen added, giving him a sideways look, "you were already working on a large-scale defensive array around the village and the sect." "I am," he admitted. "After hearing about how the beasts become in winter, I asked Qinghe about what kind of array formations could be set up. We agreed on two. One for the village's perimeter, and another tighter one for the sect grounds." "Good," Yalen nodded approvingly. "Most large sects have that. Soaring Sword Sect's defensive array is strong enough to keep out mid-tier beasts without a single disciple lifting a blade." She said, "It'll be hard to create something that advanced." Chenren added, "Too many components, not enough skilled array masters. But I can get basic structures in place. Early warning wards, alarm triggers for foreign cultivators, entering the perimeter, and beast detection. Not bad, Yalen muttered, curling her tail around herself. Not enough for war, but enough to buy you time. And time, she said with a yawn, is half the battle. Chen Ren leaned back, eyes flicking to the battle in the courtyard again. Whiskey now standing victorious on Shin-Shin's tail as the children cheered like it was the championship of the decade. Shin-Shin somehow escaped Whiskey's grasp, and they were at it all over again. Ignoring the beast battle, he pondered upon Yalen's words. He still wasn't sure on antagonizing an established sect, but he was slowly laying the groundwork for the worst-case scenario, and that at least made him feel a little more in control. Chen-Ren looked over at Yelan, steam from the reheated tea curling faintly between them. I thought you'd be against taking on an established sect, he said, her words more than surprising him. She didn't look entirely against the idea, if at all. Yelan's whiskers twitched. It's something you'll have to do eventually. I've been thinking, she continued. Sooner or later, you'll reach the Foundation establishment realm, and once that happens, things will shift. You'll have more cards to play, more eyes on you too, and I honestly don't think we'll have much trouble with me here unless you manage to offend multiple Meridian Expansion Realm cultivators. She paused, tapping a claw against the bench. Moreover, you're gonna have to take them on economically anyway, in the immortal market. Chen-Ren nodded, his thoughts turning to a different kind of battlefield. The immortal market sprawling, ruthless, and utterly dominated by established sects and guardian sects monopolies. It was the Empire's own brand of internal warfare, fought not with blades, but spirit stones, artifacts, and connections. There's no way around that, he murmured. It's a playground made for them. If I don't go against them, I won't get any share of the market. But taking them there and offending them over treasures and manuals they covet? He shook his head. That's a whole different level of risk. Anji had said they might not know where the vault was. They might be able to sneak in and out without ever drawing attention. That was the best case scenario. But would that actually happen? This was a Xianxia land, and in this world, best case scenarios had a tendency to explode halfway through. He rubbed the bridge of his nose, still feeling undecided, when Yalen suddenly said, "Why are you thinking so much about it anyway?" He looked at her. I need to choose the option with the least risk, for me and for the sect. Yalen stared at him, unimpressed. You didn't think like that when you took on a gang, or when you tried to manipulate sect leaders, or when you challenged a trade union head-on. Ren exhaled. In all those situations, I knew I had a good chance of winning. I had plans. He looked at her. Even if I didn't win, I knew I'd survive. I could run, lay low, preserve what mattered. I had you with me. That gave me confidence. In a way, you're my cheat in this world. Yelan's ears twitched slightly, tail swaying lazily. But if I offend an established sect, Chen-Ren continued, this time it won't just be me. The entire sect, the village, might suffer. We don't have enough strength to protect everyone if things go wrong. The words lingered in the air for a moment, heavier than before, because they were true, and that was the risk of leadership. Situations like this will always come, Yelen replied. Chen-Ren looked at her. You think you won't offend someone in the corpse lands? She asked, eyes narrowed. You will. Maybe not intentionally, but someone's going to take offense. Always. Some rogue cultivator, some vengeful idiot who wants what you find. And chances are, they're connected to someone stronger. That's how it works. Half the cultivators around come from a clan or sect of stronger cultivators. For a second, he could see all of her experience in those words. She'd clearly been there, done that. So? He listened. And then what? She continued. You'll still have a problem. You'll still have to fight or run or outsmart them. What I'm saying is, Yelan said, cultivation is risk. You can't escape it. It's not for the weak-hearted. You think I reached my current realm by chewing fish and relaxing in the sunbeams? She snorted. I've taken risks. You need to, too? You're trying to calculate which path has less risk, but you don't know either path well enough to make that choice? Then, what should I do? Yelan didn't hesitate. Choose the path that will benefit you the most, she said, and prepare for when things go wrong. That's always been your strength. You're not like most cultivators, Chenren. Even if you don't have endless resources, what you have is unique. Think, plan, use what's yours. You always had backup plans before. Have them now, too. A loud cheer erupted from the center of the courtyard, breaking the stillness. Chenren glanced up. The battle had ended. The weasel Xianxia stood triumphantly, fur puffed and stance-proud, over Whiskey's twitching, mildly humiliated body. Bo and John whooped dramatically. A few of the other kids were already surrounding Whiskey, trying to console the Lunari, who glared up at the weasel like he was vowing eternal revenge. Chenren didn't even crack a smile, because Yelin's words were still echoing in his head. And the more he thought about them, the more he realized how true they were. No matter which path he chose, corpse lands or the sect vault danger was a given. There was no safe option. The corpse lands were chaos incarnate, unknown terrain, rogue cultivators, demonic beasts, undead things he'd only heard of in passing like corpse kings, zombies, and skeleton drakes. Worse, if he actually did find a treasure, it would put a mark on his back. Blood would follow, and that was if he found anything at all. The sect vault, though, at least he knew the risks there, and the vault itself, that he could prepare for, with Anji's knowledge guiding the way. As long as the Blazing Ember sect didn't know, they couldn't retaliate. Even if they do, sect wars required the Emperor's approval. The Empire was strict on large-scale conflict, unless Blazing Ember had concrete proof, not suspicions, not rumors. They wouldn't be able to start anything overt. They'd turn to subtler methods, sabotage, assassinations, targeting his allies, and those he could plan for. He already had Yalin. He was no pushover, and if he managed to awaken the Golden Dagon, he'd have the strength of a heavenly beast at his side. That wasn't just protection. That was deterrence. The more he thought about it, the clearer it became. He didn't have to choose safety. He had to choose what was worth the danger. That line of thought was enough to anchor his confidence and push every ounce of hesitation away. He could prepare for this one, plan for it, and control more variables. Especially since he knew that he wasn't walking blind anymore. Yalin tilted her head slightly and looked up at him, eyes narrowing with a knowing gleam. I think you made a decision. Chenren exhaled slowly and nodded. I did, but I'll need your help with it. Yalin gave him a flat look. That's a constant thing by now. Chenren allowed himself a small smirk. Fair, but this time it's a bit more unconventional. Oh, we'll be raiding the secret vault of the Voidblade sect. Yelin blinked. Her tail paused mid-sway. Voidblade sect? It's a long story, he said, and I'll tell you. But first, we need to do a chi oath. I made one with someone else before I learned about this. I can't talk freely until we're bound by it. But I'll tell you this. It's interesting, he said, and he meant it. Asterisk, 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 AN. You can read 30 chapters, 15 Magus Reborn, and 15 Tao of Money on my Patreon. Annual subscription is now on too. Read 15 chapters ahead here. Join the Discord server here. Magus Reborn is out now. It is a progression fantasy epic featuring a detailed magic system, kingdom building, and plenty of action. Read here, chapter 106. The sound of Wang Fu's footsteps followed him as he walked through the corridor. His eyes trailed at the murals and hanging scrolls that were on the wall, depictions of legendary elders conjuring flames into dragons, phoenixes soaring above burning mountains, and lone cultivators tempering themselves in volcanic infernos. But none of that compared to the chi. It was all around the very air he breathed, coiling around his limbs. Just standing within the inner sect hall felt nourishing. It almost felt like the air was feeding his cultivation, filling his dantian, and reinforcing his bones. A few years ago, he had been wasting away his life in the outer courtyard. A nobody with dull meridians and no hope of advancement. He remembered the cracked tiles he slept on, the cheap knockoff pills he peddled, and the rank stench of latrines he cleaned for coins. He had no fortune to call his own, no guidance to reach his goals. He was left with only a stagnant path to nowhere. But now, he was breathing immortality. The one that everyone in this world wished for. Disciples passed him, bowing with respectful nods. Senior Brother Wang, greetings. Senior. He gave a slight nod, allowing himself a small smile. Not arrogance, just recognition. These weren't the same men who used to sneer at his patched robes or mock his failed breakthroughs. These were the ones who knew what it meant to survive in the blazing Ember sect. And he had done more than survive. He had chosen the forbidden path. At first, he hesitated, but desperation had carved open his heart, and once the decision was made, there was no looking back. He had nearly lost his life to a meridian expansion cultivator during his first field trial. His arms had burned for days, and he had been forced to gnaw on spirit leaves just to dull the pain, but he had endured and survived. As he neared the crimson double doors at the end of the corridor, he paused. On his left, the training grounds were busy with activity. Rows of disciples meditated cross-legged atop blackened stone platforms, their bodies bathed in ambient flame. A few sparred under the watchful eye of a golden-robed instructor, their fists alight as they shattered boulders into red-hot shards. Further along, one fool had wrapped himself in a cocoon of fire, his skin bubbling and charring, only to reform with each breath. A trial by torment for the legendary infernal carapace technique? Wang Fu had tried that once, lost 3 toes and the ability to sit for a week. With the power coursing through his meridians, those training grounds felt like distant memories. The techniques the outer disciples bled to master were mere sparks to him now, childish attempts at kindling flame. Still, Wang Fu didn't linger. His destination was ahead. He turned from the training yard, his pace quickening until he stood before an enormous set of crimson doors. Runes were alive across their surface, shimmering beneath the surface. He paused for a breath, taking in the craftsmanship, a seal of power, a reminder of who waited inside. Then, he pushed the door open and stepped into the inner sanctum. Immediately, he was warped with the scent of burning incense and sandalwood, and at the heart of the room, there awaited a man. His silver beard reached the floor. His narrow, small, beady eyes stayed closed, his robes layered in gold thread and red silk, and embroidered with phoenixes wreathed in fire. He sat unmoving. On either side of him, 2 female disciples attended to him, one fanning gently and the other pressing her soft hands onto his back, fingers glowing faintly with soothing qi. Both were beautiful, extremely beautiful. The kind poets would write in scrolls for hours. They looked untouched by time or hardship, chosen not just for their skill but for their bond to the elder. Wang Fu's eyes betrayed him for a moment, lingering, but just as quickly he averted them. They were not his to desire. They were Tao companions of the sect regent himself. His gaze lowered, and without hesitation, he dropped to his knees, his forehead touching the cold stone floor. This lowly disciple greets Sect Regent Shen Lanao, infernal warrior of the Empire. He held the bow until a rough voice broke the silence. Raise your head, Wang Fu obeyed, lifting his gaze just in time to see his master flick his eyes toward the 2 women. Without a word, they bowed gracefully and glided out through a side door, their presence vanishing like smoke. Now, the room felt different. He was alone with his master, and that meant only one thing, something dangerous. Something secret? The last time they had spoken privately, he'd ended up barely surviving a fight with a meridian expansion cultivator and losing 3 of his toes while infiltrating another sect for over a year. Still, this was how he gained power, and if his master was calling him again, then something important was about to begin. Cultivation had never been a path for the safe and the soft. It was a road paved in blood, betrayal, and endless risk. And so, Wang Fu said nothing. He simply waited. Sect Regent Shen's voice broke the silence again. Rough, like stone grinding against stone. Your cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds. You're approaching the bottleneck of the Foundation establishment realm. Have you faced any issues? Wang Fu bowed his head again. Not as deep this time, but still with reverence. This lowly disciple is grateful for the pills and treasures Master has bestowed. Without them, I would still be stuck clawing at the threshold. He paused, his lips tightening for a brief moment. There have been whispers. Some inner disciples are jealous, spreading rumors, questioning my progress, but none have dared act. Not with your shadow behind me. His master gave an approving nod. His eyes, deep like simmering coals, held a glint of something unreadable. Good. My shadow brings protection, but it also casts pressure. If you want to stand further within it, and perhaps one day cast your own, you'll need to prove you are worthy of more. I'm ready, Wang Fu said without hesitation, fists clenched against his robes. Whatever taskmaster commands, I will complete it, even if I must burn for it. His master's gaze lingered on him a while longer before he finally spoke. There are 2 matters that require attention. The first is regarding the medallion to the Gate of Immortals. From the information I got, it resurfaced in Cloud Mist City. One of the chosen immortals' own disciples attempted to obtain it and failed. It is still in the region. For now, the task of retrieving it has been entrusted to me. Wang Fu bowed again. Do you want me to retrieve it? Master Shen raised a single finger, silencing him. Not yet. First, the second task. After the war with the Voidblade sect, we searched for their sect vault, the inheritance that was said to have been passed down since their founding, but we found nothing. Their grounds were scorched, their corpses burned, and their secrets buried. Until recently. Wang Fu straightened, spine tightening with anticipation. We finally have success. That's the best news, Master. Sect Regent Shen gave a satisfied nod. It is. After interrogating and torturing countless core disciples of the Voidblade sect, all of it feeling like scraping ash, we finally struck gold. A tattered map, which is ancient and faded. But real. He tapped his fingers against the stone armrest. It leads to the vault. We still don't know what traps or formations lie inside. Whatever protections their ancestors laid down have likely warped over the centuries. But the location is confirmed. And that is enough. I want you to lead the expedition. Take a team, retrieve the treasure, and return everything to me. I would go myself, but I'm at the threshold of core formation. The next few weeks are critical. I can't afford distraction, but you've already proven yourself. Through the usual, cold gaze, Wang Fu almost saw something akin to fondness. But before he could put it into his memory, it was gone. You were the sharpest dagger in the fall of the Voidblade sect. Now it's time to carve open what they tried to hide. Wang Fu bowed again. Then I will make preparations immediately. I'll select disciples worthy to accompany me and head out at once. Good, Master Shen said. But listen well, Wang Fu. Suddenly, pressure crushed down on him like a mountain had fallen from the sky. His knees buckled slightly even as he remained kneeling, a thin sheen of sweat instantly blooming across his brow. If you take anything from the vault for yourself, be it coin, pill, scroll, or shard, I will know. And unlike before, there will be no mercy. Others have done such things and lived because their betrayal was small. I will not allow such leniency with you. Not for this. Wang Fu's entire body tensed, and he bowed until his forehead hit the floor again with an audible thud. This disciple understands, Master Shen. I swear on my soul, I will make sure no one dares to steal from your prize. The pressure lifted slowly, like a boulder being rolled off his spine. Master Shen nodded once, then reached into his sleeve and flicked his wrist. A flash of light and a spatial ring arsed through the air. Wang Fu caught it instinctively. That ring will hold everything, including the inheritance stone. There are spirit artifacts within the vault. Some may aid you in surviving what's inside. Use them if needed, but bring them back. Wang Fu stared at the ring in his palm, unable to help the gleam that entered his eyes. It was a valuable artifact, and just the runes etched on it told him that it was far bigger than any other spatial rings he had owned. Don't look at it like that. Even if you return with everything, even if not a single scratch appears on any of your companions, the ring won't be yours. Unauthorized use of content. If you find this story on Amazon, report the violation. Wang Fu's fingers clenched tight around the ring. He opened his mouth to speak, but before a single word could leave his lips, his master's voice cut in again, calm, casual, and far more dangerous. "But if you complete this mission well," Master Shen said, "I will give you more of the immortal blood." Time seemed to freeze at that sentence. Wang Fu's eyes widened, pupils contracting. Immortal blood. Even a single drop was enough for him to break through his current bottleneck and achieve the realm he once thought was impossible for him. It was the treasure that had changed his life the first time, and now another chance. But Master Shen wasn't finished. And more than that, "I'll let you have the two." Wang Fu's breath hitched. He didn't need to ask which two. His master smiled faintly, as if reading his disciples' thoughts. "I saw how you looked at them." His voice held no malice, only disinterest. "I have a lot more Tao companions. They'll never surpass the Foundation Establishment realm either way. Beautiful, yes. Loyal, yes. But to me, useless." The implication landed like thunder in Wang Fu's chest. Tao companions, his master's own. To be offered such a thing wasn't just indulgence. It was favor made flesh. Wang Fu dropped to his knees again, bowing lower than before. "You won't be disappointed, Master." Master Shen gave no reply at first, only a long, unreadable silence. "I hope not." With that, the conversation ended. Wang Fu was dismissed with a flick of the hand. The doors shut behind him with a soft thud as Wang Fu stepped back into the corridor. The light that filtered through the ornate windows felt different now, brighter, sharper. His feet moved automatically, but his mind burned. As he passed the courtyard again, his gaze flicked once more to the disciples meditating and practicing same as before. Fists blazing, chi pulsing, sweat flying. But now he grinned. A sharp, crooked grin that didn't reach his eyes. They would cultivate for decades, centuries, and they still wouldn't touch his shadow. Not when he was about to ascend into the Meridian expansion realm. Not when his blood would soon carry the essence of immortality itself. They trained for a future he had already claimed. He would become a powerhouse. Not equal to his master, never that. But his own mountain, a name to etch into the Empire's halls of fame. The Tao companions. He wouldn't lie. They were a reward he'd enjoy, but they were fleeting. The true prize was the immortal blood, that shimmering crimson liquid that once touched his veins and changed everything. As the thought settled in, he felt it again, that tremble in his bloodstream, the way his core throbbed, the chi inside him stirring like molten lava beneath cracked earth. His eyes turned red. He quickly lowered his head, shadow hiding the gleam, and bowed to get to the inheritance as soon as possible. After making the decision, Chenren knew one thing for certain: he couldn't afford to wait. The blazing Ember sect had been searching for the vault for a while now. Now that he had decided to go there, he didn't want to give them any more time. It was prudent to clear it as soon as possible before they could even get a whiff off it. So he moved fast. When he told Anji about his decision, she looked visibly relieved, like a weight had been lifted. "I wasn't sure you'd go through with it," she said, brushing her hair back. "But I promise it'll all be worth it." He hoped so, because now it was all about preparation. He wasn't going to charge into the unknown like some hot-headed disciple in his first field trial. This was a sect vault, which meant traps, formations, maybe even ancient puppets or guardian beasts. Every mistake could cost them lives. So the first question was, who was going with him? Aside from Yelin and Anji, who were non-negotiable, Chenren decided on bringing only one more Hong Yi. There were reasons. Si Wen's fighting style was around his beast bonds, and if Anji's description was accurate, the vault was built into a mountain and stretched deep underground. He didn't want little Yus down there. The space would be tight, the formations would be layered, and a rampaging beast, no matter how loyal, would be a liability. Not to mention, Ziwen was busy these days, trying to form bonds with the striker beaks, a species of flying beast that lived on the eastern edge of the surrounding forest, and Chenren wasn't going to pull him away from that. Those birds could fly and scout things he might need later. Lo Feng was too weak and not combat-oriented. A support cultivator without a strong defense was just extra weight in a place like that. Feiyu was still refining his guns and working closely with Qinghe on guns, and even thinking of ways to build sniper rifles. Taking him now would just slow them all down. But Hongi brought something different. His puppets were both shields and extra hands. They were reliable, durable, and extremely silent. And more importantly, he had a history with secret vaults and inheritances. So when Chen Ren mentioned the possibility of inheritance, hidden artifacts, and legacy techniques, Hongi agreed on the spot. He didn't even ask questions, just nodded, eyes already glowing with calculation as he returned to reinforce 2 of his older constructs. With the team formed, Chen Ren wasted no time. The vault wasn't close. It would take time to reach it. So once everything was ready, they didn't delay and set off at once. Even though all of them were cultivators, Anji wasn't not truly. So they decided to travel by carriage, keeping a low profile and sparing her the strain of keeping up on foot. Inside the carriage, the ride was smooth, the rhythmic clatter of wheels against the dirt road providing a background hum. Chen Ren sat near the window, polishing a gun resting across his lap, one of the newer prototypes Feiyu had passed along. It wasn't as refined as the finalized model, but it would do. Across from him, Anji raised a brow. "Why'd you bring a gun?" Chen Ren didn't look up as he answered, running a cloth over the rifle. "Testing purposes, if we come across any Tier 1 beasts, I'll try it out. Also, helps me practice my aim. Lightning's great, but hard to control, and right now, I'm still trash at precision." Anji nodded at that, settling back in her seat, but Chen Ren caught the amused glint in her eyes. He didn't press it. Instead, he shifted topics. "So, how many days from the village to the vault?" "Few days. It's hidden pretty deep, though. Once we get there, we'll probably be out in half a day. Just need to get to the main vault, take everything, and be on our way." "You think it'll be that easy?" "Why not? You mentioned traps, and the vault's entrance is near a forest?" "Forest means beasts. Hidden ruins usually mean layers of problems." Anji shrugged. "I've studied the place a lot. I've got a good idea about the outer formations and traps. I'll handle them. The bigger issue is the guardians that protect the inner chamber. But if we reach the main vault hall, I'll be able to handle them too. They're programmed not to act against sect members." She sounded confident. Too confident, if Chen Ren was honest. He remembered her explanation from before. The guardians were puppets, constructs built to defend the inheritance chamber against outsiders. Their task was simple: protect the legacy, destroy any knot of the Void Blade sect. That's why Anji believed they'd let her pass. Chen Ren didn't argue. They probably would be fine. Still, he leaned his head back against the carriage wall, exhaling slowly. He didn't trust things to go smoothly. Not anymore. Maybe it was paranoia, or just experience. Things always went wrong. Even Ching, he had once told him, while elbow-deep in making gunpowder, that in cultivation, the heavens test everyone trying to climb higher. The road to immortality is supposed to be hard. Chen Ren didn't know if he believed the whole heavens are watching thing. Sounded a bit too dramatic. As far as he was concerned, no divine judge was needed to make life hard. Life handled that fine on its own. But the thought that there was someone alive and judging forget about it. He wasn't the type to brood. He had a good feeling that something was going to go wrong. But he'd come out on top anyway. He always did. Asterisk, 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 Asen. You can read 30 chapters, 15 Magus Reborn, and 15 Tao of Money on my Patreon. Annual subscription is now on too. Read 15 chapters ahead here. Join the Discord server here. Magus Reborn is out now. It is a progression, fantasy epic featuring a detailed magic system, kingdom building, and plenty of action. Read here, Chapter 107. Their journey to Heiwu. The city closest to the vault had been smooth, almost suspiciously so. Not a single beast had mistaken them for a midday snack, and the skies had remained a calm gray the entire way. The city itself sat on the eastern edge of the empire, far from the regions Chen Ren was more familiar with. When he first learned the vault was hidden nearby, it had struck him how completely opposite it lay from the location of the Voidblade sect. Whether by design or fate, someone had gone to great lengths to bury it as far away from the sect as possible. According to Anji, the vault was sealed deep within a mountain protected not by force, but misdirection. Complex arrays covered its location, bending perception and warping direction. Even if one walked right past it, they'd never know. Without exact knowledge, even finding the entrance was near impossible. Recovering the treasures hidden deep inside, that was another story altogether. He spent most of the trip deep in thought, rethinking contingencies in his mind while the others enjoyed the peace of the road. That was fine. He didn't expect them to share his anxiety, and even if they didn't show it to face. On set, they reached Heiwu City's outskirts. He ordered the carriage to stay hidden between dense trees, away from roads and eyes. From here on, only he and Yalen would go forward into the city to find food, probe the local powers, and gather any rumors about strange happenings near the mountains. There was always a chance Blazing Ember Sect had gotten there first. Unlikely, sure, but not impossible. If they had, he needed to know. Anji had wanted to come along, but he had calmly refused. She was the only person from Voidblade Sect and needed to be hidden. He could understand her impatience, hell. He felt it, but understanding didn't change facts. Instead, he reached for Hongyi's mask and placed it over his face, his features morphing into that of an aged, wrinkled man. Disguise in place, he gave Angie a nod and slipped into the city with Yalan by his side. It wasn't much of a city, more like a mining town with iron dust in the air and gunk-stained buildings lining the slope. Most of the people here earned their coin hauling ore or shaping metal. Chen Ren counted 3 smithies within the first 2 streets. But cultivation, that was rare. As they moved through the narrow roads, Yalan quietly pointed out only 2 cultivators in the entire place-both in the body-forging realm. And from their ragged robes and wandering gazes, they looked more like rogue drifters than anything serious. Good. That meant less eyes to worry about. After a few casual inquiries, Chenren found the location of the town's best-known tavern and made his way over. In towns like these, inns and taverns were more than just places to sleep or drink. They were the heartbeat of local gossip. And he needed information. Also, their food supplies had run thin during the journey. And while hunting a beast would have been easy enough, he didn't want to risk leaving tracks or wasting chi. Jerky and flatbread would do just fine. The place was called the 9 Heavens, a squat building with an uneven roof and a faded sign dangling on one hinge. Certainly not like a heaven, but inside. The place was alive, packed with miners and laborers, all loud voices and heavy laughter, buns and stew bowls in hand. Chen Ren headed straight for the counter, where a burly man stood, arms crossed over his apron-covered chest. The man gave him a quick once-over and grunted in greeting. Got stew, boiled grain, and roasted tubers, the man said. A meal will cost you 4 copper when. Room's another 6. I'm not staying, Chenren replied with a faint smile. Just passing through, looking to stock up for the road-dried jerky. Maybe something that'll last a few days. Ah, a traveler? The man nodded knowingly, wiping his hands on a cloth. I've got smoked jerky, dried flatbread, and some nut packs left from yesterday. All decent stuff. You'll be looking at 1 silver wen for a good bundle. Chen Ren agreed with a slight nod, and the man shouted at a teenage boy darting between tables. Go grab a pack for our friend here! As the boy moved to get it, Chenren waited until the counter was less busy, except for the customers who came for refills. This was the moment to ask what he needed. He leaned forward. I was thinking of heading near the western ridges, he said. The burly man's eyes immediately came to him, for a brief moment, and then he went back to wiping the dirty plates. Heard there might be some wild berry patches around those parts. Ascar berries, I think they're called. Not exactly the west side, the man replied, but near enough. Yeah, you'll find some if you look hard enough, though beasts roam there too. Tier 1 types mostly. Nothing too dangerous, but still. Chen Ren gave a small chuckle. I'm good at sneaking and better at running. I'll manage. The man grunted again, but then hesitated, his thick brow furrowed for a moment. Chen Ren felt the man's subtle opening, and his suspicion confirmed when he cleared his throat and leaned forward. Beasts aren't what you should be worried about. Chen Ren raised an eyebrow. No. The man extended a thick hand silently across the counter. Understanding the cue, Chenren slid a copper piece into his palm. The weight of it disappeared instantly. Yesterday, he murmured, a group passed through town. Didn't look local. Dressed like travelers, but the kind who don't carry picks or shovels. Asking about the western side of the mountain, too. Real loud about it. Caused quite a stir. Then left before nightfall. That sent a twinge of tension through Chenren's chest, but he kept his expression even. How many? 5, all cloaked. One of them had a big sword, real shiny. What kind of commotion? Chenren asked, keeping his tone casual like he was asking about a road direction. One of them was a woman, striking pretty in the way that always stirs trouble in towns like this. Young master of the Windbone clan spotted her, and, well, thought he could charm her into spending the night. Chenren already had a bad feeling creeping down his spine. Didn't end well, the man continued with a half smirk. She didn't even raise her voice, just punched him square in the chest, broke half his ribs and maybe more. He's still struggling to stay alive. Chenren blinked, eyes narrowing slightly. And the Windbone clan let that go? That's the strange part, the man said. They haven't done a thing. Sent a few men to confront them, probably looking for revenge. But they all came back quiet. No injuries, no fight. Just came back. Chenren's eyes widened, the pieces clicking into place. They're cultivators. The man nodded slowly. That's what the whole town's whispering. Dangerous ones. No sect symbols on their robes, but even the Windbone clan, wealthy as they are, won't touch them now. They hold rights to 3 iron mines, mind you, and aren't used to bowing their heads. If they're staying quiet, well, it means those cultivators aren't just strong, they've got powerful backing. Something that the Windbone clan can't go against. Chenren didn't say it aloud, but the thought echoed like thunder in his mind. He asked a few more questions about the Windbone clan, the other local forces, the layout of the town, but his thoughts kept drifting back to the group that had come through just a day ago. It was too much of a coincidence. And he wasn't the type to believe in luck, not when it came to things like ancient vaults and inheritance sites. They found it, or at least found something close enough to act on. He left the 9 heavens with a scowl tugging at the corner of his mouth, the dry bundle of food tucked under his arm now forgotten. He didn't return to the carriage immediately. Instead, he wandered across the town, visiting other stalls, speaking to vendors and stable hands, confirming the story in pieces and rumors. It was all the same. A cloaked group. One pretty woman. Dangerous. Unbothered by the Windbone clan, asking about the Western Forest. If they were from Blazing Ember Sect, and every instinct in his bones screamed they were, then things had already grown far more complicated. By the time he made it back to the hidden carriage, dusk had begun to settle across the trees. Anji was perched on a boulder nearby, her expression distant, while Hongyi sat cross-legged with a puppet in his lap, polishing its frame with a cloth as if it were a treasured weapon. Both of them looked up as Chenren approached. Without preamble, he dropped the bundle of supplies and said, "We need to change plans." Anji stood, her brows furrowed. "Why? This tale has been unlawfully lifted from Royal Road. Report any instances of this story if found elsewhere. There are other cultivators heading for the same ruins, and I'm inclined to believe they belong to the Blazing Ember Sect." Silence dropped between them. The weight of his words sank in immediately. Hongyi stilled, his fingers frozen on the puppet. Anji didn't move, but Chenren noticed how her skin lost a shade of color, the confident air around her faltering just slightly. She tried to speak, then stopped. Even before she said a word, Chenren could already see it. The fear, not of the fight, but of losing what they'd come for. And he felt it too. They were no longer racing time. They were racing an enemy they couldn't afford to let win. She had seemed relaxed throughout the journey, smiling occasionally, asking questions, reading a book she had brought when bored. But now, he noticed it, her hand shaking furiously on her lap, fingers curling and uncurling at her side. The mask was slipping, and for the first time, it looked like her worst fear had walked right out of her nightmares and stood in front of her. "Ruthless heavens," Hongyi muttered, setting down the puppet he had been polishing. "What kind of coincidence is this?" Chenren exhaled sharply. "Looks like we're not getting an easy path after all." Anji pulled in a slow breath, visibly trying to steady herself before asking, How strong are they? I don't know, Chenren said, shaking his head. But if the inheritance really holds as much value as we think, then they won't send just anyone. Expect Foundation establishment, realm cultivators at the very least. His gaze shifted to her, serious. I thought no one else knew of it. They don't, Anji replied quickly. My father told me. Information about the ruin is always passed down verbally. There's no written record. It shouldn't be possible for them to know? But they know the location, Chenren said flatly. That silenced her. The fire in her eyes dimmed, and for a brief moment doubt crept in. He studied her carefully. If she was telling the truth, and he had no reason to believe she wasn't, then the other group must have found it by other means. A rumor, a slip of the tongue, or maybe just dumb luck. Either way, if they only knew where the vault was and not what lay inside, that gave Chenren's group a single, narrow edge. One they'd have to gamble everything on. What are we going to do? Hongyi asked. Return to the sect? Wait for another chance? No, Anji snapped, stepping forward. We can't. If the inheritance falls into the hands of the Blazing Ember sect, it won't just be bad, it'll be a disaster. Hongyi frowned. It won't be good for you. Don't act like we all swore some loyalty oath to your sect's legacy. You're the one that dragged us here. And now you want us to throw our lives away just to protect a few old scrolls and some inheritance you haven't told us about. You're not doing me a favor, she snapped back. You're here for the manuals too, the treasures. Don't pretend you're just being charitable. Before the argument could spiral further, Chenren raised his voice. Enough. They both fell quiet, though their glares still lingered. Fighting solves nothing, he said. We talk. We plan, then we decide. He turned toward Yalen, who had been silent the entire time, her tail flicking lazily as she sat atop the carriage wheel. She lifted her head slightly, eyes glinting with intelligence, and chose for once to speak aloud instead of through the mind link. After all, there were no secrets here. I believe we should still head to the vault, she said. We're close. If those cultivators don't know what's inside, we may still beat them to it. I see no reason to turn back now. Anji let out a breath, some of the tension lifting from her face. A faint smile touched her lips, grateful, but Hongyi's scowl only deepened, arms crossed tightly across his chest. Chenren shifted his attention back to her. And what about the cultivators? Anji's smile vanished. That was the real question. We plan around them, Yelan said simply. All eyes turned to her. She flicked her tail, gaze resting on Anji. Are you certain most of the vault's knowledge is passed down verbally? Anji straightened, the tremble in her hand now gone. Yes, my father was clear. There are no written records. Only trusted successors even hear about it. Yalin gave a small nod as if she was satisfied with the answer. Then we proceed assuming they only know the location. If the vault has restrictions, bloodline locks, formations that reject outsiders, then we already have the advantage. They might get there first, but getting in. That's a different matter entirely. We just need to make sure none of them leave. Chenren grimaced. She was right. If even one of them escaped and reported back, it wouldn't just be a ruined opportunity, it could become a war. But still, the idea of killing people who weren't enemies yet didn't sit well with him. It wasn't some duel over pride or honor. This was preemptive. But what other choice did they have? They couldn't capture Foundation establishment, realm cultivators. If they tried, they'd just end up dead. No, the only way forward would be to lure them into the vault's traps, if they could, and let Yalin handle the rest. He felt far more suited to economic games and business rivalries. Profits, sabotage, trade blockades. Those didn't involve much blood, but this was the path of a cultivator. Everyone walked through blood eventually, and Yalin's suggestion made sense. He didn't want to go back now, not when they were this close. And as long as no one learned their identities, they could finish this and leave without any trouble from Blazing Ember Sect. He took a breath and looked around the group. Let's vote! Hongyi raised a brow. Chenren nodded. Yes, majority rules. We decide together. All right then, he said, crossing his arms. Chenren looked around. Who's in favor of going back? Raise your hand. Only Hongyi lifted his. His two puppets, following his command, raised their mechanical arms beside him. He glanced at them, sighed, as if he knew that their votes didn't count. Chenren smirked. Who's in favor of going to the vault and taking on the disciples if needed? His own hand went up. Then Anji's. Then Yelan's paw raised in silent elegance. Chenren nodded. I guess the decision's made. I still think it's a tie, Hongyi grumbled. Chenren walked over and patted his shoulder. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Hongyi narrowed his eyes. How are you so sure? Foundation establishment cultivators aren't pushovers. One of them alone can destroy a squad of lesser realm fighters. Ren smiled. Because I have a plan. A plan? Hongyi asked back. I thought of one on the way here, Ren said. Now we just need to see if the vault is the kind of place where it'll work. Asterisk. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk? You can read 30 chapters 15 Magus Reborn and 15 Tao of Money on my Patreon. Annual subscription is now on too. Read 15 chapters ahead here. Join the Discord server here. Magus Reborn is out now. It is a progression fantasy. Epic featuring a detailed magic system, kingdom building, and plenty of action. Read here. Chapter 108. As Ren walked through the forest with the others. His heart thrummed like a drum, loud enough that he half wondered if the others could hear it. But outwardly, his face stayed calm. He couldn't let any trace of worry slip, especially not with Hongyi twitching at every rustle of leaves, and Anji glancing over his shoulder like a startled hare. Only Yelan seemed truly at ease, leaping from branch to branch far ahead of them, her presence barely more than a shadow slipping through the trees. But that didn't surprise him. There were few things in this world that could truly trouble her. As they moved deeper into the forest, Ren went over the plan again in his head. He hadn't crafted it for the treasure, not entirely. It was the knowledge of one key detail that had shaped it all. There was only one entrance into the ruins. No back doors. No hidden paths. That, at least according to Anji, was their advantage. If they were lucky, they could trap the cultivators before they even stepped inside. With Anji's descriptions of the internal traps, it might even be possible to turn the ruins into a death trap. Still, if he could, Ren would prefer to end things before anyone even crossed the threshold. That, of course, depended on their enemy's strength. He couldn't afford to let a single one escape. He found himself thinking less about treasure and more about wiping them out completely. It wasn't greed or anger. It felt more like a test. One he had to pass if he ever wanted to reach the manuals hidden within. The realization unsettled him. Then, Yelan's voice sliced through his thoughts. I see them. She dropped down beside them without a sound. He hadn't even seen her coming back from scouting. Her voice, like a whisper carried by the wind, echoed in their minds. Hongyi and Anji tensed, clearly startled by the mental transmission. Ren, however, looked at Yalan for more information. Where are they exactly? He asked calmly, voicing it in a whisper. Right at the entrance to what looks like the sect's vault, Yalan replied, speaking out loud so the other two would get the information too. They're resting. 2 of them are scouting the area before they move in. I didn't see a map, but they're trying to read the runes on the stone face. Most of them are damaged, likely destroyed by their own hands. She paused. They're about 30 minutes ahead of us. Hongyi spoke next. How many? 5, Yelan answered. 3 of them are in the Qi refinement realm. Not a threat, unless they're hiding something. One has just stepped into the Foundation establishment realm, his foundation not stable yet. But the last one, she hesitated. I couldn't see him clearly. Might be an artifact hiding his presence, but he's the one giving orders. That means he's either mid-star Foundation establishment realm or near the peak. That didn't bode well at all. Ren's jaw tightened. A mid-star Foundation establishment. Realm cultivator was already pushing their limits. But a peak realm one? That would be above them even if they fought as a group, barring Yalan. But he gave a mindless nod. They were going to be facing cultivators far stronger than most of his team. Maybe he and Hongyi could handle the 3 at the Qi refinement realm, but the 2 Foundation establishment ones would fall to Yelan, and that was asking a lot, even from someone like her. She was strong, no doubt, but at that level, cultivators came armed with more than just raw power-hidden artifacts, unpredictable pills, and techniques sharpened by real bloodshed. The plan to ambush them outside the vault dissolved in his mind, vanishing like smoke in the wind. Before he could speak, Anji stepped forward. "How do they look?" she asked, her eyes narrowing at where Yalen said the men were. Chenren frowned, not understanding the question at first. Then he realized she must have seen members of the Blazing Ember sect before, maybe even fought them. Descriptions could help her piece together their strengths. Yelan answered smoothly. 2 of the Qi refinement cultivators look like twins, male and female, both short, brown hair. The girl carries a short sword and a bow. I think her posture's off-handed, like she's used to shooting from cover. The boy moves with daggers, quick feet, twitchy hands. Scouts, from the looks of it. She paused. The 3rd one's a man. Black hair, scar across his face. Looks more seasoned than the twins. Carries himself like he survived a few close calls. The leader has red hair, bushy eyebrows, wears too many rings, all artifacts. Sharp face, alert eyes. He talks. They listen. And the last one's bald. No facial hair, no eyebrows either. Stood like a statue, but his eyes never stopped moving. Anji's face drained of color. Then it flushed with something far darker rage. The leader, his name is Wang Fu. Chen Ren's eyes widened. The spy? Anji nodded stiffly. Yes, it's him. Yalen narrowed her gaze and flicked her tail. Tell me what you know. Anji's words came fast and bitter. He entered the Foundation establishment realm during the sect war. But with the loot from that conflict, I wouldn't be surprised if he climbed higher. He hoards poison and healing pills in his spatial rings, throws them mid-battle to confuse or trap enemies. He uses a spear, an artifact. She inhaled sharply. He's not easy to face. Used to be one of the top duelists in the sect. Arrogant bastard, but skilled. Chenren's jaw clenched. This was worse than he thought. What about the others? He asked. I only recognize the twins, Anji replied. The girl prefers range, but isn't bad at close combat. The boy uses blades and stealth techniques, mixed with the signature flames of his sect. They're scouts. If we split them from the group, they're manageable. Yalan nodded. They were moving through the trees earlier, probably scouting the perimeter. Chenren glanced around. Both Hongyi and Anji were watching him now, waiting ready for his call. He paused, thinking it through again. There was no perfect move here, just the best gamble. We stick to the same plan, he said, attracting attention back to him. Wang Fu might recognize you, Anji, so we'll avoid a direct clash outside. We'll enter the vault once they're 10 minutes in. That's our window. All right, sounds good, Hongyi said. And the rest nodded, and without another word, Yalen disappeared into the tree line, her figure vanishing like mist between leaves. As they waited, Chen Ren unrolled the map Anji had sketched from memory. The layout of the ruins was a maze twisting paths, dead ends, and trap-laden corridors leading toward the main vault chamber. Every route was dangerous, but one chamber in particular caught his attention. It wasn't the central vault, not exactly, but it branched from several main paths. If he was right, it would be the point where their enemies would eventually diverge. Unless they had a map of their own, which was doubtful, they would have no choice but to split up. And when they did, he'd strike. Before his thoughts could spiral further, Yalen returned, silent as ever. They've entered the ruins, she reported. If we run now, we'll reach the entrance within 10 minutes if we are fast. Chen Ren gave a nod. Let's move. The group broke into a sprint, weaving through trees and ducking under branches. The forest blurred around them, the sharp scent of bark and moss rising with each breath. Along the way, they passed several beasts, felled and missing parts. Their bodies still fresh. Signs of the cultivator's passage? It meant fewer threats for them to face. But he didn't let his guard drop. Soon, the vault came into view. It was located within the mountain, hidden by a massive boulder that would have gone unnoticed if you weren't looking closely. As Chen Ren approached, he noticed the faint shimmer of runes carved along the rocky surface redirection arrays. They must have redirected anyone who came too close, he murmured. Standard vault defense. The Blazing Ember sect must have come prepared. Most old sect vaults used either redirection or illusion formations. It wasn't hard to guess. They likely had mind-shielding artifacts to counter the effect. For a group like them, that kind of precaution was expected. He studied the entrance a moment longer before glancing at Hong Yi. Leave one of your puppets outside. If anyone follows us or the cultivators run out, I want to know. Hong Yi nodded and quickly commanded one of his smaller constructs, setting it just behind the boulder. Then Chen Ren turned to the others. Let's move. They stepped into the darkness. The corridor was cut straight into the mountain stone walls stretching endlessly, cold air brushing past their skin. Hong Yi struck a match and lit a torch, the flickering flame casting long shadows across the walls. Their puppets walked in front, heavy steps echoing, ready to trigger any traps. But Chen Ren knew there wouldn't be any this close to the entrance. If you find the story on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen. Please report the infringement. Still, he kept his eyes low, scanning the dust-filled stone beneath them, footprints. He counted them as they walked. Some were deep and heavy. 2 of them were light and spaced far apart scouts. Quick on their feet. You're Dantians, Chen Ren whispered as they moved, glancing at Hong Yi and Yalen. You've shrouded them, right? Hong Yi gave a tight nod. I have. Yalen scoffed. My Dantian is always shrouded. I'm not a rookie. Chen Ren allowed himself a small breath. One of the more valuable things he'd learned from Yalen recently. Core shrouding, a vital technique for stealth. At higher realms, cultivators could sense one another from a distance, thanks to the qi that naturally leaked from their cores. So, shrouding was necessary. It was something Anji didn't need, being immortal. But for them, it could mean the difference between life and death in these narrow corridors. Even as he silently checked himself again, making sure no qi slipped past his control Chen, Ren kept his senses sharp. Every flicker of light, every shift in shadow along the corridor walls made his fingers twitch. He didn't want anything surprising jumping onto them. Even if their presence was cloaked from other cultivators, it didn't mean they were invisible to beasts. And according to Anji, the vault housed more than just traps. There were old nests left behind as part of the ruins' natural defense. Beasts raised in the dark, meant to guard what lay buried. But 30 minutes into the walk, Chen Ren began to suspect that threat had passed. For now, the group halted momentarily as they came upon several carcasses scattered across the corridor floor. Large, leathery winged creatures with bloated torsos and sunken eyes. Overgrown bat-like creatures he recognized as night feeders, known for sinking their hooked fangs into human prey and draining them dry. Even the sight of them was enough to make Hong Yi grimace. As they knelt to inspect the bodies, Chen Ren narrowed his eyes. Charred. Some were burned clean through, ribs split open like dried husks. Others had been crushed outright, their blackened limbs embedded in the stone walls. Splatters of blood painted the rock in jagged arcs. One of them had hit hard. A brawler, most likely. Someone with strength-based techniques or an artifact that amplified brute force. He filed the detail away for later until he knew which cultivator it was. It wouldn't help. At least we're on the right path, Hong Yi muttered, gaze still on the mangled corpses. But I guess there is only one path here, so it is natural. The deeper they went, the more the silence pressed on them. With every step, the corridors seemed to stretch endlessly, turning from passage to maze, and still there was no sign of the enemy. Chen Ren's unease began to grow. How massive was this structure? He had known it was deep, but this felt like walking through a tomb built for a sect 10 times the size of theirs. It was horrifying to say the least. Still, he kept his calm, knowing that no matter how far the Blazing Ember cultivators had come, they weren't leaving with the inheritance. They couldn't. The final chamber, the true vault, was sealed, possibly accessible only by someone at the Meridian expansion realm or above by force. It would take time, effort, and strength far beyond what this team carried. If anything, they were scouts, maybe sent to map it out before an elder or the sect leader came to claim the prize themselves. That would only happen if these 5 made it back alive. They shouldn't, he thought to himself. His eyes wandered around the path. More night feeder corpses littered the way ahead. Their burned and broken bodies forced the group to slow their pace, but they didn't stop. Eventually, the corridor widened and split. It was a fork. The one he had been waiting for. Chenren raised a hand, halting the group. He crouched near the stone and traced the dusty floor with his fingers, reading the path through faint tracks. 3 sets of footsteps went left. 2 went right. His brows furrowed. They split. The prints were clear, and among them he could see lighter ones. Quick, careful. Likely the twins. One went left and one right. He turned to Anji. Thoughts. She studied the fork, then pointed left. This one leads to the main vault chamber. There are a few chambers before it, but they're guarded traps and beast and puppet guardians. It won't be easy. Chenren tilted his head toward the right passage. And that one? She hesitated. Not sure, but my father once told me that before the guardians were brought in, some cultivators were stationed here to protect the vault. They had quarters carved into the mountain, so it is probably that. Why did they stop? One of them tried to steal the inheritance. After that, the elders decided beasts and mindless puppets were more trustworthy. Chenren let out a dry breath. Hard to argue with that. Yalan perched low, taking a proper look at the paths. So what are we doing? It's simple. We're not getting a better chance than this to thin their numbers. Taking all 5 head-on would stretch us too thin, but now, this is a golden opportunity. He pointed down the left corridor. I'll take Anji and one of Hongyi's puppets. We'll follow the group that went left. That path should lead to the quarters, and hopefully to the 2 Qi refinement realm cultivators. Then he turned to the other. You and Hongyi go right. If we're right, that path leads to the sect vault. And with you there, Hongyi won't have to worry as much. Will we be able to follow the tracks easily? Yellen asked, her whiskers twitching. Chenren nodded. They're not hiding their movements. Probably think they're alone down here, and I don't think they would shroud their cores. Hongyi frowned, glancing toward the left path. And what if one of them is a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator? Chenren offered a slight shrug. Then we pull back and regroup. Yalan can speak to me mentally. We'll stay in touch. But if it's the 2 scouts, I can handle them. Fast and clean. Yalan smirked faintly. You think you can take down 2 of them at once? I've got tricks, Chenren said calmly. And a puppet. That's more than enough. Trust me, I've got plans. No one objected, though Hongyi's expression said enough. He didn't like being sent off to face 2 stronger enemies, even with Yalan by his side. But he didn't argue. At least with her, he must have felt he had a chance. They split at the fork, silent as ghosts. Chenren and Anji moved swiftly down the left passage. The air was cooler here, the walls tighter, torches still burning lit recently by the cultivators ahead. Their shadows danced along the walls, moving right beside them. He had a feeling that the more they walked, the closer they were getting. But Anji from the side couldn't keep the silence. Are you sure you can handle them? Chenren caught the note of worry beneath it. Whether it was for his safety or hers, he didn't know. He whispered back, I've grown. And according to Yalan, if they are actually the Qi refinement realm ones, they are the weakest of the group. If we're not walking into a trap, this is the best scenario we could ask for. He paused for a breath, and half the battle is knowing where to fight. I think I can beat them. The truth, he wasn't sure. Anything could go wrong. A missed strike, a hidden artifact, a wrong assumption. But he trusted in his preparation, his instincts, his techniques, the puppet at his side, and most of all, he knew this was the risk he'd chosen. He'd come too far to second-guess himself now, but he didn't want to worry the woman who put her trust in this either. If anything came, he would take on it head first. His thoughts paused when the corridor narrowed into a choke point and when the walls gave way to a larger chamber ahead. Both their feet slowed down. Asterisk, 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 A-N. You can read 30 chapters, 15 Magus Reborn, and 15 Tao of Money on my Patreon. Annual subscription is now on too. Read 15 chapters ahead here. Join the Discord server here? Magus Reborn is out now. It is a progression fantasy epic featuring a detailed magic system, kingdom building, and plenty of action. Read here, chapter 109. As they walked, Chenren slowly realized the place was much larger than he had anticipated. The narrow stone corridors opened up to wider halls, cracked, but still standing after who knew how many decades. He spotted the remains of broken pottery, decayed wooden racks, and shattered tile signs of life that had once filled these ruins long ago. Unable to hide his curiosity any longer, he glanced sideways at Anji. This looks a lot bigger than just a simple sect vault. Anji nodded. She had no reason to hide the truth from him now. It was more than a vault. Like I said, cultivators used to live here. Back then, before the Kallian Empire expanded this far, the Voidblade sect ruled these lands. Them, and a few others that didn't survive the passage of time. She paused, stepping carefully over a fallen beam. This was one of their outposts. A small one, but important enough to fortify. Library, training grounds, food storage, barracks, everything a cultivator force needed to sustain itself away from their main sect grounds. When the sect got assimilated in the Empire, they didn't destroy it. They turned it into a vault to protect what was left. Chen Ren nodded thoughtfully, his mind immediately drifting toward the one thing that mattered most. The library. Is it still intact? Anji smiled faintly. It should be. That's where you'll find the manuals. Once we secure the inheritance, I can help you locate it. It should be near the vault. Chen Ren's fingers unconsciously tightened into a fist before he relaxed them. Just the thought of it. The knowledge stored there was enough to make his heart beat faster. That library alone could fulfill the vows he had made to his sect. The conversation drifted into silence after that, each of them focusing on the path ahead. Chen Ren kept his gaze low, following the trail of footsteps left in the dust, a small reassurance that they were still on the right path. Then, faintly, he heard it. Voices, low but distinct, coming from just ahead. Anji must have caught it too because she stiffened beside him. Without a word, they moved faster, sticking to the shadows until the narrow corridor finally opened up into a wide room. They slipped behind a broken stone pillar, Chen Ren carefully peeking around its edge. The room was large, wide enough to house dozens. Beds, or what remained of them, were scattered across the floor. Some lay in splinters, others rotted beyond recognition. This must have been the quarters Anji had mentioned, a place for the outpost's cultivators to rest. But he didn't waste much time on the scenery. His focus snapped to the two figures standing inside. The first was a young woman, short and wiry, with a slim build that looked made for speed. Her arms and legs were lean, packed with tight muscle. She wore light leather armor that clung close to her body, probably allowing easy movement. A short sword hung at her hip alongside a bow on her back, and her brown hair was tied back tightly, keeping it out of her sharp, narrow face. The second was a large, bald, with no facial hair and no eyebrows, broad-shouldered man, thick with heavy muscle. His arms were bulky, covered in old scars, and he carried a massive hammer slung over one shoulder like it weighed nothing. His chest and shoulders were wrapped in thick, reinforced armor, giving him a hulking, almost wall-like appearance. His movements were slower, heavier, but full of raw strength, like a beast ready to crush anything that got too close. Chen Ren's eyes narrowed slightly as he noticed the faint gleam of rings on the man's fingers. A spatial ring that explained how he had carried such a heavy weapon through the narrow halls. Fortunately, neither of them had bothered to suppress their chi. It leaked off their bodies in faint, steady waves, enough for Chen Ren to judge their strength. Early star chi refinement realm. Both of them, exactly as he had hoped. He focused harder, trying to peer deeper into the structure of their energy. Both of them had fire-aspected chi, which wasn't surprising, given their sect, but he couldn't tell if they had a secondary aspect. His chi perception wasn't good enough to be sure. Still, it didn't matter. They were strong, but manageable. His mind began to race, mapping out possibilities. The puppet, though sturdy, was only at the body-forging realm. It wouldn't last long in a direct clash, but it could serve as a distraction. The real problem was their synergy. Even without watching them fight, Chenren could tell their roles were well matched. The man would charge and pin the enemy down, drawing attention with sheer brute force, while the girl moved swiftly around the edges, striking precise. Lethal blows when the enemy's guard dropped, a classic hammer and needle tactic. If he wasn't careful, he could be overwhelmed before he even realized it. Chenren exhaled slowly, feeling the tension settle into his limbs. He had an opening, but whether he could turn it into a victory would depend entirely on how he moved next. If he wanted to win, there was only one real path forward: finish one of them quickly, then take on the other alone. But how? Chenren's mind raced, thinking risks, angles, timings. He was on a clock. The woman was already scouring the room, searching through the debris, while the hammer-wielding man guarded her, sharp-eyed. Sooner or later, she would finish checking the room, and they would move on. His window was closing fast. As he crouched behind the pillar, his gaze swept the room, and an idea formed. The walls. They were the same dark, glossy material he had seen at the vault's entrance. Stone that held runic arrays well. If he could draw the right formation, maybe, just maybe, he could trap one of them, even for a few seconds. And that was all he needed. Heart steadying, Chenren leaned toward Anji, whispering his plan into her ear. Her only question was simple, direct. "Do you think it'll hold one of them?" Chenren nodded. "Long enough. A few seconds of confusion and panic, that's all I need to strike." Anji didn't argue. She nodded once, understanding the risk but trusting him, and slid further back behind the pillar to stay out of sight. Chenren wasted no more time. Moving low and silent, he slipped toward the nearest wall. His fingers pulled out a small piece of chalk, worn down from past use. Quickly, efficiently, he began sketching the runes, the chalk scraping lightly against the dark stone. Fortunately, the array he was attempting wasn't unfamiliar. He had practiced it once long ago. A simple but vicious snare formation designed for binding someone. He had memorized every rune, every intersection, precisely for the day he might need it. Circles and triangles, interwoven in patterns, began to take shape beneath his hands. He cast a glance over his shoulder every few strokes. The two cultivators hadn't noticed him yet. No torches had been lit here in this part, working in his favor. Silently, he took a few steps back and shifted to the opposite wall and began the second half of the formation. His hands were steady, but his heartbeat was a drumbeat in his ears. He finished the chalkwork within minutes, but he knew it wasn't enough. The runes needed to be properly accidento the stone to carry enough power to trigger. The hard part, drawing in a deep breath, Chenren pulled out a small chisel and a hammer from his belt. He set the chisel carefully against the chalked lines and began tapping soft, deliberate taps that barely made a whisper. Every second he spent here, the danger grew. One wrong noise, one glance in his direction, and everything would fall apart. And he could hear his heart beat in his ears, but he couldn't let the anxiety roll. He focused, letting the rhythm of his work drown out the pounding in his chest. Fortunately, among the runes he had chosen for the formation, there were several that dampened sound during the engraving process, a precaution that now paid off immensely. Still, Chenren couldn't shake the paranoia curling at the back of his mind. Every few seconds, he glanced up, careful to ensure he hadn't been spotted, and minutes flew by. Thankfully, luck was with him. Both cultivators were distracted, flipping through a dusty old book they had pulled from a broken shelf, their attention absorbed by the faded pages. Slowly, painstakingly, Chenren finished carving the last lines of the array into the second wall. Once the final rune was set, he stepped back, running a practiced eye over the work. Solid. It would hold. He took a long, slow breath, letting the tension bleed from his shoulders, and turned toward Anji. Catching her eye, he made a quick hand signal. "Ready!" Anji nodded from behind her pillar, crouching lower into the shadows. Now comes the real gamble. Chenren drew back further, hiding himself behind the thick stone, but with a clear view into the open room. Quietly, he sent a mental command to the puppet hidden nearby. Hong Yi had reworked the programming of the puppets before they left, ensuring they could listen to Chenren's commands even without Hong Yi's direct control. The puppet that was stocky with a worn metal frame stirred to life. Its eyes glowed faintly as it turned its head toward the open chamber, and without hesitation, it lumbered forward. Heavy, echoing footsteps filled the chamber, drawing the attention of the two cultivators instantly. "What's that?" the burly man muttered, shifting his hammer into a ready grip as he narrowed his eyes at the approaching figure. The puppet came to a halt just inside the room, standing there in eerie stillness. The girl, still holding the book, frowned. Is it one of the old guards that's supposed to protect this place? We've been here a while and nothing's come out till now, the man said, his voice cautious but dismissive. Probably faulty. Must have finally woken up after lying dead for years. She eyed the puppet critically. It doesn't look strong, and it's not attacking. Her lips curled into a smirk. Lost its functions, probably. Let me get closer. I'll check it out. She stepped forward, casual and unhurried, lowering her guard without even realizing it, exactly as Chen Ren had hoped. He steadied himself, feeling the faint thrumming of chi building in the array carved into the walls around the room, silent and invisible and ready. All he needed now was the right moment. And it was coming fast. As the scout girl stepped closer to the puppet, her caution giving way to curiosity, Chen Ren silently gave the second command. The puppet jerked slightly, reaching behind its back. With one swift tug, it tore away the talisman affixed to its metal spine. A case of literary theft? This tale is not rightfully on Amazon. If you see it, report the violation. The effect was immediate. A burst of crackling lightning exploded outward, engulfing the girl in a cage of blinding arcs. She barely had time to scream, her body seized as the lightning wrapped around her like living chains. Holding her trapped in mid-step, too close, and too surprised to escape. The burly man's eyes widened in horror and then filled with pure, burning rage. Jin Shui. He bellowed, his voice echoing through the chamber. No! I'll fucking kill you, bastard. With a savage bellow, he lifted his hammer and charged at the puppet, fury overriding any sense of caution. Chen Ren gave another silent command. The puppet turned and bolted, its heavy footsteps pounding against the stone as it fled, leading the man away from his fallen companion. The burly man roared after it. Don't run, you piece of shit! I'll smash you to pieces! He barreled forward, hammer raised high blind, reckless, perfect. The moment the puppet crossed the invisible boundary Chen Ren had marked, he unleashed his chi into the walls. The runes he had carefully carved earlier shimmered to life, burning with a deep blue glow as the Tier 2 binding web array activated. Threads of chi shot out from the walls, wrapping around the burly man before he could even realize what was happening. His body jerked to a halt, the hammer falling from his grip with a heavy thud. What the? He gasped, thrashing against the bindings, but the threads coiled tighter, locking him in place. Chen Ren didn't waste a second. Lightning surged from his core, crackling along his arms. He shaped it mid-flight, manipulating the energy with precise control. Thin, needle-like spears formed within the arcs, buzzing with lethal power. A new technique he had learnt from Chen Ren's memories of his clan lightning manuals. Needle flash technique. With a sharp thrust of his hands, he sent them flying. The lightning spears struck the man's body like a hailstorm, forcing him to his knees. His body convulsed under the barrage, the smell of scorched flesh filling the air. But Chen Ren wasn't done. Before the threads could lose their grip, he tore open more talismans, tucked into his belt. With a sudden rush of energy, dozens of extremely sharp stones materialized in the air around him. Stone lance talismans, crafted for exactly this kind of assault. He pointed forward. The stones shot through the air like missiles, slamming into the burly man's exposed flesh. Blood splattered across the broken floor as the man howled in agony, pinned down by 100 tiny blades. His screams echoed through the chamber, but Chen Ren didn't flinch. He stepped forward, eyes cold, ready to end it. He watched the burly man bleed heavily, his body slumping, but he didn't relax. This wasn't over. Already, the cultivator was gritting his teeth, forcing his trembling hands to weave a gathering of chi. Wisps of flame began to snake around parts of his body, flickering with desperate life. Chen Ren narrowed his eyes. No, you don't. His fingers brushed over the spatial ring hidden at his side. In a flash, a weapon materialized in his grip, a spear, the same one he had once seized from Yushu. Without hesitation, he spun and hurled it forward. The spear whistled through the air and plunged deep into the cultivator's chest, pinning him to the cracked stone floor. The man's hammer slipped from his grasp with a dull thud. Chen Ren didn't waste a second. He extended his arm and felt another lightning surge, weaving it into a concentrated bolt and driving it straight into the wound. The man jerked once, then slumped. The threads of the array binding him shimmered, then broke apart with a soft crackle as the formation finally collapsed. Still cautious, Chen Ren stepped forward, his body tense and ready to dodge. He moved into the remains of the broken array, approaching the fallen figure. The man's chest wasn't rising. Still, Chen Ren nudged the body over with the tip of his foot, revealing a lifeless face twisted in agony. Blood continued to pool beneath him. Dead, Chen Ren exhaled slowly, feeling a weight lift off his shoulders. But there was no time to savor the victory. A scream tore through the air. "You killed wrong!" Chen Ren spun around to see the scout girl Jin Shui, if he remembered correctly, standing at the far end of the room. Twin short swords, not one, but two, flashed in her hands, now coated in flame as her chi burst forth in raw fury. For a heartbeat, her gaze remained fixed on her fallen comrade. Only after a few moments did her bloodshot eyes snap to Chen Ren. There were no words, just rage. With a snarl, she lunged at him, her small frame moving faster than a striking viper, her blades trailing burning arcs through the air. Chen Ren had expected this. Already moving, he dodged her furious strikes with tight, controlled steps, channeling his starlight defense technique over his arms to absorb the heat of her attacks. The glowing shield of energy flickered under each glancing blow, but held firm. Chen Ren vaulted over her, rolling across the cracked floor and retreating further into the chamber where he would have more space to maneuver. Jin Shui followed, her attacks wild, her flames cutting swaths through the air. She wasn't thinking, just striking, slashing, trying to burn him to ash. And that was her mistake. No good fighter lets fury take over. Even after just a minute of exchanging blows, Chen Ren could tell this girl wasn't used to real battle. Her steps were heavy, her strikes were predictable, and in her rage, she never noticed the thin layer of powder Chen Ren had spread across the stone floor when she wasn't looking. The moment she stepped into the trap, Chen Ren sent a flicker of chi outward. With a violent roar, flames erupted around her, engulfing her in an explosive wave. She screamed, staggered by the sudden onslaught. Being a fire-aspected cultivator gave her some resistance, but talismanic flames weren't something normal resistance could simply shrug off. Her flesh burned, her clothes scorched, her movements faltered. Chen Ren didn't let up. He hurled more stone lance talismans, sharp rocks slamming into her battered form, puncturing her armor and sending her reeling. And then, with a final surge of his chi, he unleashed a lightning frenzy, a barrage of crackling, furious energy that struck her in a relentless rhythm. Flames, earth, and lightning. 3 elements battering her at once. Jin Shui's body slammed into the far wall with a sickening crunch. She slid down, leaving a smear of blood behind, her body limp and unmoving. Chen Ren kept the lightning crackling around his hands, waiting ready to strike again if she showed any sign of life. Seconds passed. A minute, 2 minutes. Still nothing. Finally, Chen Ren let the lightning fade, exhaustion hitting him like a crashing wave. He stumbled back, dropping to the ground, breathing hard. Across the room, Jin Shui's eyes dull, unfocused, met his for the briefest moment before her head slumped forward. Unconscious or dead, he couldn't yet tell, but the fight was over. For now, he waited for the guilt to come, the heavy sinking feeling he thought any normal person from Earth would feel after taking a life. After all, this wasn't like killing a monster. These were people. Cultivators, yes, and enemies standing in his way, but not murderers or demonic beasts. There was no personal hatred between them, no blood feud, only the unfortunate fact that they had been on opposite sides. He thought back to Gutian, the first person he had personally killed in this world. But Gutian had been different. A demonic cultivator, a serial killer, a man whose death felt more like cleaning filth from the world than anything else. When Gutian had fallen, Chen Ren hadn't felt guilt, only a grim satisfaction. And now, with Jin Shui and Rong lying still in front of him, he expected something. Regret, remorse, anything. But there was nothing pressing down on his heart, no tremble in his fingers, only the steady, cold realization that they had tried to kill him, and he had killed them first. Before he could dwell on it longer, footsteps echoed through the silent room. Anji appeared from the shadows, her expression taut until she saw him standing there, unharmed. A soft sigh of relief escaped her lips. Then her gaze shifted to Jin Shui's bloodied form, and the cold detachment in her eyes returned. "I guess that is 2 of them," she said simply, voice devoid of emotion. Shenren blinked once, shaking off the strange stupor that had settled over him. He nodded, yes. He turned back toward the ruined room, scanning the scattered remnants of ancient life. "Let's check the area quickly," he said. "See if there's anything useful. After that, we need to hurry back to Yalin and Hong Yi." He cleared his throat. "They'll need our help, especially against the strongest of the enemies. Asterisk, 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 ANN. You can read 30 chapters, 15 Magus Reborn, and 15 Tao of Money on my Patreon. Annual subscription is now on too. Read 15 chapters ahead here. Join the Discord server here. Magus Reborn is out now. It is a progression fantasy epic featuring a detailed magic system, kingdom building, and plenty of action. Read here. Chapter 110. The quarters, as expected, didn't have anything particularly valuable left behind. Chenren wasn't surprised. After all, the 2 cultivators who had clearly scoured the place. Still, a few battered books remained, scattered among broken crates and half-rotted furniture. Most of them were in poor condition, their pages water-stained, moldy, or torn. But Chenren flipped through them anyway, while Anji inspected the walls. One of the books he held had no title, the cover faded and cracked with age. But from the few intact pages, he guessed it was about herbalism. Meanwhile, Anji dragged one of the sturdier crates closer to the wall, balancing precariously as she pressed her hands against the stone surface, testing for any hidden mechanisms. "You know the room's too big," Chenren said without looking up, his fingers idly brushing over the flaking paper. "We won't be able to find hidden pathways easily." "I know," Anji called back, her voice strained as she leaned her weight against the wall, "but I still have to try. These places were always designed with escape routes in case of an attack, and if there's one, the quarters would be the best place to hide an entrance. Unfortunately, I only know there are pathways, but not their locations." Chenren nodded absently. Her reasoning made sense, but he also knew that after so many years, even if there had once been hidden pathways, time could have easily destroyed them, or worse, sealed them completely. Still, he didn't stop her. Let her try. They had a few minutes before they had to regroup with Yalin and Hong Yi. He turned his attention back to the books. Most of them had nothing useful, basic herbal recipes, faded cultivation notes, a few random sketches that barely made sense. He went through 3 books like that, and they all wasted his precious time. He knew he could only manage to skim one more before they had to move. He picked up the last one, this one, thinner than the rest, and he noticed the binding was loose. The first page had a crude drawing of a giant dog, almost childlike in its strokes. Curious. Chenren flipped further and realized this wasn't a manual or treatise, it was a diary. A diary that a cultivator had continued. The short entries were kept too casual, as if he was just writing his thoughts as it was. Chenren read a couple. Sword practice, long, boring watch shifts, and lonely rants about missing some girl he'd left behind. He took in the details of the rough portrait of her tucked between 2 pages. Must be an old lover. He turned past it. A major reason he was even bothering to read it was because he wanted to see if he could get more information about the sect vault beyond the knowledge. Anji provided to make changes in his plan to make it better. His original thoughts were fixed on divide and conquer since the cultivators had to go separate ways to properly scout out the sect vault, and it had worked to his favor. But the last 3 cultivators were together, and he wanted to see if he could add something to it to better act against them. Page after page went by, but then, written between a few lazy entries, one scribbled note caught his eye today. "I am assigned to check the flooding mechanism again. It has been a year since anyone looked at it, and I'd rather not be the one to find out it's broken. I hate going to the library. It is so damp and smells like old paper, and the mechanism. It is hidden behind a bookshelf. Had to move a ton of books just to reach it. Hope I don't mess up and flood half the place again." The writing was messy, almost rushed, but clear enough. Chenren's mind immediately started turning. A mechanism behind a bookshelf in the library. A flooding mechanism. He sat up straighter, a slight spark lighting in his chest. Did he just find something that could give them an advantage? He read the entry twice, just to be sure, and lifted his head and called out, "Anji, you need to see this!" She hopped down from the crate and moved toward him, brushing dust off her sleeves. He handed her the diary, tapping against the scribbled passage. Her eyes scanned the lines quickly. "Do you know anything about this mechanism?" Chenren asked. Anji frowned thoughtfully. "If I had to guess, it is probably something set up in case of an attack. Emergency exits, flooding mechanisms. They go hand in hand. If the Void Blade sect was under siege, the disciples could escape through secret paths while someone activated this to flood the whole place behind them." Ren nodded, having come to the same conclusion. His mind was already racing ahead, wondering if they could turn this old trap into a weapon against the Blazing Ember sect cultivators. In fact, it'll be a formidable weapon against them. "If it still works," he said quietly, "it would be a massive advantage." Anji looked at him, brows drawn together. "What are we going to do about it?" "First," Chenren said, "do you know where the library is?" She thought for a moment, then pointed vaguely toward the other side of the ruins. "If I remember correctly, it should be left of the main vault room." Chenren's lips curved into a thin smile. "So right along the path the cultivators are taking." Anji caught onto his line of thinking immediately. "You think they'll ignore it for now, right? Focus on the vault and deal with the library later?" "Exactly," Chenren said. "It should be relatively undisturbed, at least until they secure the inheritance." Anji narrowed her eyes. "Well, what exactly are you planning?" "I am thinking of making use of you, if there is no beast guardian in the library, that is." She crossed her arms, frowning. "I get the gist, but you know I might not even find the mechanism, and even if I do, it might be too damaged to use. And yes, I don't think there is a guardian there." Chenren shrugged. "It is just a gamble. Even if it doesn't work, it won't matter, until we find a way to control the flooding, or at least stop it before we drown ourselves. We'll only use it as a distraction." As he spoke, the wheels inside his mind spinned. A plan was formed. He outlined it to her in quick, clear words, how they would separate after leaving the room, how she would locate the library and look for the mechanism, and if she found it and if it looked operational, how she would wait for his signal before triggering it. He knew this could help them. Even a small chance was better than none, and in war, that was sometimes all you needed. By the end of the explanation, Yelin's voice suddenly cut into his mind. "They've reached the sect vault chamber." Chenren's eyes widened slightly. "So fast?" he asked back, surprised. "Half the traps are either too old or broken," Yelin said. "And the guardian puppets inside the vault didn't attack them when they entered. They're broken too. But the cultivators are cautious checking the puppets to make sure they won't suddenly activate once they try to open the vault." Chenren nodded grimly. "We're coming. Hold off on any attack until we get there." There was no further reply, but he knew Yelin had received the message. He turned to Anji, his voice brisk. "We need to move. They found the vault. The guardian puppets probably rusted out. No maintenance over the years. We have to hurry if we want to pull off the plan." Anji's face paled, but she swallowed hard and nodded quickly. Without wasting another second, they sprinted back the way they had come. Chenren gave the two looted corpses a final glance, then pushed forward with no hesitation. They already knew the path now wide, mostly clear and much easier to move through than before. As they ran, he caught sight of the wreckage left behind by the Blazing Ember sect's advance. Holes gouged into walls, broken pincer traps lying smashed on the ground, and scattered signs of old mechanisms that had long since failed or been destroyed by brute force. The cultivators hadn't been subtle, just efficient. Finally, they reached a branching point where the path split into several tunnels. Footsteps clearly led down the middle path. The Blazing Ember sect's trail was obvious, even to an amateur. "The library should be on the left side," Anji said, slightly breathless but focused. Chenren nodded, slowing only for a second. "Good luck. Watch for any traps that might still be active. Take the puppet with you. Immediately, he gave a mental command. She nodded firmly, moving with the puppet behind her. Not a strong warrior, but enough for basic defense, and hurriedly moved toward the left passage. Chenren didn't waste time either. He followed the right path at a fast jog, keeping his senses sharp. After a short while, he spotted Yalen and Hongyi crouching behind a massive boulder that half covered the entrance to a large room. He ducked beside them silently as they noticed him. Peeking out, he finally got his first proper look inside the sect's vault chamber. It was massive, both wide and long, and the ceiling soared higher than any room he had seen so far. In the center of the far wall stood a towering, heavy-set door, unmistakably the vault's true entrance. A glowing orb was set into it where a handle should have been, surrounded by complex carvings of runes that seemed to be alive by how they continued to pulse. In front of the door, 3 figures milled about, their attention fixed on the runes. Just as Anji had described, one of them stood out immediately. Wang Fu. He was a tall, red hair, even redder up close. His hands were filled with rings, but he looked like a very strong man. His hands hovered carefully around the runes, analyzing without touching. His eyes stuck like glue with an extremely serious expression. Behind him stood 2 others. One was a short, brown-haired man with daggers tucked in his torso. Chenren noticed his flat nose that looked like it had been broken multiple times. The last one wore a heavier set, his armor more worn, with small nicks and scratches marring the polished surface. A deep scar across his face. He had the air of a veteran bruiser, someone who favored blunt force over subtlety. Stolen novel. Please report. Along the sides of the room, 2 giant stone puppets loomed, one on each side of the vault door. They stood easily 9 feet tall, and he could say that the exterior of their bodies were cracked. Both had gaping holes punched into their stomachs, likely from the blazing ember sect cultivators trying to find and destroy the cores. Whatever life they had once held was gone. Chen Ren's sharp observation was broken by Yalin's voice again, cutting into his mind. "You are late," she spoke mentally. "What happened to the other 2? They're dead." There was a small pause. Then Yalen asked, "Where is Anji?" "Is she?" Chenren interrupted her before she could finish. "Number I sent her to do something. We found a description of an old mechanism. If it's still working, it could help us win this fight." Yalen turned to look at him like he had lost his mind. Chenren wasn't surprised. She didn't seem like the type to appreciate last-minute chaotic plans. But to him, it fit perfectly. The enemy wasn't expecting anything. That was exactly the window he needed. Without wasting another moment, he mentally outlined her every bit of his plan. Yalen listened, her frown deepening by the second, but didn't interrupt. Once he finished, she sighed heavily through her nose, then closed her eyes for a second, reaching out mentally to Hongyi to relay everything. When Hongyi turned to look at Chenren, he had the same expression Yalen did, part incredulity, part resignation. Chenren only smiled faintly. "They might think I am crazy, but it'll work, or at least it'll cause enough chaos for us to make a move. Trying anything now would be foolish." The 2 blazing ember sect cultivators standing back weren't just idle. They were sharp, their eyes constantly sweeping the room. They would spot the smallest disturbance. "Can you get in touch with Anji?" he asked Yalen. Yalen closed her eyes again, focusing. After a moment, she grimaced. "My communication skills don't work well over larger distances, but I'll try." Seconds ticked by before she opened her eyes. "I can reach her. It'll just take a few more seconds for messages to pass." Chenren nodded, keeping his gaze fixed on the cultivators. "Did she find it?" "She is still searching," Yalen replied. "But she said she found the bookshelf mentioned in the diary. There were hints as to which one it was in more entries." Chenren's lips quirked into a small, approving smile. "Good enough. That's all we needed." He glanced again at the cultivators, still bent over the vault's rune-locked door, carefully tracing patterns and murmuring among themselves. They hadn't noticed anything yet. That wouldn't last. Yalen sighed under her breath, her expression tight. "All right. I hope this works." Chenren chuckled softly. "Even if it doesn't," he said, "I have my Starlight defense technique. I can take one good hit at least. And if I'm right, the chaos will buy me enough time to dodge the rest." Yalen gave a short nod. then relayed the final details to Hong Yi, who responded with a single firm nod. Nothing more. Everything was set. Chen Ren reached into his robe, pulling out the simple but precious object he had prepared, the mask. Smooth, featureless, but imbued with light illusion formations. He slipped it on. Immediately, the transformation took effect. His young, clear features melted away, replaced by the wrinkled, sagging skin of an old man. Almost grotesque with how the flesh seemed half melted under invisible years of decay. He carefully adjusted his sleeves, hiding the smoothness of his arms inside the loose folds of his robe. An ancient cultivator, frail but cunning, now crouched where Chen Ren had been a moment ago. Chen Ren thought the disguise couldn't have been more perfect for this moment. Without wasting time, he bent down and scooped up Yalin, who had already shifted into her kitten form. She clambered onto his back, hiding herself under the folds of his robe where only a faint glint of amber eyes could be seen if one looked too close. He glanced once at Hong Yi, who gave him a sharp, determined nod, his face hardening into focus, and then Chen Ren hunched his shoulders, composed his breathing into something rougher, shackier, and strode forward into the vault room. The instant his footsteps echoed against the stone floor, the blazing ember-sect cultivators snapped to attention. 3 heads turned sharply toward him. Their eyes narrowed, and their vigilance shot up immediately. The scout in particular moved fast, 2 daggers flashing into his hand with a metallic hiss, and the heavier bruiser tensed like a coiled spring, ready to charge. Chen Ren's heart pounded once, but he stayed calm. A second later, Yalin's chi pulsed sharply from behind his back. It wasn't aggressive, but it was heavy, ancient, an overwhelming force that filled the room in an instant. The reaction was immediate. The daggers lowered a fraction. The brute shifted uncertainly. Even Wang Fu's sharp eyes flickered with caution. They froze. Still working as well as ever, Chen Ren thought, hiding his inward grin. Seeing all eyes fixed on him, Chen Ren took the opening and opened his mouth, slipping fully into the role. "It seems," he said, voice slow, and rasped, dragging syllables like a true elder, "the sect grounds have finally found some visitors willing to give this old man some company." He took a few slow, shuffling steps forward, the illusion of frailty flawless. "Unfortunate," he continued, sighing with mock sadness, "that you chose to break everything I built, rather than simply come and talk to me. I had good tea. Once." He let the words hang in the air, doing his best old man impression gravelly, wistful, even a little cracked with age. Inside, a tight coil of tension wound itself through him. Part of him truly expected them to attack at any second. These were fire-aspected cultivators, after all hot-blooded, short-tempered, used to solving problems with swords and flames. At least, that was the stereotype around them. But surprisingly, they didn't move. They listened. Chen Ren took the chance and pressed on, letting a small, sad chuckle escape his lips. "At least 2 of your companions," he said, shaking his head like a disappointed grandfather. "They met me before you, but they were rude." He let the last word linger a little too long, deliberately. "And so," he finished, tilting his head slightly, "I had to teach them a few lessons." At his words, Chen Ren saw their eyes flicker, shifting briefly toward the blood stains still drying on his robes, blood that had splattered during the earlier battle. He almost smiled behind the mask. "Good. I'm glad I didn't bother cleaning it off." The scout, who was the twin brother of the girl they had faced earlier, visibly paled. His hands tightened at his sides, and he took a step forward, half out of instinct, half out of fear. Only the suffocating chi that Yalin continued to pulse from his back seemed to stop him from doing anything reckless. And then, finally, Wang Fu spoke, his voice measured but edged with suspicion. "Who are you?" The question was exactly what Chen Ren had been waiting for. He let a slow, heavy breath escape his lips, as though the weight of centuries pressed down on his back. "I am the guardian of this vault," he rasped, letting his voice tremble slightly with the weight of false years. The one tasked with waiting, centuries, for the rightful heir to the inheritance to arrive. He let his words sink in, watching as uncertainty grew in their eyes. "But all I have seen," Chen Ren said, "are bastards who carry not even a hint of the Great Void's legacy in their dantian." His gaze, hidden by the mask, swept across each of them as if judging and finding them lacking. And for that, he finished, his voice lowering into something almost grave. You will be punished. He raised one hand slightly, not threateningly, just enough to draw their attention. Not by me, he said, letting the faintest smirk twist beneath the mask, unseen, but by the vault grounds themselves. Asterisk, 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 Aeon. You can read 30 chapters, 15 Magus Reborn, and 15 Tao of Money on my Patreon. Annual subscription is now on too. Read 15 chapters ahead here. Join the Discord server here. Magus Reborn is out now. It is a progression fantasy epic featuring a detailed magic system, kingdom building, and plenty of action. Read here.